Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox All in channel, host Sega Forever here. Yes, I'm still alive. The channel is still functioning. Um, and that's kind of why I wanted to do this video. Again, before I start, the time of day that I'm doing this, it's a bit loud outside. It's a Saturday morning, and a lot of people are probably going to be cutting their yards, or you can hear cars driving by. You can hear the birds in the background. Everybody thinks I live in a jungle. Sometimes it's really bad. So again, sorry. There's really nothing I can do about that. Um, but just wanted to let you guys know and apologize for the ambient sounds you might hear in the background, as I always say. A bit under the weather. That's ironically why I'm doing this video, because I really can't do anything else. Actually, got sick. My son got sick, and I think I might have caught it from him or work. Dude, everybody at work's been sick as well. But please bear with me as I'm trying to set some stuff up here. This is just a really quick podcast. Um, Kind of not really planned, though there are some things I want to talk about. Because the gaming, I mean, man, what a crazy week it's been. Actually, a crazy couple months, but I mean, it all came to a head this week and last week. There's some stuff that dropped last week that I wanted to talk about, but I just didn't have the time. Hat tip to my boys out there in the Xbox community and my fellow Xbotians. He bought the world's most powerful gamer, who always represents the community. Sega Man came back with a video that kind of inspired me to do mine because he's been out and about, and I know he's been really busy too. And Unlimited, I felt bad because Unlimited Productions has been holding down the fort. As you guys know, man, E-Rock X, the world's most powerful gamer, he his channel got basically got canceled, man. Somebody reported him, and for content that he had on his channel forever, dude, and he lost a pretty powerful voice. It's probably why it happened, man. I mean, it's no doubt that if you guys watch E-Rock's videos and the stuff he says, even if you agree with him or not agree with him, man, he talks the truth when it comes to a. Oh, sorry guys, I'm trying to see if so I can make sure I can. If anybody jumps in, I know it's a little bit early and it's the middle of the day for most of you guys, so you guys are probably out and about, which is fine. Like I said, it's not gonna be long. But yeah, shout out to E-Rock X as well, man. They took he was targeted. They took his channel down, so I feel sorry for him. But I mean, it's also a sign that he's affected, and a lot of the stuff that he was putting out on his channel were true. Um, and he just doesn't cover our video game stuff, even though that's the bulk. Like with my channel, I always wanted my channel to be a pop culture channel, but we're always so focused on Xbox stuff with all the things that are coming out, all the false information and fake news and bad narratives from even people in the Xbox community, some of the biggest Xbox streamers. I mean, that's the only thing that's kind of kept this channel alive, um, at least for me, because it is about the principle. You know what I mean? This is how I've never kind of diverged from Xbox because I know what I like when it comes to gaming. I rock out with Xbox since 2013, like a lot of you guys in this community that we have on the Xbox side. And man, take a bow, dude. I did a video talking about this last year, man. But again, man, take a bow. You guys, we weathered the storm. It's good times right now. But yeah, shout out to the Xbox that have been rocking on and holding down the fort, dude. We've seen a lot of people come and go, man. A lot of people, and some people. It's not just about like leaving the Xbox side and stuff like that. Sometimes we forget people have lives. I was reminded of that this year. I got kids, and like a lot of you guys, I'm older. I'm an old dude, man. I'm like Gen X, man. I'm old school. So, I have my kids, and they're starting their phase in their life, and as a parent, you want to be there for them. Because you realize, man, that when you get older, when you have kids, when you're younger, when you're younger and you have your kids and they're young, they're always there and stuff like that. But when they get older, you start to realize, hey, these guys are adults now, and they'll probably be flying the coop pretty soon. Hawaii's a little bit. I live in Hawaii. Hawaii's a little different. You can't get really too far in Hawaii. One, it's an island, and two, it's ridiculously expensive. And that's another thing I want to thank everybody for, man. Just really quickly for the well wishes and stuff like that, man. actually give you some perspective on all this council work stuff as well. But as far as the Maui thing, some of you guys message me and on social media and on Facebook and stuff like that. Like, am I okay? And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm good. I actually live on another island. I don't live on Maui. But the effects of Maui was pretty bad. Like, because if you don't know this about Hawaii, man, like, I'm actually Hawaiian, so a lot of us have big families, especially locals, not just Hawaiians, but locals in general. Like, local families have been here generations. So the joke about a place like Hawaii is like everybody's related to somebody, which is true actually. Right? It's kind of a funny thing. But in events like this, where you have a fire like that, you know so many people whose families are affected. Because I have family that live on Maui, but they're not in that area that was affected. So, but I know a lot of people that have family there. And it's tough, man. It's tough. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of questions need to be answered. There's all kind of stuff. I won't get onto it on this podcast, man. But it's actually pretty bad. And a lot of people are waking up to the reality that life is life is short, and you know us like I apply this to the gaming community, man, and I partake of this as well, man, on social media. Though I will say it's for me, it's more about principle than anything else. Um, that keeps me going. This is why I don't flip flop and stuff like that as far as my console of choice and what I represent as a gamer, right? But yeah, dude, it's just these are, as E Rock likes to say, man, these are plastic boxes, right? The toy plastic boxes, and just yeah, I try not to get. I was trying not to get too caught up in everything, man, because I couldn't, man. There's just like real world stuff going on outside of, and not even like just with the wildfires and stuff like that that affected this state. But I mean, I'm talking about like the economy and all that kind of stuff, right? You know, kids going through that next level phase where they're gonna be adults themselves and stuff like that. So there's stuff that takes precedent. That's why I've kind of been gone. Not trying to make excuses, but that's just the reality of it. Um, and then on the flip side of that, dude, I mean, as a gamer, man, it's just been a great. That's been a crazy year, dude, for Xbox, and I mean that in a good way. Not all the drama and stuff that we deal with, man, which we'll touch on a little bit, but yeah, Xbox has just had an amazing year, and we know this as Xbox guys. This is why I'm so quick to dismiss a lot of people online and social media who represent Xbox, or claim to represent Xbox. As soon as you say something like we need single player games, we need to follow what PlayStation does, or you tout the gaming media narrative, man, I just cut you off. That dude, you've lost all credibility with me at that point, because if you look back at how this year has gone and all the games, like I say all the time on these videos that I was doing, and even on social media, man, I'm drowning, man. I can't keep up. I can't keep up with the amount of games that Microsoft is putting out there, both in Game Pass and for sale in the larger market, in the gaming market. Man, if you want to play games, dude, Xbox is the place to be. So when you have people saying stuff like Xbox has no games, and you have, especially on the Xbox side, I expect that on the PlayStation side, right? Because those guys are rabid, psychotic fanboys. Um, and it's funny to see them get their just desserts. I am enjoying that. I'm not gonna lie, but when it comes on the Xbox side, then the community's broken, man. You have a lot of people in this Xbox community, and a lot of them have large channels too, man. They're not Xbox strong, bro. They're not Xbox all in. They don't bleed green. And when I say that, people say you can't be a slave to the corporation or the company like Microsoft and stuff like that. I was like, bro, it's not even about that, man. It's just representing the brand. It's really that simple. And when you represent the brand, you're not a slave or a bot. Like that's why we joke about it. That's why we call ourselves Xbox, man. And Xbox means it's funny to us. And the fact that most of us are my age or kind of on the Gen X side, when people hurl insults at you, you just flip it around and you make a joke out of it because you're confident in who you are, you're confident in what you know. Like you're not like I'm not saying I know everything. I definitely don't. But the stuff that I know, and the stuff that I believe in. And when you're like that, dude, you don't have those type of issues. Right? You won't. You know, even if you're wrong in some senses, man, at least you have some base in reality. And then if you are wrong, man, you can course correct it, because it's not about being right. It's not about being actually the best, right? Like for me, Xbox services a need for me because I enjoy gaming still to this day, and they're the only company providing me with the gaming that I like. And I'm talking about services, cost, a variety. Dude, I'm like I'm 50 years old, guys. I'm 50, man. That's how old I am. And a lot of people are surprised when I tell them that when they see me, they don't know, man. I was born in 1973. Dude, I'm an old gamer. I'm old school. I'm old school, man. And for me to maintain gaming, Microsoft with Game Pass and just the way that they operate in the gaming industry, man, it fits me right now, dude. I can't, dude. I've been playing platform games. When I first started playing games, it was all about the arcade, right? Played a lot of, spent a lot of time in the arcade, right? I'm talking from when Space Invaders and games like Mooncrest and Galaxian, the first one first hit. That's my generation of arcade. Fast forward to 2023, man. I mean, it's just, if I didn't find variety, man, I probably wouldn't be doing this as much as I love video games. Dude, you have to be excited about gaming. I think that's one of the problems with a lot of people. They're just not excited about gaming. Gaming is a hobby. Not even a hobby, I would say, man. It's just a one-off, dude. It's just they do it because other people do it. I see that within my own kids. My daughter's a bit hardcore, right? Like right now, she's like into Bethesda big time, so I get to listen to her complain like every other Bethesda fan online, which is good, man, because you need that kind of fan base. Microsoft needs that. Xbox needs that kind of fan base, and I think it's building that way. Not just a whole bunch of guys like me, but like a newer generation that'll understand the vision of Microsoft. Um, but I see that with my daughter, man. She plays Bethesda. My son's the total opposite, man. He has a PC. He plays mostly with what his friends plays, and he has a lot of other stuff he does. Gaming is not his main thing. Not even mobile. He does. He likes stuff like music and hanging out with his friends. He likes surfing. I can't stand the beach. Yeah, I know I'm Hawaiian. I don't even like going to the beach. Um, Mainly because it's hot. Yeah. But it's just a different generation of people, right? And so gaming, like how when I came up, man, gaming was not just a hobby, dude. It was a lifestyle. Dude. You spent hours trying to get information, anything you can about the people who develop games. Like I was a huge Sega fan, as you can tell, Sega forever, right? And then Sega's not even the same company it was back then. I still support them, but they're just a whole different beast because it was a different time. But you swap games with friends, you swap systems with friends, man. You couldn't afford all the systems. When people complain about it, I can't afford everything. It's like, welcome to the party, bro. It was always like that. Dude, we paid for $70 games already. I remember walking the aisles of Toys R Us knowing I'd never get any type of game, man. My grandmother bought me one game, that's it. Every other game I played after that, I had to swap out with my friends. Not until like I got my own job, right? And then when I went into the military, and then I was able to get my own systems and stuff like that, make those adult choices that people talk about nowadays. That was just life, right? That's why I say I spent most of my time in the arcade. But every game I got, man, that's was our network back then, dude. We didn't have it so good like it was online, dude. Your online was you had to meet people and talk with them face to face. That's why a lot of people couldn't talk trash. Number one, they wouldn't because you guys in a time now it's acceptable. When I was growing up, you hear Hibot talk about this all the time. And shout out to Hibot and Sega Man. We grew up in a time where it was not acceptable, man, to be a gamer. Right? People would make fun of you. Adults thought you were something wrong with you, right? But you loved it so much, you endured, man, and you just did it. And I'm not saying like it's bad. I mean, you just love gaming so much. Same thing. Like I'm a comic book guy, dude. I grew up in comics, right? So you had to like this stuff. You had to enjoy doing these things, right? And so that's the generation I come from. But that's what we did, dude. We shared games and we followed the industry. Whatever news we got, everything was word of mouth. We didn't have the internet, right? So the people that were gamers like you were gamers. And you knew, dude. When you met a gamer, you knew it. It's like when I met a comic book person that loved comic books, you knew you knew that they like comic books, man, because it was just looked down upon. But it's not like that today. And I'm not saying it has to go back to that way. Um, but I just think it's a telling sign for this current generation of people who play games. Um, at least for me, looking from the outside looking in, it's interesting to me all the advantages you have, but also the entitlement that comes with that, which I think is really bad. If you like to play video games, dude, just play games. And that's something that I've been thinking about a lot these past couple of weeks, man, because I do love playing video games. And as you guys know, like I said, man, with Xbox, it's been a great year. They've held a line. A lot of the gaming media, a lot of influencers out there, either because they hate the system or they're doing it for clout. Because and they don't really need to hate it that much. You already have the pony side that already do that. Um, but it's just these narratives have been crumbling all year. Right? You hear guys like Heapot talk about this, E-Rock, Unlimited, Sega Man, Talkmaster, Mr. 100. Um, yeah, shout out to Mr. 100. He's been holding it down for a long time as well. And so you hear these guys talk about this, man, because we were there, man, when this stuff all kicked off, right? And it's nice to see Microsoft finally getting their due, whether the media wants to give it to them or the gaming media or the other side of the aisle, and just the average gamer, who just basically parrots the gaming media narrative, right? That's all starting to crumble, and Microsoft was having a spectacular year, as we know, because we participate, we have the systems, we have Game Pass, we play the games, right? I spend a lot of time playing my games on my free time when I have it. So we know the truth, man, and a lot of that is coming to light right now. In fact, one of the best things I saw. Hold on, guys. Let me see if the chat is okay. Hopefully, the chat is working. I hope some guys jump in, man, because I do want to do the chat thing at least. I can't really, at least for the time that we're on. And I know I didn't announce this, dude. This is on an off day. I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I know. Oh snap! NWO Prime did a video. Yeah, NWO Prime. That's another dude, man. That guy is NWO Prime is old school as well. He's there with the rest of us, man. He calls himself the Exile because he kind of got exiled in Xbox community because he's one of these guys that speak the truth, man. If you speak the truth, in the Xbox community, man, you will be banished. And there's very few mainstream guys that I follow in the Xbox community, as you guys can tell if you follow me on Twitter. Because a lot of those guys are frauds, man. They don't play the system. They don't play the games. They put their channel above the actual community. And I found that, and I knew that from the jump, man. Early or late 2013, going into 2014, you could tell. There was a group of us that coalesced together because you're getting hated on so much, so you find people of like ideas and opinions, and people that you can share. Why you think Rise Son of Rome is an awesome game. You talk about things like Titanfall 2. When are we going to get our own skins? Because it's pretty much an exclusive. Microsoft helped save that game, as Microsoft did with a lot of these developers. It's one of the reasons why you have Game Pass and you have Microsoft buying so many studios, and not just buying like just to buy. There's a method to their madness. That's why they've been successful. But they've done a lot. They've done a lot this generation to change people's opinions and to build a better system and to build a better ecosystem. For me, Titanfall was the first shot. They funded that game. They helped them fund it, and in the end, man, people did not gravitate towards it because it was on Xbox, right? I mean, there was a big, people bought, like myself. I bought the collector's edition, right? I had the statue, the whole thing. But after they launched that game, man, they never got that game. That game never turned into the IP that it should have, and that was with a lot of the games at that time, like Rise Son of Rome, like Sunset Overdrive, and I think Dead Rising we had. That was another great game. Dead Rising though they did put their best foot forward and they continued doing it. But that's the first time, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm honest, man, where I realized, because I saw this in the Sega days, but even more so like with the Sony guys, man, they're not gamers. When people like Unlimited had a podcast and he was talking about that, and talking about, and I was letting them know, man, I've been waiting for Sony to go out of business since Sega went third party, because a lot of the stuff they talked about with Sega on the Sony side, right? They said, oh yeah, Sega should go third party so that they can buy their games, right? They'd be a better third party, right? And I did not like that at all, because I'm a Sega dude and I love their hardware, and because I'm old school Sega, man, their hardware is derived from what they do in the arcades, and arcades are suffering. There's a lot of things going on right there, but I know a lot of people are like, no, Sega died because of A, B, C, D. There's a lot of reasons why Sega went away, but the main reason, and the reason I'll talk about on my channel, and I know some of you guys don't like it that you are Sega fans, because I look at you Sega fans, but I don't know how you rep Sony. That blows my mind, and that's why I'll keep on saying this, man. It was Sony who actually put that nail in the coffin, right? And I talked about these on other videos. We won't get into it. I'll go off on a tangent, but that's the Sega that I know and I came from. So anyway, when that Xbox One launched, man, and we didn't get that stuff with Titanfall, right? Because remember they had a community. It's one of the first games I knew of that had like a community representative, right? That would go online and talk to the people that are playing the game, and there were people coming up with all kind of great ideas. Like for me personally, the main reason I like Titanfall is the first time I played a game when you guys remember when the game opens up, you're being dropped into the middle of a battle, and then all of this stuff is going around, right? And it's like you're just coming in hot, boom, and then you just start rocking and rolling, man. You start, and then you got to build up in order to get the Titan right. You have to build up the number of kills and stuff like that. So you got to earn your Titan. Then you can have it drop from the sky, which to this day is still one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. But what they would do was they were talking to the Xbox community about what some of the improvements were. And there's people putting out great suggestions to them. And one of the things I wanted was like, look, dude, more maps, of course, right? Because I like this. I like the maps that they have, the way that they built the cities and everything like that, dude. It was. You can tell they put a lot of time and attention into that. But some of the stuff they were missing is just like more variety in the guns, skins for your mechs, all that kind of stuff, right? And then they were taking all those suggestions, but then, they switched over to Titanfall 2, and they didn't want to go multi-platform, right? Because the dude who did Titanfall wanted to take on Call of Duty, which was not. Like I respect the man for and why I understood why he wanted to do it, but everybody knew that wasn't going to be that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, Battlefield, man. Battlefield wasn't even able to take over COD. COD is just COD is just that ingrained in the shooter market when it comes to consoles. And so anyway, they went multi-platform. Xbox got stuck holding the bag as they always do, right? And that gets old after a while, man. And that's why hat tip to Xbox, Microsoft for holding the line. You hear a lot of people talk about Microsoft leaving the gaming community. They thought about it. Look, I'll just put it to you this way. When people say it, like when I hear them talking about Microsoft actually leaving the community, I don't think of it as in they really thought about leaving the community. It's one of those things big corporations do, right? And I'm not just talking about Microsoft. I mean, like the big corporations, right? They always have to look at themselves and self-evaluate, or they should. That's why some of these companies are going bankrupt now because they're not, right? So this is the thing that you do, right? You do these kind of things. You get a hot take. And that's all that was, man. Because if you guys watch the Xbox documentary, where Bill Gates and I think it was like the first or second episode there, they had that meeting. I think it was the second episode for if they're going to do Xbox or not. They had an old-fashioned Donnybrook, as they say in the old wrestling days, right? I mean, these guys were going at it about whether they should do it or not. But when push came to shove, they knew they could not step away. They had to do something. Right, and that's all that is, dude. When I look at that, I'm like, that's all that is. When they're just reevaluating themselves, they're like, okay, should we stay in the gaming business? That's just a legitimate question to ask yourself. Of course, the answer is going to be yes, man, because of the amount of money and influence that gamers have. It's a huge chunk of their business, right? And when I look at it, it's like that's not even an option not to continue doing these things. Staying in the gaming industry. So when you hear people talk about that, well, they seriously consider that. Yeah, it's any trillion dollar company, and I think that's why this is where the shift was, where Microsoft was actually like, okay, we're going to get involved in this. I'll give them the support, like the full on support, not just writing them a one-time check. It's just like, okay, Satya and Phil are in communication with each other, right? You see the moves that they're making. That's one of the things I loved about the leak, where they talked about all the companies they were going to buy, and when they showed that spreadsheet, it was like everybody was on the table, and that was great to see, man, because that's a reminder to a lot of these people, man, that who Microsoft is. For all the people that talk trash and stuff like that, dude, and on the Xbox side, maybe you can. When it comes to the console market, maybe, but I mean, when it comes to big businesses, man, Microsoft is in the $1 trillion range, man. They're in the $1 trillion club, and a lot of people were reminded of that, and they needed to be. Microsoft is putting their full force behind the Xbox brand, and this is true. This is why the FTC got involved, man. FTC has no care about video games, video gamers, whether you're as a consumer, you're being protected. They don't care about anything about that. And you have a current administration and the people that they picked to run these organizations, which is why I keep on telling you guys, big government is bad, right? Because most of these people are appointed, they're not elected, and they have an agenda, and their agenda is to right now is to take down big tech, because big tech is the only thing that can match big government. It's just like I said before in another video. It's like Doctor Doom versus Loki. That's what, or Doctor Doom versus the Red Skull. That's what you're getting right now with these guys. I mean, you know, they have no concern for you on the lower level as far as your gaming. This is why everybody sits there in shock and awe when the FTC brings their court case and they're absolutely clueless. Yeah, that's government entities. They don't know anything about the minutia because they're not in that. All they know is their regulations and how they can get more power and control. Right now, they tote the line of being for the consumer. They tote the line of giving fair fair play on the marketing field and stuff like that, where the average person at least knows this, that life, nothing's fair, right? And you got to get out there and earn it, right? At least that's that. Anyway, I'm old, so maybe that's old school mentality. But anyway, this is why when you listen to them and their court case is like Swiss cheese, man. It's full of holes because none of that makes any sense to an average gamer. It's just like, okay, why wouldn't I want COD in Game Pass? Because either I can buy the game full price, which is probably going to be $99.99 or $120 because of inflation right now. Maybe it's $120, because a lot of people buy just the complete everything, right? Or I have the option of Microsoft possibly I mean probably will put this in Game Pass. For me, it's a no-brainer. I know a lot of people are discussing about costs and stuff like that, but because for me, I believe in the subscription model when it comes to Game Pass, because that's another option. So you don't have to drop that much money in the beginning, and then what you do, like everybody else does, who participates in Game Pass, who knows how to use Game Pass, how Game Pass works, right? What they do, right, is you just wait for a sale. That's it. I made a video about this, guys. Utilize your wish list. Your wish list is your friend on the Xbox guide, right? And then you put on the notifications and they'll tell you when these games are on sale, because the reality, and Microsoft knows this as well, man, the reality is you can't buy every single game day one, right? This is why the Xbox ecosystem works so well, man, because you have hardcore grassroots on the bottom based competition in the Xbox ecosystem, because you have all these companies vying for your dollar, right? And this tends to make the games that are not as good, right? And I don't want to crap on anybody's dream and stuff like that, but it's just the reality, right? And in turn, if you don't make a good game or a game that's not popular, then you look at yourself and like, okay, well, how can I make this better? Why didn't I succeed? Right? That's the organic, natural process, right? That's supposed to be happening and stuff like that. So what that does though is it has competition to where you're in a situation now, dude. If you like playing video games and you grew up in video games and you're a gamer, you're an actual gamer like I am. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Yeah, thanks for jumping in, man. I know this is kind of off the cuff. It's probably about the only time I have a chance to do it. Actually, I'm actually sick. That's why I'm doing this right now, man. I was playing too much Starfield. But when it's off when you look at what Microsoft is doing, the problem that you're having right now is just too many good games. It's just way too many good games. There's some games that come out in Game Pass. I'll play them for like maybe a minute or two, because I'm the type of gamer, I know what I like, right? So when I see a game, when I watch a trailer, I don't need IGN to tell me what I like about the game. I don't need an influencer to tell me what I like about the game, dude. I just know what I like to play, right? And because I know what I like to play, right? Like if I see a game like Dredge, right? Or not Dredge is a bad example. When I see a game like, Heart of the Wild, I see that game and what it's about. I'm like, okay, I know I'm going to be interested in the game. How good is it? Right? They drop it on Game Pass. I'm like, cool, because I'm already thinking about picking it up. So I played on Game Pass 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, this is it. This is the game. So after I play the game and then I like have all these other games I want to play, I just go ahead and buy it. Right? And you can, because a lot of those games that go into Game Pass, like the indie games that people crap on and stuff like that, dude, they have really great gameplay. They take me back to a time where gameplay was king. Right, because what you get with a lot of these indie games, and they might look, the production wise, there's all kind of reasons and stuff like that, but at its core, it's an idea that somebody had that they wanted to put together and make a game and put it out there for other people to play. You're buying a piece of that developer, that artist, the person who created that game. That's what you're buying. Which is ironic, because you remember when this generation started, how PlayStation and their fans were pushing for indie games, and they had some pretty good indie titles. in the beginning. Dude. This is before I used to be multi-console owner. 2013 changed all that, but that's one of the few things I was looking forward to. And of course, that was just a talking point for Sony and something for as we all know, like Sony likes to do or their fan base likes to do is weaponize everything. Right? That's all it was. They don't really care about indie games. And this is but when Microsoft started doing it, they're getting hate for it. And Microsoft is like, okay, is there something there? What are we missing? Microsoft thinks like that, dude. Microsoft is like Microsoft actually takes things into consideration, right? Which is good. You know what I mean? But they actually looked at that and said, "What are we missing? Why do everybody? Okay, what's the business thing? What's the profit?" As Zink's other Zink, shout out to other Zink. He likes to say, what's that, returns, something for returns. I know he always uses it all the time, um, but reserve for returns. And Microsoft. That's the way Microsoft looks at it, right? So Microsoft is like, okay, what are we missing here? And then they got behind it. They started researching it, and then they developed a relationship with indie. And then now it's a whole big thing, dude. If they did not do that idea at Xbox program, I don't think they would be here right now. That's how big that was. I don't think people realize the weight and the gravity of ID at Xbox. Like it's paying dividends for them right now. In fact, a lot of the stuff that Microsoft is doing. That's why shout out to Phil Spencer. We'll talk about him in a minute, man. But I remember watching that interview when he was talking about it, and just, for a lot of people, it seemed like that's just either corporate speak or he's just dodging stuff like that. But yeah, this grandiose idea, man, of what Xbox was going to be, and you're living it right now. This was back in 2015, 2014, 2015, around that time frame, when he was talking about where he wanted Xbox to go as a brand, and Microsoft as a company when it comes to gaming, and this is we're living it. So it's amazing to me to see that happening in real time. Hey, what's up, chat? Hey, what's up, guys? I'm so sorry. I am, dude. I'm trying to bounce back and forth here, guys. I'm 6 too, so please bear with me. Ecosystem manager, yeah. I remember. A shout out to Showstopper, man. Showstopper was the first person I had. This is back in the BGS days, man, with Next Gen and all those guys, man. And before Showstopper bounced, man, and started living his life because he had kids and he was a coach and all this stuff. He's the first person I heard talk about this stuff, and the way he broke it down is exactly what Microsoft did. So I always got to give a shout out to Showstopper. Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for being here, dude. I wanted to do videos. I just didn't have time, especially with all the news coming out. So I appreciate it, brother. What's up, Sega? Just a bad week for Sony. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Faded? Yeah, it was bad. Dude, they have been beaten into silence. I'm not gonna lie. If you're on social media like I am, especially Twitter, my gosh, dude, it is quiet. It is quiet. I mean, there's still stuff popping off, but not on the level as it was, man. The 2014, 2013, 2014, 2015 narratives that were out there that these guys were bashing us over the head constantly with, man, it's all turned back on Sony. Because the company didn't have the foresight. Their fan base is rabid. They don't really care about gaming, right? They only care about their brand. Look at Final Fantasy, man. That's supposed to be the game that they love, and look how much copies those sold. And we'll get into that with Phil Spencer, man. That Phil Spencer article, shout out to Kotaku. That's the first place I saw it, and I couldn't believe they actually wrote that. Sometimes people have moments of clarity, right? And that was one of those times. I actually shared the article on Twitter, and then Unlimited did a video talking about it. I'm going to take a little bit of a different perspective because I'm giving my own 2 cents with it, but I thought it was an excellent article where Phil Spencer was talking about AAA games. And if you guys have been following me and on this channel and following Hebot and all of us, dude, you know that we've been talking about that for years because the numbers just didn't add up. Yeah, so it's karma, bro. It's karma, dude. It's coming back around now. It's coming back around to bite them in the ass. I'm just gonna be honest, because all the stuff that they talked, all the trash that they talked all these years, is actually happening to Sony right now. Right, Sony finds themselves, as we saw with the numbers and the figures, right? They're not in second place when it comes to profitability, which is important. And a lot of people on the Sony side likes to put up the consoles. Fair enough, right? But putting up the console numbers, it only matters if people are actually buying not just the consoles but the content. We all know that. We've known that for years, right? Software is what sells. All right, this is Microsoft being the company that they are. They are a software company. more so that's on the PC side, but you know what I'm saying, right? They have Windows and all that kind of stuff. But when Microsoft shifted, and if you go back, just go back and look at all the changes that Microsoft was making as a whole, right? It paints a perfect picture of the gaming ecosystem. Like, even though that's a smaller part, the tech industry and stuff like that. This is why Microsoft, even though they've been hit with layoffs and stuff like that, they're not one of the companies that like the people. I'm pretty confident that people know they were going to get laid off. There was a possibility, but then you see a lot of these guys right now getting blindsided. Look what happened with Epic, right? Epic released people that they're supposed to be like the big. They have one of the biggest games and money making games of all time in Fortnite, which is ironic because Fortnite comes from the ID at Xbox program. Nobody gives Microsoft credit for that. You know that game, because I was playing Fortnite before it blew up. Because you guys know, if you guys know, I love zombie games, right? I love zombie content, and I love shooters. So and I love sim games, building games. Like I played like, Dismantled. I raved about that game. I like playing games. This is why I like Starfield so much, right? There's an aspect of Starfield where you can I just basically stay on my ship, visit a planet, explore, and build stuff. I get loot. Like I'll go, for example, I went to a mine last night, a fallen mine. This is the second fallen mine I found in my game, and it was amazing, dude. I went down there. I found some. You have to do that because you find elements that you won't get on just on the surface. You find some weapons, dude. You'll find some parts of that push the story forward. Just little things like that. I collected all that bounty. Went back to my ship, and in my ship, I actually have a workstation that has like all the workstations for weapons, your spacesuits, and industrial, right? That you can build stuff, like the frames and stuff that you need, right? And then on the other side, I have the research and pharmaceuticals, where so I can like make my own medicine and stuff like that. And because I collected so much elements and stuff like that, I'll just go to my. Now I need to bump up my production stuff, right? Like I don't have the highest skill, which I need to get, and I'm working on that. But what I can do is like I'll get like a regular Grendel, or best yet is you get a modified Grendel. Grendel's the gun, right? So if I get a weapon, I get a modified weapon, especially I go in there and then I can upgrade it and then I can add value to it. And then I unlock the skill where I get more. I maxed out my skill for the money. Right? Like I get like so much off of every purchase, and then I get so much like 25% more for the items I sell. Right, so that because of being encumbered, as you guys know, for the Bethesda, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. Um, if you guys know, right, when you play any Bethesda game, being encumbered is like a major thing. But at least with Starfield, I mean, I think they know the joke now, so it's kind of a joke in itself. But they give you ways around it. Like some people were asking me, like I showed my Frontier on Twitter, the ship I had, and then people were asking me, oh, how did you get so much cargo space? And you can, there's stuff that you can do. And it's not, and you're limited with the Frontier because it's a Class A ship. But all I did was put skill points into the cargo skill, like that's on the skill tree. And then I have one more to make it so hopefully I think I'll have either 1500 or 2000 space. So what that does for me, it allows me to play the game the way I want to. And that's I think a lot of people who don't like the game or I hear don't like the game. And I'm not talking about the haters, dude. Like 100% we don't talk about those guys are. I don't pay them any mind, but I'm talking about actual people who play it. Is that you have to play the game, you have to experience the game, right? You're just not playing it. It's just not about the single story. So if you're a person that don't like doing side quests, which I tend to be, I'll be honest with you, I don't tend to like it, but because of the universe of Starfield and the side quests are very interesting, so that keeps me engaged. I'm a very story driven guy. If you guys listen to my rants on Marvel, it's one of the reasons I can't stand Marvel right now, or some of the bigger like Disney in general, or some of the other people that put out content in the movie industries because it's just boring. Hey Reaper man, thanks for stopping in, brother. Yeah, but that's all I do, dude. I explore the planets. When I mean explore, I'll just jump to like different zones and look around. I am forced to do the side quests and the main storylines because of the XP, right? I want to try and get as much XP as possible. The great thing about it is when you do surveying and stuff like that, you get, especially if you did the missions, you get a lot of XP. So I think I'm at level 31, 32. I probably won't feel comfortable with my character because I'm a character-driven game or player. So that's why I love Starfield so much because it's a character-driven game, at least for me. So when I chose my character, my backgrounds, and all this kind of stuff, um, I did it for the single purpose. I'm a pilgrim, right? I have a certain type of religious, theological, and moral value to my character that I try to follow within the game. That's why I didn't do a lot of the cheats that people were doing. I saw it. A lot of the people were doing the cheats and stuff like that, but that's out of character for my character. So, and sorry, I didn't mean to get on a tangent, but hey, no more Jim Ryan. Break out the drinks. We need to toast. Yeah, Reaper, man. He's dude. And there's people like he's done so much great things. I didn't even know this guy until he was on top of PlayStation. Like he was the face of PlayStation. I had no idea who this dude was. And I know he comes from the European side, so it sounds like he had a lot of influence with the PlayStation in Europe. Them becoming a juggernaut over there, which I'll give him props for that, dude. I mean, I just don't care for PlayStation at all. So I mean, already I don't give this dude credit for nothing. Man. If I credit anybody, it's Phil Spencer. Because Phil Spencer, man, he went through a lot of stuff. And again, we'll talk about Phil, man, because he deserves that praise, man. This dude, I even have issues with Phil Spencer that I would be vocal about. Dude, E-Rock wanted him fired, dude. That's just E-Rock was so mad one time. He did this video, man, that he wanted Phil Spencer's head. But the cool thing about E-Rock, man, is that when he did a video saying, "Okay, I was wrong," and that's what you got to do sometimes, man. That's what I would do. If I'm wrong about something, I don't have no problem coming up here because I don't want to give false information, man. And for a lot of us, dude, we didn't know what Phil was doing, man. We was under assault. But guys like E-Rock, he bought 100 again, Sega Man Unlimited, all the usual Tuckmaster. He's been around for a while. But a lot of us, man, we didn't fall off to the wayside, man. It's just like, dude, some of you Xbox guys come in, you don't understand how it was, man. Like I see a lot of people like console boys are stupid. We all should come together. It's all about the games. I was like, dude, where were you, dude? I don't want to hear none of that, dude. 2013, you guys was nowhere to be found. Right? You guys was probably participating in it, hating on Xbox, man, because it was cool to do that. It was so bad, dude, because you couldn't. Like even if you wanted to, man, you had to be strong to do it. Dude, I would get eviscerated on that. I mean, if there was a picture scene of Xbox, dude, it would be Eba. Because that dude was put through the ringer, man. So I always have respect for my brother, man. And he's very strong. Some people's like, oh, his opinions and stuff like that, they're toxic and they're strong. I'm like, no, dude, you understand, man. You need people like Eba in this type of console war battles and stuff like that. As stupid as some people think it might be. But I don't want to hear none of that from people. Like all these people want to come together. No, 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 because that just means that you wasn't around in 2013 to 2015. I'll even go as far as 2017. Microsoft was turning the ship around, but they was getting all kind of hate. The amount of people that was just doing it for clicks, and then of course you just have the regular people that just hate Microsoft and Xbox. So I don't want to hear, I don't want to hear none of that. Come together stuff. We'll come together after Sony's gone. That's when we'll come together. Because they've been doing. We've been talking about this for a long time. They're the ones that actually everything that the Sony ponies talk about that Microsoft does, Sony is actually doing. They're the ones that's been holding us back, man. Microsoft was ready from the jump because they had the course correct, right? They had to find another way, and they did it by buying everybody. Dude, every time I see that, man, I just think about that Batman, that scene from Justice League. That's one of my favorite scenes of all time in any comic book movie. When the Flash says to Bruce Wayne, "What's your superpower?" He just looks at him, and the way Ben Affleck did it too, man, that was a great shot. He basically told him, "Yeah, my superpower." He goes, "What's your superpower?" He goes, "I'm rich." That's Microsoft's superpower, man. They're $1 trillion company. And they're nice though, dude. That's what gets me about it. And I say people say, no, you're saying that because you're an Xbox. No, I say that because that pisses me off about that. Like I told you guys, man, I'm more of a scorched earth kind of guy, dude. I'm just like, look, just drop the bombs and then we'll fix everything after. But you just level everything and then you come back in and fix it. You don't kind of partially do it. You just go in there and then whack everything, and then come in and fix it. It's easier that way. And that's the way I am. But I'm telling you, man, I'm waiting for Sony to die. And I'm not being facetious, man. I mean it, dude. They are on death watch, man. They are on suicide watch right now. Unless they can pull something unless they can do a Nintendo, like how Nintendo saved themselves with the Switch. And there's no hate on Nintendo, man. I mean, they found ways to survive. I think they're in this groove right now where they understand where they are and where their business is and who their fans are. Um, but even Nintendo, man, they're gonna have to step up to the next level sometime. So it's best for them to do it now under their terms. I got no hate for Nintendo, man. I tell you what, I can't stand Sony though. You guys know me, which is ironic because I was the biggest Sony fanboy back in the day, but not under the games. This is before the video game, before the PlayStation. Man. Their electronics, everything I own, like I said this before, everything I own was a Sony because they just had quality product, man. There's a reason why they were the best in the electronics division, and not even that's true, man. South Korea's like on South Korea's taking over on that. Shoot, they were having problems with their TVs when Vizio stepped into the market. I remember that. Trust me, man. I've been around for a while, dude. I think they quiet because they're waiting on Spider-Man reviews. Oh, dude, it faded. Did you see that IGN video that everybody's been sharing? That's how it's, dude. I'm telling you, man, that's sad. That is really sad because they're so used to it being that way. You know what I mean? This is like the new normal for them, man. This is like foreign. Like they don't understand like the memes people were making about the screen, right? Which they started right there. People was hating on the Starfield screen, saying it was plain. And then the funny thing is when I started playing Starfield and I saw the screen, I was like, I'm a kind of a minimalist kind of person anyway. I don't like a lot of unless it's comic books from back in the day, right? Like Marvel comics back in the day was basically they're trying to sell that product, right? So it looked like a used car dealership, all the signs all over the comic book covers. Um, but the thing I did not know because people were sharing screenshots is it's actually moves, right? You have that dark kind of with the cresting of the light around the void, but then as but what's happening is the screen starts moving, and then you're not in a void, right? That's actually a planet that's blocking out the light from the star or the sun, and then it's moving, and then the light shows, and then the thing comes up, and I'm like, dude, this is amazing. I was like, well, dude, this is how you know people don't play the games, right? They just see a screenshot, some idiots had put something on there, and then all of a sudden, bam, right, right, it goes viral, and then you actually get the game, then you play it, and then you're like, oh no, these never played it because they're wrong. Yeah, but that's Spider Man. I can't wait for the Spider Man reviews either, Jeremy. Sony has no ecosystem. Yeah, yeah, Jeremy, on purpose. Sorry guys, I'll try and catch up with these chats now. Sony has no ecosystem, right? And that's by choice. That they that's one thing about the gaming industry, man. It has highs and lows, and for a lot of the people that participate, whether it's Nintendo, Sega from back in the day, Atari back in the day, right? Um, People have a game plan, like all businesses, and they go by that game plan. And sometimes you misjudge, and that's what happened with Sony. Yeah, and this is what happens when and Sony should have learned that lesson from the PS2 to the PS3 era, but they did not, right? They got cocky, right? Their fan base was not as bad as they're not as toxic. They're irritating back then, but they're very toxic now. But that's what they chose to go with, man, because that's what their people are saying. Embrace their selling studios. What if Microsoft get Gearbox and Crystal Dynamics? I had a couple of thoughts on that. I talked about this a couple months ago, actually. I think when the whole thing was like when Microsoft was buying a lot of people, and I said it because I can't believe to me, especially on the Xbox side, I really don't care about the Sony side, but on the Xbox side, it amazes me that a lot of people doubt Microsoft and what they're willing to do and who they can buy, right? I mean, you would think after they bought AKB, for me, the whole Mojang thing was a big deal. And granted, I had kids at the time. My kids were playing. They were kind of transitioning from Minecraft, but they were still heavily into Minecraft. Like both my son and my daughter. Did we have all the merchandise, right? I even bought hoodies and the whole thing. They made money off of us. But when they did that, I thought it was a big deal because it hit close to home with me, right? Because I actually have kids who play the game and I buy the stuff. You thought that was you thought people would have been quiet after that, but no, they didn't. And then when the Bethesda deal kicked off, people knew, like the people in the know and the people in the industry was like, okay, this is real. But still, because they gotta, there's a rabid fan base out there, and they gotta feed their fan base, and they gotta stay relevant, and they gotta make money. Still did not put the emphasis on it that they should have. Now, when AKB dropped, that all the cards. That's why I say all the time on Twitter, all the cards are off the table, man. When somebody tells me, like for me, I want them to buy Sega. Then you have these people that'll chime in and be like, well, they're a Japanese company, and Japanese that or whatever. Trust me, dude. I don't care where country you from, what you Japanese, you Taiwanese, whatever it is, dude. It's money. It's money. Money talks, right? And Microsoft has a lot of it. And a lot of things Microsoft don't get credit for on the Xbox side, naturally, but with Microsoft, I have to say Microsoft because it's the money aspect, right, which is the biggest thing. But all the resources and the connections and the networking. There's a reason why Microsoft bought LinkedIn, right? There's a reason why Microsoft. There's a method to their madness, of why they do these kind of things. So for me, yeah, faded. I'm 100%. They buy them. They could do. I said this in Unlimited's chat. They could actually do what they've been doing. Because if you remember when they wanted to buy all these studios, a lot of the studios on there they did not outright buy them. But if you look at Game Pass, Humble Games, Paradox, um, Annapurna, dude, what's wrong with me, man? I forget. There's a bunch of people that was on that list that, if you notice, man, Microsoft have a lot of their games day one in Game Pass, and they're awesome games, dude. I love them. Digital Revolver, Weird West. I love that game. So a lot of these games drop into Game Pass. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Microsoft has to buy everybody, but they partner with them. They make these deals with them, similar to a sense of Sony, but um, similar to Sony, but not on that level. You know what I'm saying? Not as dirty. I don't know how else to put it. I don't trust Sony with their deals and stuff like that. Because Sony always looks out for themselves. Or Microsoft actually looks at, which makes sense, right? Microsoft will look at the entirety of this of the ecosystem because they're in the ecosystem. It's like living in Hawaii, right? It's just like ancient Hawaiian back in the day, right? One of the things they believe is you grow in certain periods of time and then you only collect what you need because you live on an island. Resources are limited, right? So you want to make sure that you have not just for yourself, but for your kids, for your future generations and stuff like that. That's how it's taught, right? And so it's interesting to see Microsoft when they're doing that. And I'm not saying that they study Hawaiian. What I'm saying is that they understand that ecosystem pattern and how to manipulate an ecosystem in a good way for everybody, right? For them, for profit, for future endeavors, for the developers who are, they're looking at everybody and they're the consumer, even if it has a motive of cost or a motive of profit, dude, you have to do that. It's just the reality of it, man. As you guys know, man, when you guys go to the grocery store, dude, this is driving me nuts because there's so many people talking about how bad the industry is and stuff like that. Dude, the economy is bad, right? The economy is bad. I know a lot of these guys that make these videos have to have the news, the mainstream media tell them that the economy is bad, which they won't say anything about, but it is, right? All you have to do is go down and buy a shed of groceries, and the milk that you bought 1 year ago is like $2-3 more today, right? Your bills are higher, right? So naturally, man, the tech industry has always been immune to this kind of stuff, but it's not like that anymore, man, because the reality is setting in, dude. The world is one big ecosystem, right? And that's what's happening right now. You're basically suffering from that, right? So even if no matter how much money you have, dude, you're going to be affected by it because the cost of everything goes out. Like if you're a businessman, it costs money. It costs more money to do stuff, right? To keep talent, right? To pay for production, shipping, all of this stuff, dude. Nobody's immune right now. Now you might not be suffering like other people, but you're gonna feel it. And so that's why a lot of these places are laying people off. Like I said, Epic earlier, dude, they laid off people. They're like the biggest industry. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to go on a tangent. I'm trying to catch up with the stuff. Yeah, yeah, I'm all for that faded, man. Crystal Dynamics, especially. Gearbox would be a great get, just so you could throw in all the Borderlands stuff. But I still stick with Sega, and then EA is still a big for me. So I have to admit, man, Valve is on my hit list right now. And again, I say that on social media. People's like, Valve is too big. I'm like, dude, nobody's too big. Dude, you guys should have learned that by now. Hey, what's up, realist? Yeah, sorry. This is like, actually, I'm sick. I was supposed to go somewhere, but I can't because I don't want to. I woke up this morning. I wasn't feeling good, dude. And I woke up this morning. I was hurting. Probably didn't hurt that. It probably didn't help that I paid like four hours of Starfleet or shit. But that's all I can do, man. I didn't want to go out anywhere, dude. I was like, fever. I got the whole thing, and I took medication. So I was sleepy. So yeah, dude. Thanks for showing up, brother. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer. Yeah, shout out to King David, right? Shout out to King David. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really watch the Iron Lords podcast. Um, but I'll watch it now just because King David is on there. Because King David calls out the other dudes on there. Look, dude, I bleed green, man. I can't stand listening to some of these people when they're like, "Well, Microsoft needs to do AAA games. Microsoft they need AAA games and stuff like that." And what did Phil Spencer say? Exactly the same thing. He bought. Sorry, guys, I'm catching up with this. Yeah, so a shout out to King David, man. That dude's for real. Like, look, I don't care that live your life the way that you want and stuff like that, dude. But when it comes to this particular things in the gaming community, like I said, yeah, that bleed green. That's how it is. It's just like I'm a Steeler fan. I believe black and gold. Some of you guys might be like a Raider fan, whatever, dude. You guys know what. And I only say that because like we old school when it comes to our sports too, right? I mean, it's just like you represent your team no matter what. Yeah, dude. I want that. I want them to just choke out Sony and for Sony to be gone. Like I said, dude, they don't do anything. Man. They just don't. They've been holding us back. They don't bring anything new to the table, man. They always copying Microsoft. And then yeah, all of that wouldn't bother me. So we have to deal with them. Their fans, man, and they're dishonest and they lie, and they're the worst type of liar. They don't think it's wrong. They think it's business. Yeah, yeah, dude. They're so full of salt. That's why they're quiet, man. I mean, it is quiet on Twitter, dude. It's actually kind of actually was posting stuff outside of gaming. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, dude. We're gonna keep it. We'll keep it going, man. This isn't over for us. They trash Xbox for years. And some of them. Echo. Well, thank you for joining. They trash Xbox for years, and suddenly some of them. I'm neutral. I always had an Xbox. Yep. Because they see it, dude. They read the writing on the wall. They read the writing on the wall, man. They know that it's going to be like a point in time where, and I'll say this, dude. Sony will not dominate the narratives, and Sony won't dominate the industry. I don't think they do, anyway, because they're not as varied as Microsoft, and Xbox even. Um, and then and the biggest thing is when Sony goes away, because like I said, dude, they are on suicide watch. There's a reason why Jim Ryan got let go. I know what the story that they gave, which is nice, you know. Yeah, we understand that, but in corporate speak, that's corporate speak. In reality, dude, that dude has been taking major L's. This is why I don't. People are saying, well, you know, he's done a lot for the industry. You know, maybe I missed it. Like I said earlier in the podcast, maybe on the European side, which I don't really follow as much. Um, but yeah, that dude got let go. Look at all the L's he took, man. The laundry list of stuff it's total. It's a, it's basically like a bizarre world type of thing, right? It's just like it's total the opposite of Phil. Everything Phil did, Jim did the exact opposite, and Phil's winning and Jim lost. So that's enough said with that. Oh, I'm sorry, Google. Let me know really quickly what you thought. Are you talking about the Phil Spencer thing? Just reiterate. Sorry, I'm behind. I'm trying to catch up. Oh, dude, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. But I will say he bought that. Once my daughter comes down, then I gotta go. It's waiting for her. Hold on, guys. Let me get our brother in here. Rebodicus, the um, the ultimate ex-bodying, uh, the person I like to credit with taking the arrows for this community. Bear with me, guys. I'm just sending a link. Uh, you know, one day I'll get this. I'll get this down, dude. I'm an old man, dude. I got old man syndrome. Ebot, I sent it, dude, on Twitter, since that's the fastest one I can get to. And yeah, hit me up and I'll put you in, dude, so we can celebrate together. So we can take a bow together, man. And we'll transition to that with Phil when Sheba gets in and all the stuff that Phil, especially that article that was released by Kotaku, man. That was, if there's anything that says the writing is on the wall, it's that article. And then for a lot of us, not just talking about the group of guys we're in, man, all of you guys in the chat that knew this. This is the great thing about the Xbox community, man. It's a great community. And people here are just not sheep, which is why I love it. You know, I'm not the type of person that I have to be the center of attention. In fact, I like being more the cog in the wheel, if I'm being honest. But the great thing is, I learn as much as the stuff that I know, I learn even more from this chat. Which is why I like to do shows like this because, Ebot, if you're still there, brother, I sent it. Sorry about it. I'm just trying to catch up with this. Yeah, thank you, Google. 100%. That's one of the things I hate about this generation, man. Because we don't have Rise Son of Rome 2. You know, how many times have you seen that when Game Pass became um like when Game Pass started hitting the radar a little bit more? Because we had Game Pass for years, but when people started paying attention and subscribing to it, then they play games like Sunset Overdrive and they play like Rise Son of Rome. They're like, oh, what is this game? I never heard of it. That's what that was, man. They put the whammy on those things, man. And as gamers, that should offend everybody. I don't care what side you're on, man. I mean, we lost franchises in that 2013, man. That's one to this day, man. I'll go up against anybody that tells me that's not one of the best lineups ever, because I come from a time where a console launched with one game, and it was a particular game. Right? In the case of Nintendo, it was usually Super Mario. Right? In the case of Sega, right, Sonic. And Xbox had Halo Master Chief, and still does to this day, man. I don't know where all these people coming out. Halo is dead, man. You guys are nuts. Nothing is going to kill Halo. Halo is synonymous with Xbox. It's synonymous with Microsoft. It is what it is, dude. It's just like saying that Sonic will die. It's like when DC killed Superman. Any comic book fan knew that Superman wasn't going to be dead, right? But it hit the news, dude. I remember that. It was on the news. The only time, other thing I seen that was Spider-Man got married. Spider-Man got married. They had a big wedding and stuff that hit the news. That was national news. And then when they decided that they were going to have to kill Superman, and people was like, why are they going to kill him? I remember that, dude. That was crazy. And crazy good. Because there were some people that was really upset. Of course, it was a great series, right? I'm a Marvel fanboy, but I always give props to anybody that writes a great comic book story. Even I used to go toe to toe with DC guys. I can't do that anymore because there's no DC and Marvel guys anymore. Dude, it's sad. It's sad we've come to this, right? I hate more on Marvel than probably most DC guys, just because they should be doing better. But I'm talking comic books and their cinematic universe. But for Superman, and then it was a change, right? It was something. It allowed them to kind of reinvent the character, and I feel in a good way. I'm not the biggest DC fan, like I said. Some of the DC guys can take issue with that, and so be it, man. If you're a hardcore fan, respect. This is why I don't talk on specific things. Like I love the Lord of the Rings, grew up with the Lord of the Rings, but there are Tolkienists out there that I will succeed to just because they're huge fans. So yeah, but Sony, yeah, they're dirty. Yeah, they are, and again, they're really bad because they just call it business, so they have no moral compass. That's just the way Sony is. For a lot of people that understand their culture and their business background, that's how it is. What's up? Yeah, hey, Mr. Kimo, what up? What up, bro? Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it, dude. Kind of off the cuff things. The rest, I've been saying this for a year. Gaming isn't as healthy as we're thinking. Yeah, dude, it's in flux. It's in flux. I've felt the same way too, but it's been proving more so for me lately. I mean, for at least 2 years now, just because of Game Pass. Game Pass kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things because if I'm being realistic, I'm not hating on it, but it should be bigger than what it is. If Game Pass released when I was a kid, dude, that thing would be that would be the biggest thing since sliced bread. And it is. It's a game changer. It's a market changer. There's a lot of reasons why Game Pass needs to exist. But I'm saying overall, the gaming community, and this is why Sony needs to go, right? Because this is something they would use, and their fan base would use to kill. They're trying to kill Game Pass, dude. That's why I don't consider them gamers. If you're a gamer, dude, you should like Game Pass, and this is why I'm Xbox all in too. Because it is a console war with these guys, dude. They're trying to control the narrative, and they're trying to kill Xbox, dude. And I'm like, no, dude. If you kill Xbox, who's going to innovate? There is no other people innovating. I'll give Nintendo their props, but Nintendo is in their own small ecosystem within their world that they inhabit. That they do some amazing things. But on the bigger scale of stuff, no, dude. I don't want to be playing handhelds, dude. I can't play handhelds, dude. I have like neck issues now. Right? I go to my chiropractor, man. She'll smack me upside the head. She's like, dude, don't look at your phone. Right? I'm already, and I don't really because I can't because I my job involves me staring at the screen. That's why I don't really like playing PC games and stuff like that. I don't want to be on the PC. It takes all I can to do this thing on my PC. This is fine because I'm not really typing and all that kind of stuff, but that's my job. Right? So no, Game Pass opened up a lot of eyes. Open my eyes really wide when it comes to this gaming community, man. And I've been saying this for a while, man, but it was just verified with Game Pass. These people do not play. These guys are not gamers. Majority of these people are not gamers. This is why you find such camaraderie in the Xbox community because most of the people in the Xbox community buy games, play games, beat their games if they have the time. I'm guilty of that, dude. Time is my greatest. When I was younger, it was money. Now that I'm older and I can buy stuff, my greatest enemy right now is time. For a lot of things, not just gaming, but for a lot of people that profess to be gamers at half the time that are actually that's their job is to do gaming, man, and they're not they're not gamers, guys. And the sooner people realize that, the quicker we can deal with this. Aspire is owned by Embracer. KOTOR gets canceled. CD has layoffs. It's hard. And Microsoft just last with them. Yeah, because Microsoft prepared. Like when the pandemic kicked off, right? That's where their teams blew up. They were riding that crest of gaming because people were stuck at home, right? But then they have other ways, right? They have multiple options. They have plans. You have a plan A, people have a plan B. Microsoft A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So it doesn't surprise me that they would have a conversation about can Xbox survive. I'm pretty sure they were talking about that across the market, and that's why I try and say that if you're an Xbox guy, remember this, dude. The only person that's going to get rid of Xbox is Microsoft. The only person that's going to kill Xbox is Microsoft. It's not going to be Sony. It's not going to be the gamers. It's none of those guys, right? It's Microsoft looking at their product and saying, is this performing? So that doesn't surprise me that they would do that. It's the nature of their business, right? Look, Panos, he's leaving. He's leaving Microsoft, dude. That dude did so much for the Surface, on the Surface side thing. Or at least I like them, right? Bring a little bit of a touch to the Microsoft, to the aesthetics, and so to speak, with their stuff. But then now he's going to Amazon. I think I heard there was a loggerhead that he had, and I just liked watching him. He's got a certain style about him, on the stage. I can't do any of that kind of stuff, dude. I'm very, as you guys can tell by my videos, man, I'm not a very animated person. That's why I tend to gravitate towards people like that, right? Because it impresses me that people can be that way. I know some of it does with personality, but some of it is also I learned it and crafted. People are craftsmen when it comes to, like Ebot. Ebot can do that with the way he talks. E-Rock. And Realist, when you're on, dude, a lot of people like the things you say, but not just the things you say, but the way you say it. So. But yeah, so it doesn't surprise me that Microsoft is looking at that. Any big businesses. I don't listen to most big channels. I stick to the independent. Yeah, you can't listen to the big channels, man. It's basically like they feel like lobbyists to me, right? Because there's a part. This is why I won't. Like when I did videos for TV and stuff, and I have people reach out to me to sponsor. I'm like, no, because if I don't like your TV next year, I would feel obligated to speak nicely about it, and I don't want to. And it'll just be bad for everybody involved. Especially when the 4K stuff kicked off. But but a lot of them you can tell. Like a channel like iJustine, like I don't mind watching iJustine because I like the way she covers things, right? In the sense of very across the board. Now, if you can do that, that's awesome. But then a lot of these guys dip into the console world, and then it's one-sided, and then that's why I don't follow most of them. I don't follow any pony, that's for sure, but definitely on the Xbox side, dude, there's so many channels. I can't. This is why I love Unlimited. Was upset because he was making all these back-to-back videos, which I was happy for because I can't watch anybody else, dude. I only watch the people that are in our circle. If any of you guys in the chat, man, decide to start doing it, let me know, dude. I will definitely follow you. I will follow you because I need good content. I don't need the flashy lights and the shows and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that I share in the Xbox community are just made by guys who are just promoting the games or excited about the games. They're not really, when I say they're hardcore X and stuff like that, they don't need to be, but or hardcore Xbox, they don't need to be, but it's just nice to see people excited about what games are coming in, that are just gamers, right? Phil proved to everyone that he can be cutthroat. Sony started this war with third-party exclusive. Yeah, I think the wake-up call though was definitely, like they were talking about the Bethesda thing, right? That they're going to block Starfield, and I believe that 100%. That's totally just like, well, we don't know if that's going to happen. They might have said, no, dude, that's Sony. Like that fits Sony like a glove. Dude. That's they've been doing this way before, dude. They did this to Sega way back in the day. And I would talk about it. People would say I was nuts. I was a Sega fanboy and stuff like that. Now we see everything coming out. Okay, so that's the thing about the truth, guys. That's why it's good to tell the truth. Because over time, it'll reveal itself. It always does. Whether you do it because you mess up or a series of events or an FTC case where everything gets exposed. Like, dude, you guys tell me, man. Am I the only guy that loved the leak when it came to Phil Spencer? And people are acting like this is, oh my gosh, I can't believe this got out. It's just spells trouble for Microsoft. I read the release. I'm like, dude, this is awesome. As an Xbox guy, I'm like, yeah, dude, this is what we should be doing. Now, I know I'm some psychotic console warmonger, Right. This is what I get accused of being some kind of console war neocon and stuff like that. But I'm like, dude, this is what we should be doing, dude. In fact, we're not doing enough, Phil. You know what you really should do? You just buy everybody and just destroy destroy these guys. They've been around way too long. They should have gone the way of the dodo, the way of the dinosaur. I'm talking about Sony a long time ago, man. Their business practices is one thing, but it's just their business in general, dude. The things that they do, like I tell these dudes all the time, dude, it's not the 90s, man. You're not that company anymore, Sony. You need to innovate, right? You used to be that way. And when you were innovative, you had a moniker of success with that. Right? Especially if you have like a rabid fan base, like a psychotic fan base like you guys do. I mean, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. All of a sudden, Sony people are talking out about stuff, right? Supposedly. All I know is that somebody shared a clip of Amazing Lucas. The funny thing about Amazing Lucas, I used to follow him because of the politics side. But then when I found out he was a pony, and then he started getting exposed, I was like, dude, I should have known. Because all ponies are like that, dude. And but even he did a video about Spider-Man. Somebody shared the clip. I don't watch it, but I was like, yeah, dude, somebody that's because that's truth right there. Exactly what he's saying, man. It's the same game. That's what Xbox guys have been saying. And I'm talking about Xbox guys that came over to Xbox, right? Because they can play different games with variety. Because they say that on the pony side or on the PlayStation side, right? These dudes get ostracized, man. They get hated on, death threats. Look at all the guys that are talking about it now that own both PlayStation and Xbox, but now they seem to favor Starfield and they're getting hated on. Even though they still like their PlayStation, they'll be buying Spider-Man 2, right? They get threats, right? They get ostracized. And I just like, yeah, dude, that's that side. That's what we've been telling you guys all the time, man. Sony ponies are the most toxic. This is why I have no problem calling them ponies. So people, shouldn't you be nice and lighten up and let's all come together? I'm like, no, dude, these dudes need like E-Rock says, man, keep your boot on their throat. I can't say like E-Rock. E-Rock puts a lot. He puts some emphasis in that statement, but he's right, 100%. And another thing, from the wisdom of E-Rock, man, is hold on, guys. Let me make sure I'm not. Hey, I'm sorry if I missed you, Hiba, bro. I wish you were in here, dude. I didn't even know I was gonna do this, man. This is like off the cuff. Um, the great thing that E-Rock said that I took to heart, man, and that's what I've been doing is, man, is just let them sleep, dude. And he was right, right? Because you see these guys are shocking out right now, man, not understanding what's going on. I'm talking about the Sony side, and on the pony bots. Pony bots are the same way. That's why they're fumbling right now. What can I say? Unfortunately for them, they have a record of their statements, both on social media and on YouTube. They've done videos, excoriating Microsoft and Phil Spencer. Where's my AAA titles, man? We were losing because we have AAA titles. Meanwhile, again, we'll transition into this. I was hoping Ebot will come in. But we'll transition into this now where Phil Spencer basically laid it all on the line. And everything we've been talking about, both me, Hebot, all the E-Rock, all of us that knew better. Oh, shout out to Dea. Sorry, Dea. Shout out to you. And the chat, bro. All of you guys know this stuff, dude. I'm not sitting here that I'm like the ultimate knowledge of it. We all know this, right? Because we all grew up in a time where box office receipts matter. It's still the same, right? Everybody waits for a movie to release, and they want to see the receipts, right? Like Marvel was a big thing, right? If you're a Marvel Cinematic Universe fan, that first Iron Man was pretty good sign, and then this thing moved on, right? And they started breaking $1 billion. I think Spider-Man was the first to do the 100 million, right? Like I think his opening was 90 something. And those numbers, man, because what it shows, and people can relate to that because what it shows at its base elements, as it shows that it can give you a live look at what's actually happening. You can actually see it happening in real time. Right. And so if you're telling me that everybody wants these games, I said this to Tim Dog on Twitter, because this guy was coming against Tim Dog, and I wrote not to Tim Dog, but on his timeline to the dude. I'm like, dude, if God of War was as big as you said it was, if The Last of Us and that other zombie, I can't, not Horizon Zero Dawn, but the other one, the one about that zombie, the dude on the bike, right? Yeah, it tells you I don't keep up with something like that. but we would be like on their 5th, 6th, 7th iterations if those games sold like people make it out to be. Right? It's just like when you see a movie that's successful, what does the studio do? Boom, green light the sequel's coming out in a year and a half. Well, they don't do that now because it sucks. But I'm just saying, right? When you had Ghostbusters, what did we get? Ghostbusters 2, right? And I'm not talking. I mean, they green light it. Right? Some of this, that the turnaround on some of this stuff is amazing to me. At least back in the day when I grew up, that's an indicator of if something was successful, man. And you don't get that on the Sony side. Then you have the president of Sony coming on and basically having a moment of clarity and chastising his own people because you see them on social media. Day one, man, this is the greatest game, AAA, da da da, this and that. And then the president of Sony comes on and goes, dude, this is, you guys don't buy the game, man. It costs money to make games, right? We need to see a profit, a return, which I think was in the chat. You could use the proper terminology that I'm messing up, but you see what I'm saying, right? You would see that in real time. Yeah, Faded. I agree with you, man. He's a silent assassin. I'll acknowledge him that way from now on. Because he is a nice guy, dude. Don't believe what everybody's saying. Like, oh yeah, he really hates this and that and stuff like that. No, Faded, you're right, dude. He can be cutthroat, 100%. But you got some of these guys making him out like he's like Jim Ryan now. It's like, no, he's not. I wish he was in some. Yeah, I can speak on that just for the simple fact I wish he was like that. That's why I say that. Yeah, it bugs me when people keep saying Xbox needs AAA games when a game like Age of Empires 4 and MS Flight Sim are serious games. It shows how much people still buy into corny movie games as AAA. Yeah, perfect example, Google. Thank you, man. Thank you for using these two games especially. Because I have not played Age of Empires 4. I mean, I've barely gone through Age of Empires 2, which is my favorite Age of Empires. And MS Flight Simulator. The problem I have with Flight Simulator, if I'm being honest, man, is I just don't have perspective. Like, it's something I worried about when I play Starfield because of the space battles. But they made it arcadey enough for me. Like the arcadey games I play, like, so if it comes to racing, and that's why I like Forza. Though I love Horizon. I mean, Forza Horizon. I love Forza because Forza still has that touch of arcadey. But that's the way I like to play games. So for Flight Sim, it's awesome. It looks beautiful, but it's just it's so technical for me. And I know you can dumb it down and stuff like that, but I feel like I'm not getting the experience of it. And it's not that I won't play it. It's just that we're just inundated with so many games. Like I believe didn't Cocoon drop today. I still haven't played Liza P. I downloaded it. I haven't played that. I haven't played Party Animals. I wanted to do that this weekend. I'll try and jump on that just because it looks like a fun game. I like playing those kind of games. Like the news of Fall Guys, man. That upsets me just for the simple fact that because people got laid off and it's Epic, right? Epic owns them, and they're like, this is why it made such big news that they laid off people in the game. From all every time I jump on, there's always the games going on. It seems very popular. I know it's selling well in the store. This is why I tell you it's just more about people playing the game and buying stuff. But it's the economy. The economy's bad like it is. People don't have secondary cash. They don't have luxury cash. Right? Like people are seriously looking at This is why when you go like here in Hawaii, it's like somebody will sell gas for a certain price, so you have like dollar hot dog nights and the thing's packed. Right? Because people are looking to save money. Because the necessities is a lot gone up. Is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, this is what happens, dude. And this is the Xbonians doing this. I mean, this is the Ponybots doing this. Xbox needs AAA series AAA games. To show me when a AAA game does the numbers of COD, then I'll believe you. How about that? We'll go with that, right? Because I don't see it, especially on the PlayStation side. When you supposedly have 140 million base owning the console, something's wrong with that, dude. That's something. Somebody at Sony should be sitting there going, okay, we have 140 billion consoles sold, but we only sell 3 million of this copy, right? So either what is the Sony fan base doing, right? And when you opened up those questions and people can have honest conversation, we can have an honest conversation, as Realist said earlier in his comment about the state of gaming in general, because that's the way I look at it, dude. The overall state, right? Like a lot of these people are making videos about the live service games, and again, it drives me nuts because it's the economy is factoring into it as well, because a lot of people will buy a game like Starfield, but Starfield has mileage. Right? Now, there's some people that are not going to like Starfield because maybe don't like that kind of game. Right? Maybe don't like the side quest or actually exploring and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's people legit that are not going to like that stuff. But if you like that stuff and you buy that one game, you can actually just live in that game. And the live service games that are successful now have a built-in base, right? And then they're buying the stuff so they're able to stay successful. But because of the cost of all this stuff going on, you see these guys doing it now. With some of the stuff that they're offering, dude, is absolutely ridiculous, man. Because they're trying to maintain that cash flow level. And unfortunately, stuff like that, like I say, when I look at Fall Guys, it's not on the level of a COD, dude, but it seems popular to me. I play it, and I'm like, dude, this game's awesome. I see a lot of people always playing it. So when you see a layoff like that, dude, there's more to it than just the game not being good or that they're losing money, dude. They could be making the money, but they're not making enough money, which a lot of the Sony guys are finding out real quick, right? The realist, it hasn't been healthy as it used to be because the game's not longer and more expensive to make. The big publishers always bought into always need a hit. It's changing now, though. Yeah, global, exactly. And it needs to change. And Microsoft is changing. It's helping with that, dude, because they're working with people that. But that's one of the things we hear about Game Pass. The indie developers that love Game Pass, it's an avenue for them to um, get their game recognized. Right? Just recognized, just to get somebody to play it. And then the profit margin is covered by Microsoft. We can't get into the details of it. I mean, things have leaked, but we don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure at some level they're making a profit, or at least a profit, so that they continue making games. Because at their core, right, they want to make the games they want to make. And Microsoft is doing that. I think one of the things that they have to consider as well is when they put big name games, right? It amazes me how Microsoft can maintain that balance of AAA, indie, 2A, the length that these games stay in there, if they're long enough, man, the amount that they got to put out, right? As we saw for some of the releases, man, like when you have a company like WB saying, or was it WB or was it, I think it was Warner Brothers, right? They said the 300 million, or no, was that Rockstar? Like a 300 million a month to put their game in Game Pass. I'm like, no, dude. Uh, I mean, okay, so maybe I shouldn't say this, but for me, 300 million is a lot of money a month. So I kind of look at that. I'm like, no, I would do it, but I don't know the internals, man. I don't work in Microsoft. Right? I don't know if they return investment on there. I mean, for some reason, other people that hate on Microsoft know the return investment on Game Pass. I don't, right? But I mean, I'm just looking at it from a peasant type of perspective on my end. I'm like, that's why I support them buying people, right? Because when they own the property, then they can do what they want. And more importantly, to me, it's not just about the ownership. It's about the ownership in the sense of that they won't be taken advantage of like they have been all these other times from other companies, right? And those small companies, man. I mean, we won't go into the details or name names, but we all know who they are. Dude, that they thought grass was greener on the other side. They went over there and it's not because of this fake false narrative that needs to be destroyed, and which Microsoft is doing. The FTC case really showed how the game. Yeah, FTC. That's why the whole AKB thing, dude. When that kicked off, dude, and I loved it. And I know I was one of the few people. People thought I was nuts. Right? A lot of people thought that would be bad for Microsoft. I'm like, no, because Microsoft is Microsoft. We know who Microsoft is. What people don't know is what the FTC is, which is a government agency who loves to waste taxpayer money based on ideological causes. It's basically their personal crusades, right? And they have no qualms about doing that. That was exposed, and then the gaming industry itself was exposed, right? As far as where the industry is and how sick it is and how it needs to change. And Microsoft knows this, and that's why Microsoft came out smelling like roses because all the stuff they've been doing, you know, it's like they had a crystal ball for a lot of people because a lot of people believe the false narratives and follow IGN and all these losers, right? And they think they know what they know, but they don't. And then a case like this comes around, smacks them upside the head, and that's how you got some of the people on the Xbox side. So they kind of was like looking at that, I'm like, I think they're lying. I don't think the FTC respects me as a consumer, and I think Sony lies. And the gaming media, I think they are lying. Look at the amount of tweets you see people say. I never thought when people used to tell me that when people used to tell me that there was bias, I never believed it. But after now, I'm like, dude, okay, welcome. You're late to the party, but welcome. Come inside. Yeah, come here. Right, here, grab a drink. Go talk to the other new guys that are in the group. I see that Fertanga put out a tweet saying that still he's in denial of it. Well, he'll wake up one day. Dude, it's so blatant, dude. It's been obvious, like for guys like us for the longest time, man. I mean, how could you miss it? Yeah, but yeah, exactly, Faded. That was much needed, just like Starfield was needed, because you have a built-in fan base that Bethesda has already. I'm pretty sure Bethesda was a little bit more geared up for the hate this time around, unlike when they were acquired by Microsoft and it became official. I remember Pete Hines, man. He was out there defending stuff, defending their ideas and stuff like that. And in some instances, kind of throwing Microsoft under the bus. I mean, that's fine. He's just being honest. But I think that was baptism by fire, man. Like he realized, as everybody at Bethesda realized, when you're with Microsoft, it's a whole nother beast. Now, the great thing again is, like we talked about earlier, Microsoft superpowers is that they're rich, so they have that going for them, and the fact that they support these companies, studios, and how I feel is the right way. Like I don't, dude. You guys might disagree with me, dude. I'm glad there was hands off with Redfall. I actually like Redfall. I do. It does have its problems. And the only, like I said this before, guys, the only problem I have with Redfall is when I play it, I understand that what they wanted to do with that game was not even scratched. They didn't even scratch that surface yet. So it was great for me to hear Pete Hines come on and say we have not given up on this game, and I'm glad to hear that because the foundation is laid in that game. They just got to add on to it, right? There's because look, I said this when I play, right? I know it's not complete because when I go in, dude, there's sometimes you can pick up a Clorox. There's things you can pick up as items, and then you go into other houses or other areas, and then you can't pick those same items up. They probably had a deadline, dude. It's hard, dude. They made a whole other game, and I'm all for that, dude. Take those chances, man. This is what we used to do back in the day. Maybe that's why I'm biased towards that. But back in the day, man, you took chances, you took risks, and sometimes you would fail, or sometimes you would buy a game and it would be horrible and it didn't live up to your expectations, and you were like, oh, dude, you're just wasting my money. But I would take that any day just for that one time where I can play a game and say, my gosh, this game is awesome. I never thought I would experience a game like this, like I'm going through with Starfield right now. Dude, there's a risk reward element to it, man. You can't put everything in a plastic bubble, man. You have to take risks. And for me, Redfall was that risk. And I like what Phil did, man. People saying Phil threw them under the bus, he didn't. And then in some instances, man, he's getting hammered like 24/7 over this stuff because that's the narrative they want, right? Because they hate Xbox. A lot of these gaming journalists do, right? Like where's everybody talking about all the drama going on with Sony right now? I didn't hardly see any articles on Jim Ryan leaving, or when they said, "Oh, Jim Ryan's stepping down." No, he's getting fired. If they would apply the same metric to Sony that they do at Microsoft, dude, this would have been a whole nother story. Like I was talking about earlier about the economy. You don't hear about the news talking about the economy, but you feel it, right? So a lot of people sit back and they're like, "Oh yeah, dude, this is crazy." Oh, what's up, brother? Brother, let me wrap up this one thought with Faded, and I'll let you in, my brother. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so we needed that case, Faded. We needed that case big time. We needed it because we needed people's eyes to be open, which I'm always for. Truth needs to be said. Brother, can you hear me? I know your mic's muted.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, going on,
Good
brother?
job on the podcast this week, man. You was bringing a fire. Was there a righteous fire?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I try to. Like, but it is what it is.
Can I tell you something, man?
What's up?
Take a bow, brother. Take a bow. You were right. I've known you for how many years, dude? Everything you said. I know the great thing about Hebot, guys. I'll tell you this about Hebot. You know how somebody's right is that they're the ones that get attacked the most. So, and it was doing evil to you, man. And some of it on. I hate to say this, man, but we're gonna be 100 today. A lot of it was from the pony side, but there was a conglomerate of people on the Xbox side.
Yeah, from the same side of our community. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Xbox.
yeah, yeah. It's sad. That's how it was. That's why when you guys tell me, well, we should all just get along. You guys can kiss my ass. No, no, no. You guys gonna take this ass whooping. So
Well, I mean, I always said, we're gonna mark my words. I stayed straight. I didn't really sweat that. I said, in due time we'll know. Because the writing was on the wall a while ago, and I said it because we've been here in this position before, but
yep,
with other companies, right? With other companies.
yes, yes,
Difference is that Sony is on the other side of that fence now. You know what I mean?
yeah, and it's
And
good. I love it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't feel sorry for them because of the fact that they looked for it, right? They put themselves in that position, and they were not even trying to be humble about it. They kept being arrogant, sometimes worse than others, right? And it's biting them in their ass. And although we always, how me and you, we agree on so many things. The only thing I can say about the thing with Jim Ryan, I truly believe,
Hmm.
because there's not a lot of people over there,
Yeah,
holding the guard at a higher position. I think he's one of them.
yeah,
I don't think he's getting fired by the board. I think he's stepping down because he knows it's a sinking ship, and he don't want to get the blame
mhm,
or the complete blame for the legacy of the company when it goes down the toilet completely, because their movie division is failing just as much as their gaming division, as you know, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of Sony's revenue comes from their movie division as well,
yes.
right? That's why you see that all these people were so beholden on, oh my God, the Last of Us TV show is fucking incredible. You get what I'm saying? Because they want to make sure that Sony stays relevant in some way, shape, or form. They're all celebrating seeing two men making out and being lovers, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know how that's amazing, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? So,
Plus, it's to drive the popularity rate on that.
right. That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like when they're feeding the narrative. That's basically all they're doing. And then when Halo came out, yeah, granted, it veered away. It did some stuff different, but we got to understand that Halo is more sci-fi, more fantastical, right?
Yeah.
So in order to make Halo fit the bracket of a TV show or a form of entertainment that everyone can relate with, meaning casual people that just watch movies or TV that don't play necessarily video games. In order to do that, you have to kind of ground it and change it around, right? As opposed to Last of Us, it's been there, done that before, right? We've had movies since the very beginning of time, like Return of the Living Dead, right?
Hmm.
Which is very similar to something like Last of Us, right? That's where they got all their inspiration from the movie The Road with Viggo Mortensen and things of that nature, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a lot easier to keep that type of IP and content true to the nature of what it is because it's been done before, right?
Yes.
The
Yeah.
the only fantastical element of it is, oh, people come back from the dead as zombies. That's it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, or they're experimenting on them, making them into mutated tickers or lickers. They're called tickers, I believe, in the game. So that's why people don't get it. That Halo had to be a specific way because it wasn't a motion picture; it was a TV series. So in order for it to fit where anyone can watch it, you had to ground it and make it more accessible to a regular general audience. That's why they showed Master Chief's face, right? For example,
Yeah.
because he was a main character, he had to talk. They wanted people and the audience to fall in love with him to see why he's looked at as such a heroic, figure. Why is he so important to the world of Halo? You get what I'm trying to say?
I think
Um,
the only the only thing I'll say about Halo is or shows like that. This is just my advice to people. Um,
yeah.
is what you can do sometimes is like, look, it's just like I said earlier in the podcast, I'm a Steeler fan, and they're not going to have like Super Bowl years every year, right? But I'm still.
Right.
So what you do though is the year that you're watching them and they don't have the best team, is what you tend to do. You still support the team. You're still going to watch them because you're a fan, right? You love the team and all that kind of stuff. And then there's little things you find out about the team that you like that keeps you going as a fan throughout the year. Whether it's the linebacker who leads the league in sacks, stuff like that. For me, Halo, I think the problem with some people on the gaming side, especially, is because they're not realizing. You can correct me if I'm wrong. They're not realizing that when you play the game, the reason you don't see his face is because they want you to be the Master Chief. You're experiencing it through.
Yeah, you're supposed to be
Yeah.
the one that's Master Chief in control. You are him,
Yeah.
absolutely. But that's what I'm trying to get at. That when you interpret that, when you try to interpret that in a TV show, right, or even in a movie, for a general audience that doesn't really play video games, right? You got to cater to the audience that it's the fans, and then you got to cater to the general audience that are not fans, because this is something that they're spending a lot of money so that it can reach a bigger audience, a broader audience, right? You can't just cater to the fans when it comes to something like that, because then the people that are not fans are going to come in and not understand the concept, the whole idea, like why you don't see his face in the video game, because when you play in the video game, it's like you are Master Chief. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a great point. But that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because a lot of people are like, oh, that the Halo show really wasn't as consistent and it wasn't true to the source material. You know, brother, that's bringing up, and that's why I'm saying that it's two different things when you compare the TV show for The Last of Us as to the TV show Halo. You see, because Last of Us again is grounded in reality, for the exception of people being zombies. Halo is not. You get what I mean? Halo is completely fantasized, completely not real. You know, people living in other planets in space, and these big Spartan dudes fighting these big brutes and grunts and stuff. You know what I'm trying to say. So that's why I'm bringing it up, because I thought that was such a stupid, dumb comparison when people were like, "Oh, the Last of Us is way more quality than Halo." You get what I mean?
Did
And
I remember when the He-Bot thing came, or the He-Man thing came up. Look, I love He-Bot, dude, but I know he probably wanted to wring my neck because speaking of following the narrative, right? Because I was kind of like, well, this is what I heard, and He-Bot was like, look, Sigurd, for this is what you got to do. And so what I did was I ended up watching it, and the cool thing about what you said to me is because I don't know, I didn't put myself out there that I was a He-Bot guy, like, or a He-Man fan, right? I mean, I only knew He-Man from, like you were saying.
yeah, you were
I
honest.
was,
The first thing you did was be honest that you were
yeah,
not a He-Man fan,
yeah,
which a lot of people don't do, because you
right,
got a lot of people here acting like they're He-Man fans and then critiquing the show when you know by the way they speak they're not
yeah,
He-Man.
yeah.
You see
And
what
I
I'm
had
saying?
to, be honest because I know you. So, but what it was that He-Bot sat there and he actually explained to me what they were trying to do because I don't have that background. Like there's things that I know, like I said earlier in the podcast. There's things I know, but there's things that I don't know. This is why you got to be wary of people in this community who know everything, right? Because you see, like, dude, there's nobody can really know anything, like know everything, everything. Right? There's very knowledgeable people. We're talking to one right now in Hebot. So
Oh,
when
stop
Hebot
it.
explained it to me, it's the same thing with the Halo thing. Like I saw 100 was talking about it because he loved the show, right? And then I kind of went in there with a different perspective because I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, but the one of the sells for me definitely was the main actor because I like that guy. I like that actor. He was in what was it? The one about
He did a very good job.
yeah, he's been in some shows that I really like.
Oh yeah. He's been in some movies too. But he's still not. He's up and coming still, so to speak.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he has potential, dude, and that's what I mean. So for a lot of people, man, just realize this, dude. Like, and in the case of Starfield, you had guys that was supposedly played Starfield, and you oh well, I played it for like 5 hours, like 5 hours, bro. And
Right.
then it's like this, like one of the guys, and he wasn't complaining. He was pointing something out about Starfield and about like exploring and stuff like that. And I was like, bro, I see what he was saying and stuff like that, but I'm like, brother, I'm just trying not to. I'm just trying to keep Sarah on my ship without putting a ring on her finger. That was my
Right.
whole, So
Right.
everybody's experience, like Todd Howard said, everybody's experience is going to be different. But hey,
It's always going to be different. Yeah.
it's always going to be different. Just real quick, let me catch up with this Gogo. What it was the IGN. The people are sharing clips on Twitter about IGN talking about the review for Spider-Man 2. That if it's not like a
Oh yes.
was that the one?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what
Yes.
I was referencing earlier, Gogo. You might have seen it, but if not, yeah, it was on Twitter, and the guy
Oh
was
yeah. That completely proves what I've been saying, what we've been
yeah.
saying for years.
Oh no, you
That
can take the credit, bro. It's been you.
that they're biased because they grew up on the PlayStation platform, and that's all they know. So for them, right? For
Yeah,
them, look, hey Zobi, how are you, brother? You see Zobi?
yeah,
Zobi was
Zombie.
always a true PlayStation fan, true and true,
Oh yeah,
because PlayStation offered him a bunch of Japanese style RPGs that he grew up with and loved,
yeah,
right? These dudes, they say PlayStation is great because they got movie games that look like a movie instead of a video game with minimal gameplay. And then they want to compare themselves to somebody like Zobi when you know the difference between a purist and a difference between someone that's not real, right? Or that's just trying to be down. It's like that guy, the dude, the black dude that said that in IGN in the video. Oh my God. Like, oh, I would live stream and question anybody that would not give this game nothing other than a 10. You know what I would like to do with you, brother? Whatever his name is. I would like to sit down with you and you tell me how many fucking Spider-Man games you played before this one.
Yeah.
Because if you're such a Spider-Man fucking fan, then you would have played every single one the way I did, because I own all of them, going as far back as Atari. And if you can't tell me anything about the other games, then I already know your real agenda. Okay? Your agenda is just you're a PlayStation fan. It was exclusive to Sony's PlayStation, and that's why you care. You don't care about Spider-Man. Cut the bullshit out. Okay? It's just like a lot of people that came into the gaming scene now are only playing Spider-Man because they're Marvel fans of the comics.
Yeah.
And since Sony is always is the leading platform and is so big as far as people's with perception, so they're like, oh yeah, it's only on PlayStation and it's a big budget game. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Not realizing that the Spider-Man games are not doing nothing, absolutely nothing new that haven't been done in the other ones, because that whole Cinemark, that shit was done in other games like Shattered Dimensions.
Yeah, Shattered Dimensions is pretty awesome. Yeah, that's an awesome.
And they don't even realize it. They're trying to act like, oh my god, it's never been done before. This is beautiful. You get what I mean? So that's what I would like to do with him. Let me sit down with you and let's talk all Spider-Man games. And if you can't critique and tell me anything, because if you are anybody that knows anything about Spider-Man games, the Insomniac games are just following the formula of the Beanox games that they created before, especially Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. That's the formula that they're following. They're not doing nothing new. They haven't brought nothing new to the table. Not the cutscenes, not the storytelling, not the quick time events, nothing. Absolutely. Not the combat, nothing. Not the swinging, absolutely nothing. And that's what I would like. Motherfuckers like that work at IGN, I would like to catch them and put them on blast in front of people so they'll see how fake they are. Because I know they're fake. I know he's not going to tell me, oh yeah, I played this one, and tell me, oh yeah, really? Explain to me what happened in this. What was this? What gimmick was done in this? What gimmick was done in that? He won't be able to tell me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how I come, from my perspective, in my angle, that's where I come from. And then that's what people get mad, because they're like, oh, this motherfucker swear he know everything. No, it's that I don't like people that talk when I know they really are not being genuine and never played something. Now, if I don't play something, like I'm not a big RPG enthusiast, right? That's why you don't see me comment on RPGs that much, because I don't play them like that. Have I played some in my time? Absolutely. I used to love Shining in the Holy Ark, Sword of Vermilion. I used to love Chrono Trigger. I love Panzer Dragoon or Saga, which was probably my most favorite RPG that I've ever played, right? On the Saturn, right?
Yeah.
I used to like a Land Stalker, right? I used to like, what was the other one that I played also on back in the day? I can't even remember the name of it at the moment, but there were a few that I liked and I played, but not a lot, because that's not the genre that I enjoy the most. So that's why you don't see me be so opinionated on Starfield. I try to say the best I can for what I see, but stay far away enough that I don't have to feel like I'm being a hypocrite because I haven't played enough RPGs to even have the responsibility or have the position to talk on it, because I don't really play them.
Right.
Now, if I'm talking to somebody like Zobi that plays JRPGs all the time,
yeah, dude, Zobi's
whatever he's saying, I can trust whatever he's saying, because Zobi's been playing them since he was like 5. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Zobi's old school.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with the media. They don't have responsibility. They think it's okay to be juvenile and irresponsible when it's not, because you're making a lot of money doing something that basically is just having fun. That I would love to be in that position, and I would probably bring way more better quality content and points of views if I was in your position than you just being a biased sycophant because you don't know any better and you think it's cool just to like whatever's popular. You see what I'm trying to say?
No, 100%.
And that's where I come from, and from my perspective.
No,
Somebody's here. Who's joining? Who just joined?
Oh, hey, Dea. What's up?
That looks like Dea, right?
Hi, Heba. Hi, Sega Forever. I'm so
Hey,
glad to see you guys
Dea.
today.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, thanks for the shout outs and this stuff. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just busy, dude. I mean, we had all this stuff going on with my kids too, because my daughter
Okay.
graduated, starting college on my son's senior year.
Oh wow, congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
A
Yeah,
lot going on.
Yeah, I'm busy. I've been
plus
busy too, but just in different ways. But I get it.
yeah, but and then I've been no, and I'm in the same boat, and then again I've been playing Starfield. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Oh really? Okay. It's like crack for a lot of gamers these days.
Yeah, I made the mistake thinking I was young, and one
Oh,
morning, one day I stayed up till like 3, 4 in the morning. I paid for that. I
Oh
went to
now
yeah.
you're stuck. You see that? Now
Yep.
you're stuck. You
Yep.
done did it to yourself.
yeah, that was crazy. I never do that again. I was like, it made me realize my age, especially when I tell my kids, you guys better get up and better go to bed and all this stuff, and they're
Mhm.
waking me up, and I'm all like cockas, man. I still trying to wake me up. I'm like, like Dad, we gotta go. I was like, oh, I'm like, yeah. So I had to be quiet to my kids, and then they knew they were sitting there. They were silently judging me because they won't tell me anything.
Oh really?
But I got
Check
the side
yourself
eye.
up.
Yeah, I got the side eye from him. Like, this guy, this old man over here, think he's young. I was like, no,
Well,
all I wanted to do, I just wanted to get some aluminum. I didn't mean to go down that. I didn't mean
I
to go
wonder,
down that
I
fallen
wonder
mine.
if you got that same mission I got. I gotta get 1,000,000, aluminum. I'm like, I haven't even started that thing yet.
You know how this is a true Bethesda game? You know it's a true Bethesda game because like I have all these resources, then I go to like upgrade my helmet, and I
Mhm.
need this one, and I need this one like polymer,
Okay.
right?
Oh, you kid, yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what
that's
is this, dude? Where,
you
where
got a
is this on the
million
other end of the
everything else,
map?
but the one thing you need you don't have, so you got to search everywhere to get it. Right? You fall into that.
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? I was mad.
Terrible.
I was mad for a second, but I was like, because I was mad more in the sense that that they did that. When Bethesda have their meetings,
Terrible, brother. Terrible.
they'd be like, it'd be funny, guys, if we make this helmet, but we need this one. And in order to get it, you gotta jump like 70 galaxies.
Yes, just to get that one or have enough to get. Yeah.
Well,
Hi,
then what's the
Anthony
other one?
Chipmunk. He said hi to all
Oh
of us.
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
Yeah, don't neglect your chat now.
Yeah. We'll get back to the chat, but I mean, I had to keep out Ram, man.
Oh yeah, I saw him when he's on a rampage like that. You just move out of the way and let him go.
Dan, I'll be honest with you. The reason why me and Hebot never flipped is just that we've been here. We was here in 2013. A lot of guys. I don't know how long you've been on the so, we never really talked.
You mean with Xbox?
Well, with the
Or-
one generation.
I started with Xbox. I was impressed with Xbox the moment they unveiled the Series X. I knew when they showed that, and they showed how how you see that animation where the box opens up and you see how they put all the components together and then it closes back up. I
Yeah.
was like, wow, that's impressive. And I wanted to know more about it because I could tell it was a lot of new tech in there. And what I found as I was trying to look more into it, nobody was talking about that. They were actually trying to put the Series X down. Now that's my own personal experience. But I was like, what are they talking about? And then when I went to go see the PlayStation, I thought that was a hideous looking machine that was poorly put together. And I was
Yeah,
like, they're gonna trash this thing. And when I noticed that they didn't do that, that's when I started to get whiffs of, like, I saw biases before that, but I didn't understand the full landscape of things. I was going on with my life. I didn't focus in on that stuff
Yeah,
as
exactly.
much. I had a lot going on, and that's a long story, but I've had moments where I was very sick and things like that. So I couldn't focus on aspects of gaming like that.
Right.
But this time I actually became more hyper focused because I think Sony had got so disgruntled with them, and even though I didn't really play on their machine very much, like I told Unlimited, I've never played their Spider-Man games. I've never played God of War. I've never played Horizon. I never played all of the. It's only one game I ever played, and that was Last of Us Part 1, and I enjoyed that game, but I didn't like the second. So I was not in their ecosystem for their first parties to begin with. So I didn't have that type of loyalty.
Right.
So I look at them in a much more objective way, and they ticked me off. I feel I had very little customer service appreciation. They
Oh,
did not care about the consumer base. But I looked at what Xbox did, and I appreciated that. I was like, wow, they take good care of their people over there. I saw that from the other side.
yeah.
And
You know that I used to actually hate on Microsoft because of that. Because like to
really,
me, it was kind of like that kid on the play. I said this before in another video, but
mhm.
Microsoft was like that kid on the playground that had the Transformers, but nobody really wanted to be his friend.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That was
Oh
Microsoft is
man,
like,
that took me back. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, like in the playground and stuff like that.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
Microsoft was like, here, $1. Here, you do this. Like sometimes I open up my messages and like, hey, we gave you a $5 coupon. And at one point, I was like looking at that, I was like, bro, man, have some pride.
It's
Microsoft,
almost like you were looking at it like them being kiss ass just to get you in their ecosystem or something.
but they were getting so much hate, bro. You know.
Right. It was
And I felt sorry for them, but at the same time, I was like, no, dude, you guys have a good product, man. Just
they do. And it was unfair bias that was keeping people from seeing it. Because just like I had to go and actively search out information on the Series X to know how, like on paper, to know how good it was. I could tell it was a well-built machine, but to really get the information and get past the biases, I had to seek that out. It wasn't like readily available, you know. And that when you have to go above and beyond like that, there's going to be a lot of people that never get past their surface layer. They're not going to do all of that. But I was so fed up with Sony, I was willing to, because I was like, if Xbox doesn't satisfy me, because I was done with Sony, I said I'm done with consoles. And I've never been without a console. So that was a big deal for me. And when I looked into Xbox, it was my saving grace. I've been incredibly happy.
You, right?
I'm sorry?
It was almost like a make or break for you moment.
Yes, I had reached my limit with Sony and stuff, and I thought, you know, and I had, every time I tried to go to Xbox, I was lied to. I realized that once I got to know you guys, I didn't realize I was being deceived.
That happened a lot.
That did, and I felt
Especially
stupid.
during Xbox One, because I'll tell you the truth, the Xbox One was actually a really good console, really excellent features but they don't even have on the Series X right now, to be honest.
Right.
And people were just lying. I'm like, yo, what the? I would see that, I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Like, no, that's not true. And then they'd be like, fuck you, man, you ain't nobody. Who the fuck you think you are? That's what they do.
Right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just the fanboys, it was the media that lied. I mean, it was easy to be deceived because there's so much bias out there. And when you guys broke down the truth about like the Xbox One console, what it was capable of, I looked this stuff up and I was like, oh my gosh, these people lied. They flat out lied. Like, if you didn't look this stuff up, if you didn't like dig in there, you would not know if you listened to them, you know. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sega Forever.
No, that's where my channel comes from. My channel comes from that.
Okay.
Because the all-in box, the reason I didn't have a problem with Xbox the One is that's what I wanted, because that's what I did on my 360. And most of the people's on my friends list, when you had the 360, they was either playing Left 4 Dead, COD, or watching Netflix.
A bunch of Netflix.
I would see that real time.
Well, remember, the 360 was the first console to actually implement the Netflix app on the console.
Yes,
and that's why they started to charge you, because people be like, well, yeah, but it was on PlayStation. No. Let's get this right. What happened was during PS2, and it was mainly in Europe, they would send you a disc that you can boot up on the PS2.
Yes.
Once you boot it up, you were able to play some movies, and it was a hand-selected few. It wasn't like a streaming app that you could actually go in and out as you please with a bunch of movies, thousands and thousands. No, that's why they charged. And then the narrative became, but Microsoft has it under a paywall, because when PS3 came out, I guess Sony did some type of deal with them where they wouldn't charge, right?
Right.
But again, Sony's ecosystem and their online streaming and ecosystem online was really bad. So even Netflix, was kind of iffy on the PS3 compared to the 360.
Right.
So then when the Xbox One came in, and I'm only telling you this day because I don't know if you know or not. When the Xbox One came in, Phil immediately took that out, or Dan Matrix.
He did. Yeah, he did.
He took off the paywall. He was like, Netflix will no longer be under paywall.
I remember that, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then people got mad and they tried to skew it off. But then Sony started to pay and charge for their online.
They did.
You know what I'm saying? Where it was no longer free.
Yep.
But the worst part about it is, even though you were paying, it was still a garbage online
It
ecosystem.
was.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So ironically, how that shit works, right? But nobody was calling it out. They were like, "Yeah, but it's much better than before." I don't want to hear that. It's much better than before. It's got to be perfect or almost perfect, like Xbox, if you're paying for it, because you're no longer giving it for free. It's paid for. People are
Right.
paying, right?
Right.
And another thing, like for example, what you just said, like things that they lied about. Like for example, when they made fun in the article of the Xbox One saying, "Oh, look at the power supply. It's like a big brick," right?
Yeah, they heard it.
Making fun of it, right? Making fun of it.
Yeah.
But they didn't explain that Microsoft had said before even released that they were doing that as a power surge because of the problems that they had with the series, with the 360. Whenever there was like blackouts, it would kill the console, like it would burn it out.
Okay.
So they did an extra step to give you a power surge with the actual power supply. So if you had any like blackouts or whatever, it would always protect your console and it would never get burnt out.
Right.
They never explained that, but they made fun of it in the article. You see what I'm saying? That's when a
Right,
motherfucker like
exactly.
me. So that's when a motherfucker like me came out and put it out there and threw IGN under the bus. Then they blocked me, and then people call me an asshole. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. Well,
That was,
IGN
that
was being
a sign
approved,
of
so-
things to come.
Oh yeah. That was one of the things. But that's an example of trying to explain to you how you said that you looked up stuff and you realized, damn, they fucking
They
lied.
lied to me. Yeah.
They lied about a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Just like
But I
they
was
lied
furious about that because that means I didn't make informed decisions. Instead,
Well,
I was like deceived
one of the-
about things, you know?
one of the biggest false narrative was that the PS4 could do, something like 1080p and the Xbox would only do like 720, right?
Right.
But they didn't explain that Microsoft had to allocate power, right, for the Kinect because it was a unified experience. They created it where the Kinect was part of the console and it was all one unified experience. But what Microsoft did to compensate for that is they put 32 megs of ES RAM, right? Sorry about the noise. Where the ES RAM basically compensated for what they had to allocate for the Kinect, and you could achieve 1080p. And so what happened in the beginning of the generation, Microsoft sent people over to the Bungie to help them with Destiny, and to the people who did the Diablo 3 when they did it, right? Blizzard, and achieved 1080p when it wasn't being able to be achieved. And they made 1080p 60 just like the PS4 because you had to know how to use the ES RAM. But since it required more work, all the other developers decided, oh, we're not going to do that because the PS4 does the work for you. We're not going to allocate the ES RAM to actually use the full power or potential, features that the Xbox One holds. And that is why I said that they were bullshitting and they were like, oh, no, it can't. No, it absolutely could. But Microsoft wasn't going to be stupid and send their fucking in-house developers and engineers to keep helping these developers when it's their job.
Exactly. It's
to
not
learn
their
the fucking hardware.
Absolutely. It's not their responsibility to get these people
Talk
caught
to
up.
me.
Sega Fabric, can you do me a favor? I want to address something from Wilkin at 444. Yeah. He says here, you guys talk about IGN already. They basically threatened a reviewer to give Spider-Man a 9. Did they even really have to even threaten him? They was probably already going to give that thing a 9, you know?
Well, that's basically what the guy said. He said it in so many words. He's like, oh, I will live stream with anyone that tells me that they're not going to give this game anything higher than a 9 or higher.
Yeah, they're going to do it anyway. They don't even have to see the game. It already has a 9. You know,
that's why I told Sega Forever. What I would love to do is get that dude in a live chat and tell him, okay, brother, you're gonna sit with me here and you're gonna tell me what is this new Spider-Man game done that all the other Spider-Man games before it didn't do? Because if you're a true Spider-Man fan, the way that I am, that I played all 36 games or 38 now, and I have them, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the Activision ones, right?
Like you're gonna tell me what it's doing you, and if you can't tell me, I know you're not a fucking fan. You're just a fan now because it's a PlayStation game, or exclusive.
Basically, what it is.
Right. Yeah.
Which is the real reason why he's saying that, or because he's just a Marvel head that came into video games now because they see this big production commercial of this game like it's never been done before, and they're like, oh my god, a big ass Spider-Man game! This looks crazy. When there's always been good Spider-Man games, better than these, that Insomnia basically copied everything from.
And
They
I'll
haven't
say
done
this
nothing.
too, Hebot. What is a tragedy is that Spider-Man can't appear in anything else. Like if you
Mhm.
have some Marvel IP where all of the heroes are together, you almost never see Spider-Man anymore because Sony's got such a lock on that character. It's
Well,
doing an
this is
injustice
it.
to that character.
I'm going to tell you what's going on, since I know you don't know because of what you're telling me. Sony did a deal with them years ago when, I don't know if you remember, when Marvel was going to go bankrupt. This is when they sold the rights to Punisher and to the Hulk to
Yeah, I
Universal.
remember
And
that.
then,
Yeah, that was a
okay,
long time
then
ago.
they
You're right.
sold the rights to Deadpool,
Yeah,
X-Men,
they split
and
up all their
Fantastic Four
IP and
to
stuff.
20th
Yeah,
Century Fox, right? 20th
right,
Century.
right,
And then they sold the rights to Spider-Man to Sony, right?
right.
So
Wasn't that the
Sony,
movies though? Like so they
yeah,
can make movies, right?
Sony used to have the rights to the merchandise, but they resold it. They resold it back to Marvel Disney once they sold, when they were going losing money,
Hmm.
when doing the PS3 and all that stuff, they sold it back, right? Because they were losing
Okay.
money, they're trying to get money. So
Okay.
now Disney Marvel owns all merchandising rights. What falls under the category of merchandising? Video games,
Toys, stuff like
clothing,
that, statues and
toys,
stuff. Yeah,
cereal, whatever, right?
anything.
So
Okay.
the only stranglehold that Sony has over Marvel with Spider-Man is that they own the movie rights. Now we all know that the Avengers in the Marvel universe was big at that point, right? Marvel universe, and they needed to bring Spider-Man in because he's a big character. So how is it that they got an exclusive game? Tobey Maguire or whatever his name is shows
Which
up as
well, which Spider-Man you
Tom
talking
Holland.
about?
Tom Holland. Tom
Tom
Holland.
Holland. Okay. Okay.
Tom
Yeah.
Holland
Yeah.
out of nowhere appears as Spider-Man in Age of Ultron, right?
Right.
Out of nowhere, and they get an exclusive deal. I told people that's because in order to get them there, they made the deal and gave them the exclusivity to the game. You fucking crazy, you stupid. Oh, really? So please explain to me why would they do that?
Right. Why would they
Why
do
would
that?
why would
That's the thing. It
Spider-Man not
doesn't.
be anywhere else if it's been a multi-platform game since the Atari?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Why? Because he's not in all of that stuff anymore. He feels like
Mm-mm.
he's off on his own, and that's a disservice to the character because you could just have him interacting with so many other characters, which is
He
a
don't
big
belong
thing
to
in
Sony.
Marvel.
The character don't belong to Sony. That's the bottom line. You've seen him in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. He's in Ultimate
Yeah,
Alliance
that's
3 on the
right.
Switch.
Absolutely.
He's
Absolutely.
in
In that
Ultimate
alliance.
Alliance
Yep.
3 on the Switch, and that's an
Yep.
exclusive to Nintendo.
Yep. Yep.
How come he's there? Because they don't own the rights to the character, especially in the video game space. They just
Okay.
own the movie rights, but that's how they have the strength. Now, why do you think Sony did? Okay, because now I'm going to go even deeper to educate you so you know what the hell's going on. Why do
Okay.
you think Sony did Craven, did Morpheus, and is doing other Spider-Man characters without Spider-Man, like Venom, in movie
Yeah.
format?
Yeah, that's
Do
a
you know
good
why?
question. Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you have an idea or no?
Um, I really don't. I'm actually confused
Okay,
about
no problem. That's why you have your brother. He about to help you out.
that.
In 2019, that rights for the movie was going to expire. And
Okay.
the only way they could go around it was by continuing to do other Spider-Man projects in the Spider-Man world, even if he wasn't included. That is why you have Venom 1 and 2, Morpheus, the fucking animation with Miles Morales, 1 and 2, and now the upcoming Craven. Because they were able to extend it because that was a loophole. And
Oh,
now the next cutoff date is 2025. That's why
okay.
they gave him another fucking exclusivity to Wolverine because they were able to pick whatever game and character they wanted. It just so happened that Insomniac picked Spider-Man, right? Because
Mhm.
that was more up their alley and their style, how they do games. Especially if you look at their older games like Sunset Overdrive. And the
Right.
fucking kicker was that Microsoft helped them create that engine,
I know.
the Sunset
Yeah.
Overdrive.
Yeah.
And that's the engine that's been the driving force to create all the other Spider-Man games that are exclusive now to PlayStation. When Sony didn't pay a dime for the game, the IP, or the engine. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's why I said, how
That's a
you not going to sit there and call out the bullshit, but meanwhile you're trying to act like Microsoft is stupid because they don't have a comic book character in their portfolio. Dumbass, it's circumstantial. It has nothing to do with Microsoft not wanting a game of a superhero in their portfolio. It's
Mhm.
all circumstantial. Because when Marvel went to Microsoft to give him a Marvel game, that's when Phil was doing the adjustment and changes where they were starting
Right,
to buy the studios in 2015.
right. And
So
they
they
didn't
chose
even
to
have a
buy
studio to take
studios,
that on, though. I don't
right?
think.
Which it was the right move because he chose to buy studios with multiple IPs versus one IP.
I get it. That you're right. It
You
was a
see what I'm
better
saying?
investment. Yeah, exactly.
It makes
Exactly.
sense,
Yeah.
right? I don't know why Phil didn't chase the Wonder Woman game that's being in development because it is WB and they can do that exclusive. I would
I
love to see
don't
that, but
know. I I
they
think
haven't done it though.
I think Phil is slightly starting to move in that direction. I
Right,
think
right.
he's feeling
He's
more
being more
comfortable
aggressive.
because his house is starting to have furniture. It's starting to fill in. He's like, okay, I can start, getting a little extra stuff in here now. But he's got to furnish his
Right,
own
right,
home
right.
first. And
Oh, that was good, dude.
That was good. That was good.
he said here, a realist said here at 5:04, Microsoft wants WB, but they don't want to give up
Yeah,
IP.
they don't want
That's,
to. No, no,
yeah.
no, no, no. Yeah, I know, realist. They don't want to give up. And he's right. They don't want to give up the IPs. They want them to make games, but but retain the IPs for the characters. And that's why Phil said it wasn't a good return investment. What I'm
Oh,
talking about is that Phil should reach out to do Wonder Woman as an exclusive to Xbox because all the other games like Spider-Man and Wolverine that are coming out
I
are
locked
exclusive
up.
to PlayStation. You
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
agreed.
Because it has nothing to do with Marvel. It's a completely different competition. It's a well-loved character,
It
right?
is well known. Yes,
It's a character that's never had a game like a big game to her. There's not many Wonder Woman games. You
that's
see what I'm
true.
saying?
That's true.
So,
I would give anything for a Superman game too.
but
He's
that's
my
what I'm
favorite
saying.
comic book
Yeah,
character
but
of
they've
all
done
time.
Superman games that haven't been great, but they've done them.
Yeah, but
Wonder
I want
Woman,
to. I
you
don't
put a
know.
handful. You can count it. Maybe one on the Genesis and one on the Nintendo.
That's
That's
true,
it.
and that's why
Other
I
than that,
want one because I don't
hasn't
get
been
enough
done.
of 'em.
So
I
that's why I'm
guess
saying if it was exclusive, it will have a big impact, like Spider-Man did being exclusive to PlayStation. You
right.
get what I'm
I
saying?
think Phil is getting there though. He just had to
Oh
get
yeah,
his
oh yeah,
own stuff though. That's
oh
the
yeah, oh yeah.
impression I get is that he doesn't want to be beholden to that, but it's okay
Mhm.
to have it in there. That's why I think he's
Right, right,
okay
right.
with Indiana Jones, and um, somebody else is making something. I'm hearing rumblings about
Yeah,
Star
yeah,
Wars,
yeah,
but I don't know if that's true or
yeah,
not.
yeah.
But
Well, they're
if that's true,
supposedly saying that they might have a deal with a Mandalorian game for Xbox.
that's it, Mandalorian. That's
Mhm,
what I'm hearing.
mhm, mhm.
In the rumor mill. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I'm hearing. If that's the case, if Phil okayed that, then that's telling me he's starting to feel comfortable with it because his company is not reliant on it. Like, they can do it, but they can still survive without it. They're not doing what Sony is doing with those properties. And I want to read
Right.
something from KT the goat, I think it is. Hi KT, I've never seen you before. Welcome.
Yeah,
It says
welcome,
here,
KD. Sorry, I'm kind of falling behind on the chat. Go
yes,
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm taking up the slack for you.
Thank you.
Okay, it says here, at 5:04, they revealed in the FTC document Spider-Man was still supposed to be multi-plat, but Sony paid to keep it off of Xbox. That's interesting. I didn't hear about that. In return, he paid to keep the new Indiana Jones as exclusive. Also, as a response, I guess. I think he said, yeah, in return. That was the next post. So I guess as a response, Fields decided, okay, we'll just keep Indiana Jones to ourselves then. That's possible. I never heard of that. So that's interesting. I haven't had time to read those documents and stuff. I'm so busy. But if that's true, then that makes sense because Phil does have to fight Sony when it comes to having content available for their players. They just have to. Sony playing that game is just ridiculous to a point where it got abusive. So I'm glad that he's doing that. And I say this, that Phil should never have sought out other IP just to have it in the beginning. But I think once he's comfortable, and I think he's getting there now that he has ABK behind the belt. And pretty soon he's probably going to have other ones like Crystal Dynamics and stuff. I think he's going to get them because man, Embracer is imploding before our eyes. I don't know what's going on over there, but
I know for them it was the deal that fell through.
it was, and that's wow. I mean, you never put all your eggs in one basket. You have to have your
Absolutely.
safeguards, and they didn't have any.
That's why those leaks
You know
kind of
what it
suck.
was. No, but you know what it was. It was for the most part because it was Saudi Arabia, so they were banking pretty hard.
Okay.
So they were moving forward to get ahead of the curve. But it's just like any other business. You make decisions, and when it doesn't pan out, this is what happens.
Yeah.
This is why, dude. I have a lot of problem with people in the gaming community in general, man. Because I'm like, dude, you gotta break. You gotta. Phil said it perfectly when he was talking about on that funny podcast thing, like how people are just misread that entire interview. When he talked about look, if you're in the game, you have to break a few eggs. Right? He doesn't want to be that person. You just don't play it safe, and this is what's happening with Sony. This is why they're imploding, because they've been doing that. And Microsoft has been the one that's been stepping out and doing things. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But...
Oh no, that's okay. I want you to say something when you need to. Oh, we lost Hebot.
Yeah, he'll be back. Hebot, I had to get him in here because, and I want to kind of transition to this. But thank you for reading the chat.
Oh,
I know if you and Zing do a great job. That's why I love listening to the post.
Oh, thank you.
But when if you want, we can transition. Hopefully, Hebot will jump in because.
Okay.
Phil Spencer, Kotaku, right? I can't stand Kotaku.
I can't either. I'll celebrate the day they're out of business.
Me too. I'm waiting for them to die. But then it's funny, it's like, what's the saying, right? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
So
what they say?
Yeah. So they released an article, and Unlimited kind of touched on this on the podcast. But Phil actually, there was an article released, and Phil talked about AAA games. Which is I wanted to talk about because for the longest time, guys like me and Hebot, just because, and it's not coming from a place of hate, but the numbers just didn't add up to us. When we looked at, like, if you have a base, like Sony supposedly has a base of 140 million. I mean, I love what Unlimited says. Like, what are they, 500 million? Unlimited always makes that joke, right?
Yeah.
But they have this supposedly huge base, and which I think is suspect. I'm not saying that they don't have a lot, but
I think they're the casual box. I've heard Dirk Riggedy say that, and I agree with him 100%. Is that a lot of casuals have adopted it, but you can't ever put all your laurels on casuals because they can move to box. They don't have any loyalties. They just go wherever their friends go, and I agree with that 100%. Because when you look at the Xbox 360, everybody was on that. I mean, a lot of people were. A lot of people who doing the anti-Xbox shows were former Xbox 360 players. You find out. So everybody was on that. But look how quick a lot of those people were to move on to another console. They are not loyal. So you don't, I mean, if they're there just for a few games like a COD or a Madden or something, like, do not count them as being a long-term customer base. That, that's something like more like Nintendo, in my opinion. They can kind of count on that more so than other consoles, in my opinion.
Yeah, and to your point, that's what I'm talking about. It's just like the attachment rate is just very low.
Yeah.
Comparatively, like they should have. That's not even. That's like we talk about this all the time on other podcasts too, right? It's less than that 1%.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Actually buying the game they won, right? To the point where I said earlier, where this president of Sony now, not Jim Ryan, the president of Sony was like, basically, you guys don't buy games, right? And so that's why I want to kind of to turn to, because Phil Spencer. I know they wrote an article on it. I don't know if this was leaked. I think it might have been leaked, or he might have done an interview. But he basically was telling people that AAA games are not where it is. Because one of the things Microsoft would always get knocked on was that they didn't have any AAA exclusives on the level of Sony.
Mm-hmm.
But every time people would always tell me that, and I'm talking all the way since 2014, 2015, I used to sit there and look at that. And I'm like, yeah, but even Sony doesn't have that level of AAA games. Just like they don't like when you look at what Game Pass is revving up to do in 2024, what they've done in 2023, and what they're revving up to do in 2024. I know some people you get lost in the minutia of it, where they're saying, well, they bought the studios, but they still own them now, right? This is their AAA title that you guys have been begging for.
Right.
But he point blank said that they don't make any money, right?
They don't. It costs too much nowadays. I mean, when you look at what Microsoft is doing with Ninja Theory, for instance, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to bring up this point. Look at what Microsoft had to do, because, you best believe Ninja Theory is now a AAA studio. Yes, they not only expanded, but they got motion cap tech over there and everything. They look like a movie studio over there. So that's not something a single or double A company would even have access to. I don't even know how Ninja Theory even did the first Hellblade. I really don't. They pulled out a miracle to do that.
I think that's why Microsoft bought them and put the resources into it, because if they can do that with the limited resources that they have,
right.
So Microsoft looked at it like, imagine if we can back them, and that's the thing that Microsoft gets no credit, or at least on Microsoft because they have the money. But on the Xbox side, right? Like Phil didn't get no credit for that. Like they're just not going out willy nilly buying people, right?
They're
They're
not. You're
actually,
right.
and I know Phil talked about that, and or who's I forget what Unlimited calls him, Matt Booty.
Oh, Matt Booty. Okay.
Yeah, the gangster, whatever assassin person.
It was a hitman Matt. That's what he
Yeah,
calls
Hitman.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he like when he started speaking, he basically talked about that. It's just like, look, dude, we understand that you have to have people there that fit. That's why the Bethesda thing, like that was irritating to me because people don't realize the relationship Bethesda already had with Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're just not going out there just buying anybody. Just like
No.
Realist says, right? Microsoft is no longer in the business of renting IP. They've
No.
said as much. They will not allow another company to control their hand.
Nope.
Indeed, we done before Microsoft bought them. Yeah.
And you
Right.
know, another thing, you're right. You know, when you really look at it, I understand everything Phil is doing. How the way they were treated, even when they had, with Microsoft, let's just look at how Microsoft is doing business. They don't do hostile takeovers. They actually get and acquire companies the right way. They're not doing it in a way that's aggressive like that. Also, when they can't do takeovers, they say they have offered. I think they offered Capcom, and Capcom politely said, we're okay. We like our partnership. What would Xbox say in a case like that? They say, okay, that's great. Let's have a partnership, and instead they just have long-term partnership with contracts. So
Can I
they'll
say
say,
something
hey,
real fast there?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but do you know that guy messed up too, right? But he didn't mess up as bad as the Sega dude, but then he messed up and he said, "Oh, but games are expensive.
Oh, really? Oh,
We
wow.
gotta raise the prices. We gotta raise the prices of our games." He
What?
thinks that gaming should be like he was saying that gaming needs you need to pay more for your games is what he said in that. I don't know if it's
Oh,
the same.
good luck on that, because I'm not paying more than those $70 for no games, and I barely pay $70. That is with exceptions for that. But yeah, I mean, they're going to be out of business real quick if they put all their games above
Well,
70.
I only say that to say like the same thing when they asked the Sega guy, and then now they're Japanese, right? So the translation something got lost in translation. But I think it was one of those Freudian slips. 'Cause
Oh,
the Sega
okay.
guy, when you talk to him, he's like, not yet. He said not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, you look. A good negotiator never says never. Never do that. You give that other person hope that there's a possibility that maybe it can be an acquisition. Why? You never close the door to anything.
Well,
You
for me,
never
like
know
the
what might happen.
when the Capcom guy said that, right? He realizes the cost of everything. But if and this is one of the things I wanted to touch on with the AAA thing.
Right.
One of the reasons I think we're getting AAA things has nothing to do with people whining. This is why I can't stand our side the most. The pony bots. I can't absolutely
pony
cannot
bots,
stand
yeah.
them because all they want Microsoft all they want Microsoft to do is be like Sony.
Be Sony. That's all they want. They want us to be Sony, and
Right,
we're not ever going to be.
And we're not going to be. It's not in our DNA to be that way, right?
No,
Which
not
is-
even the gamers act like Sony players.
No.
I
no.
can say that from experience.
Yes.
The
That's why I
Xbox
was like-
gamer is completely different.
That's why it was good that you're the prototypical to me Xbox consumer and gamer. Like what
Okay.
you were saying, because what you were saying happened to you with the X. It happened to
Yeah.
me. He bought. Well, he bought. I think was already there. But
Yeah,
I-
he might. Yeah,
but
it
for
happened to me twice actually. I tried to get into Xbox with 360. Was lied to by at that point. It wasn't like it was it might have been Electronic Boutique or something. It was a store that sold video games and electronics and stuff.
Yeah.
And I went there to learn more about the Xboxes. I had never owned one. It was during the 360, and they talked me out of buying that. That's what happened the first time. That was during the 360. Then the second time I said, I ain't listening to these people no more. I'm going with I'm going to see how the Xbox One is, and that time it was the media and it was mainly the media, I would say.
Right.
A lot of articles and things I read about it because I thought I'm not going to ask people about it. I'm just going to look up information about it. But that was all biased. Like, you have to dig beyond surface level stuff to find out the truth. So I didn't know the truth about that until I found I forgot how long ago it was, but when I found Unlimited's channel, I just started lurking at first, right? I'm lurking because I'm interested in the Xbox series, but I don't know anything about the ecosystem and all that. So I wanted to learn. So I figured the way to do that is to find pro Xbox channels and listen and see, how it is for other gamers. This way, I'm not asking nobody directly. I'm hearing it out of their mouth, and they don't know me. They don't even know I'm there, right? I'm just listening. And some of the channels,
Unlimited put that spotlight on you.
he did. Everybody was, I had people talking to me. So I just had, even 100 said, he called me a guy and all this. I said, wait a minute, people think I'm a guy. I was like, I think I better correct this real quick.
Well, we have the stigma of the dude bro on Xbox side.
Yeah, so. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. It's not a lot of women gamers. Like it's not. We're outnumbered in gaming. It's just a lot more male gamers. And from my world, it's just like I've always gamed, so it's not a big deal. But I forgot that perception was out there. And but that's how I started learning. I was lurking, and it wasn't just Unlimited's channel, but I got drawn to his channel because I liked it. I thought the information they gave me was really grounded, and I can easily look up stuff. You know how Unlimited is. I mean, he puts everything up there, every article and stuff. You see where he's getting his information from, so it's easy to look that stuff up yourself and even get other sources.
Well,
and so
it's like his. I think that's part of his job as well, right? He asked it.
It is. If you're going to host a show about information, and the whole point about Unlimited is to make sure that the true information gets out there,
yes.
Whether it's pro Xbox or not pro Xbox, it gets out there. But Xbox wasn't really doing anything wrong for him to put up a lot of bad stuff in the first place. They was making really good moves at the time.
Oh yeah.
And so I was, like I said, I was lurking and everything. And I started learning about a lot of things. And I was like, I think I'm one of these people that got deceived, So when I looked that up, and I was angry. Like, one thing I don't like is when people lie to you. I don't like that, And if you think you feel the need to lie, just don't say anything at all. That's my take on it. But I don't like liars. Okay. And I felt I was angry at the gaming media, and that's why I have such a vendetta against them. That's why I talk about them so much, because I think that it's people who pay their money, their hard-earned money, to whether it's a hobby or not, they have every right to be informed about what it is they're getting. And if you claim to be a journalist, that's your job, is to just put the information out there. You buy for yourself and your family what you want, but right. For me, let me make my choice. And that was why I was so upset at them, and why I've not had any respect for any of them. I still hear people say, well, there's some good people in the media. Where? It's not a lot of them. They're not speaking up when we really need to hear their voices from people like us who are always looking for the truth. They're not there. If they are there, they're working in the background somewhere while the liars are out there putting out wherever they want to put out. And that's why I'm so angry at that. And then I saw, in my opinion, that gaming was going into a dark area where I wasn't going to really stay in it if it was going to continue in that direction. Yeah. I don't want to go into gaming where they protect a company that's on top, but push down one that's not up there, but trying to strive to get up there. I don't want to be a part of no industry like that. I don't want an industry like I was just who did I say this to recently? I might have been Unlimited. That I root for Xbox too, because I want an American presence in gaming. I don't want it to all be Japanese. I don't want a Japanese game everywhere. It's okay if Sony wants to be that place where you go to that. But Xbox has a focus on Europe and American gaming and just other places. Now they even spread into other places. You see Indian games and all that. They like other stuff, and that's good. We need to give them a voice in gaming too. Let their games come. Do you think the Japanese are going to do that? They're not going to do that. They're going to promote their stuff. I mean, they've shown it throughout the years. So I don't want them to be the only things that we find out here in gaming, producing AAA games, directing the gaming industry. I don't want it to just be them. It's one thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just on that point, just really quickly, they don't want that either at its core, because that's not what they do. Like, for me, one of the things I would like if Sony goes away is maybe that the Japanese market will fold into itself, because, and I know, like, me, you, Realist, we had a long conversation about anime.
Right.
You guys know I love K-dramas and stuff like that.
Right,
so
right.
When this stuff becomes too popular, or they
Right.
westernize it, right? It loses what's great about it. And
Exactly.
we're talking to Zobi on 70, and that's one of the things that Zobi talks about all the time, because he's on the PlayStation side. but the
Right.
PlayStation doesn't do the games like they used to. And for
Okay.
Japan in general, you see them kind of trying to head back to that, and I'm 100% for that. I agree with you 100%. They should not be pushing it forward, right? Because they'll do exactly what you say, and I don't think they want to. As a whole, Japan's gaming, they're happy, as we see, they're happy to make their stuff for their own country
Yes,
within
they
their own
are. Yeah,
ecosystem.
and it's they have a place in gaming, but they
Yeah,
just shouldn't be over everything. And that it's all about Japanese gaming. It should be other type of gaming out there, and they're not going to be able to represent American gaming. Which, by the way, Americans have been in the gaming a long, long time. It without Americans, you wouldn't even have gaming today. That's just the
well,
fact. Okay.
without Anglo how do you call it? Anglo Euro influence, right? For a lot of the RPGs that a lot of, and this is not the Japanese. The thing these are these weeaboos, man.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't stand
You're
them.
right, right. Yeah.
Like,
It's not, yeah, it's not the people. It's not, I don't want to make it seem that way. When I'm saying that, I mean the ones that are the Japanese people that are making the game. It's okay that they make the games with that Japanese flair. I want them to keep doing that. One of my favorite games right now that's on Xbox is Ghostwire Tokyo. I
yes,
love that game.
yes.
Okay, I love that game. I cannot. I was so happy when that leak showed that Ghostwire Tokyo 2 was coming out. I love that game. Okay, and and it has a deep uh tie into Japanese lore and folklore or whatever. With the ghost and stuff like that, and the
Obake.
spirits and stuff. I love it. But I don't want every game like that. And Japanese people cannot represent other areas of the world and their type of gaming and all that stuff. And I just think I want more of a presence of other different groups in there, not just for the sake of diversity. I don't do stuff for that, but I'm just saying that gaming is bigger than just one region and one people, and that includes us. But at the same time, I don't want America just pushed completely out. And that's what was happening under Sony. They wanted Xbox dead.
Well, Sony. So I think actually, I'll say this. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the problem that Sony did is that they went Western, right? They turned their sights on the Western gamer to so
Did
much
they?
so that that pissed off the Japanese. Yeah, so that's why their offices are in the U.S. and Jim
Uh-huh.
Ryan is a European product, right? Because they're chasing the money, right? Because the biggest market is the U.S. And the people that spend the most money is on the Western side.
Right.
So what's happening in so Japan? This is why they gravitate towards Nintendo, and then you see Microsoft having a little bit of a footprint, bigger
Right.
footprint in Japan.
Because they want to cater to their taste in that region. They have to learn how to cater to different tastes in different areas, right?
That's why I scream at Microsoft so much about South Korea. I'm like, dude, South Korea is
Yes.
popular in Japan.
Thailand is other places. What is it like? It was a game that came out. I don't know if it was Thailand or Vietnam, or it was somebody who made a game that was different lore and everything. Like it was so good. It was like a horror game, but it was so well done. And these people, it's from a region you don't usually get games from. And I'm like, we're missing a lot of talent out here. And it was in the eastern region, but we're missing a lot of talent if we just look at a few areas. Please, they need to look in South Korea. South Korea got like great talent there. That it would be a disservice if they don't look there. And I hope they acquire somebody there. If you want to know the truth,
Yeah,
I
for me,
want them to acquire somebody.
yeah. If it's like me and Baka talk about this all the time, it's like Pearl Abyss would be a great addition. They make Black Desert, and then I think they're coming out with Dokibi, which
Oh,
could be
okay.
like a rival to. It could be like their version of not like Pokemon, but it's like a Pokemon esque
Oh, okay.
background stuff. Yeah, if you get a chance to look at the video.
Yeah, yeah.
The reason
I
why
I mean,
the
are they
reason
still
why I say
making it
South,
or?
yeah, they're working on it. Yeah,
Oh,
probably
okay, okay, okay.
that's why given Microsoft's resources, they could be even bigger. But
Yeah.
the reason why I mentioned that is because in Japan, in fact, one of my friends just went, and yeah, she's in South Korea right now. She took a job there.
Okay.
But she went to Japan and she was blown away by the influence that South Korea, because their pop culture is really big.
Oh,
And
it's good. And it's good. Yeah.
she
They
was
got
kind
the
of
best
complaining about that.
shows ever.
Well, she was kind of complaining about. My friend was kind of complaining about that because she
Right.
wanted to eat Japanese food, but then a lot of the stuff is Korean. And being in
Oh,
Hawaii,
okay.
you get a lot of that different.
America influences it a lot too.
Yeah. Well,
A lot.
their K-pop industry is basically our '90s
It is. Yeah.
90s
Yeah.
K-pop. So a lot of the people in the industry that, because like the way K-pop is in South Korea, it's very company focused. right? This is why these guys don't go off on rants or somebody sleeping with this person or this person doing this, right? When even the little minuscule stuff will make the news there, that's a big deal.
Right.
But because they're still conservative by nature. But a lot of their industries, a lot of the guys are older, right? Like I follow JYP, Jungyoung Park, and I follow his company and their bands and stuff.
Okay.
So he's shot out Motown, like his influence.
Oh wow.
So people,
Really?
like you were saying this earlier, which is really awesome, right? Is the influence of America or Western cultures in general, but especially America when it comes to pop.
America in particular, especially
Yeah.
in music. Like I've played some Korean music and people thought that was American. They
Yeah.
couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, the only thing is in the language, but then
That's
the
it.
influence. The influence is like they'll actually do American verses in their music, right? Because that's how big it is. So
Oh wow, okay.
So the interesting thing about it is that he shouts out JYP, and like he's known for his dancing because at
Right.
the time, right, he was like one of the first Korean artists that would be considered an Americanized dancer, right? Like his
Oh
dance.
really? Okay.
But when he credits that, it's because he grew up in Motown, listening
Well,
to
yeah.
Barry Gordy, the whole nine, and that's been his biggest influence. And then if you look at a lot of their stuff that they make,
Mm-hmm.
influenced by '90s hip hop, '90s pop culture,
Right.
but a lot of '90s hip hop. You know, when you had
Right.
SWV and just all the groups that was coming out at the time. It was such
Yeah.
I remember that too because it's like there was like the rock infusion, then we were
Mhm.
switching into alternative, and then I remember not that saying that like rap and hip hop wasn't big, but it just in the '90s, you know what I'm saying? It just,
Yeah.
then you had guys like Skilo, and you guys had,
Right.
oh boy, that did fantastic. It was just a different time, and like everything was
Yeah.
exploding.
Yeah,
And
it
so
was. Yeah.
and so it was that influence that you can see in. So that's kind of why, like, when and then plus I don't have to worry about like if my kids listen to it, I don't have to worry about all that
That's true. You
Yeah.
don't. Yeah. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
at its core, it's entertainment, and that's what they have.
Yeah. Right.
I'm sorry. So good.
No, that's some good stuff. And that's I like these kind of stories because the good things, I like when our cultures influence each other in good ways. Like I think what I like about the Japanese culture, they are excellent storytellers, just like the Koreans. Fantastic storytellers. man.
Really? That's one thing I never liked about Japan.
What is the
That's-
stories?
Yeah, I like more their style. That's me personally. I'm not saying that they.
Oh, okay. I love some of their stories. They can get way out there sometimes, but I it makes some of that stuff is thought provoking, and
Yeah.
it makes me think, and it forces me to think in a different way than I normally would. And sometimes I like to get in that headspace.
Right. No, I mean, but I agree with you on the Japanese front, and I don't. For me
Mhm.
personally, like I know that's not what Japan would like there, and for me personally, as a person who grew up in that pop culture Japan age,
Yeah,
right, I think they're at their best when they're more focused like that, right? Because
I agree. When they focus on their own stuff,
Yeah.
they're better. I don't think when they do the Western stuff, I'm not telling them not to spread their wings or anything because they should, challenge yourself in different ways. That's fine. But I think they are stronger when they focus on their own stuff, what they know. Like, I think they are stronger when they do that rather than when they're trying to do Western stuff I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying that they're just stronger when they're doing,
Well,
they focus.
did you see the trailer for Hotel Barcelona?
I did.
Yeah,
That looked like a horror shows or something, horror movies and stuff influenced that or something. It's like I was like, that is so out there. I've never seen anything like that. Like,
That
from
type
them
of-
anyway.
To me, that type of mixing, or Hi-Fi Rush is another perfect example.
Hi-Fi Rush,
Very,
yeah.
very Japanese inspired, very Japanese influenced, very Japanese. But then at the same time, you have the touches. Like if you look at their group, they're majority Japanese with a sprinkle of little of our Caucasian brothers.
You can tell the influence of American comics in Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes, but
If
the
you-
action and the stylization. Of
Yes, that stuff it's like a mixture of like I said, their animation styles and the way they do things, but also with that strong. I'm telling you, it has that really strong American comic, like the comics that I used to read from the 90s and I would say some of the 80s, late 80s
Because
maybe.
the Japanese.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hi, Bob, welcome back.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
knew
I
you.
got attacked. I had to find a way to come back, but I got attacked.
I was like, I know you didn't abandon us out here,
No, the Japanese, if you notice when they do their animes, right, or the animations, they tend to use the high quality art style, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to the Americans. Like a good example of that is you remember back in the day when the X-Men TV series was on, right?
Yeah, I saw those. Yeah.
If you looked at the
Hated those.
intro,
I hated
if
that
you
cartoon.
looked at if you looked at the intro, right, of
Oh
introduction
yeah, with the
of
I don't know what
X-Men
you. Yeah, you see the
versus
different characters.
watching the show,
Right. Yeah.
you clearly see there was a disparity, right, and some difference. The
Right.
intro was more anime style, and the show was just drawn more like an American cartoon style,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
He bought. I'll go one better. I'll go one better. I
But
like the Transformers commercials for their toys.
Oh
absolutely,
yeah,
Better
those
than the
used to
actual
be
TV show.
good. Yeah.
Animation wise, I still like the show, but you know what I'm saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's the same thing like He-Man. A lot of people hate the new
Mm, mm,
Revelations,
yeah.
right? Because it looks
No,
like Japanese anime.
it looks good. The new
Gosh.
one looks fine. Yeah.
The way that it's drawn is absolutely stunning. It's in Japanese anime's form, and it looks more for adults, right?
Right.
Like the
It has a
cartoon
darker
grew up.
tone.
It feels like the cartoon grew up with you, right?
Right.
As
Right.
you being a child into a transition to an adult, as
Right.
opposed to when you watch the animation stuff. It's deliberately more home welcoming. It's more for family oriented, right?
Right.
When He-Man didn't stem from that, right? When He-Man was created, it was first a toy, and then you had the mini comics that were really pretty dark and deep stories. But then
Okay.
you also had the Rudy Obrero art style that was influenced, right, by
Mhm.
Frazetta, which is the guy who created the
Mm,
Conan artwork,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Conan
Yeah. Yeah.
Mike
Okay.
Frazetta, right? And if you saw the art style and the packaging on those vehicles and of the characters, they look absolutely stunning, right? They look incredible. They look more like the tone of a Lord of the Rings, like the movie, right? The way the movie was. And so I hate when they go, oh, well, He-Man was more about Lou Scheimer. Yeah, I brought in maybe more kids to watch He-Man and find out what it is.
What it is, right? Yeah. Yeah.
But when I was introduced to it, it was through the toys because that was what
Okay.
came first. It
Okay.
came first, and also um, the artwork. Like I said, the artwork. My imagination was like just was running wild,
Right.
despite looking at that art style. When you saw the vehicle art styles
Oh
and how
wow.
well drawn they were very barbaric,
Right.
very
Yeah. Yeah.
gothic,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
gothic, but sci-fi, right?
Right. Right.
Which was never done before, which was fantastic, and I think that's why it became so big, and it worked.
Right.
I mean, if you ever want to know more in depth or a little bit more in depth of my backstory with it, I'll do a shameless plug, but I was in the documentary Playtime Masters,
Oh,
which is a
okay.
He-Man documentary,
Okay.
right? I was in the internet section of or segment of the documentary. So if you guys ever interested, you could look it up online and check it out. But
Okay.
but it's the same thing. That's why I always gravitated to the anime. But even though the new anime from now, with the exception of maybe Baki and Attack on Titans, I don't like the comedic aspect, the chibi style that they try to use so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even with freaking Dragon Ball, they have so much power. These guys can destroy planets.
Yeah. It gets ridiculous after a
They
while.
put
Yeah.
that comedic, yeah, and then they put that comedic element to it, right?
Yeah.
I don't really like that, right? Even though Dragon Ball is one of the first
It
real
is. Yeah.
animes that have been around since like
Yeah.
60s, right?
Yeah.
You go
It's
back as
old.
far as
Yeah.
Astro Boys, that's been around since the 40s, right? It's just it was black and white when it first was introduced. So I like that element of them, but their storytelling, to be honest, a lot of it comes from Western storytelling. But a lot of people don't know that there's a lot of
Actually, a lot of
Westernized.
Japanese admit that though. A lot of them say they grew up watching things like you talking about a lot of older gentlemen here. So you talking about people who watch westerns, they learn from that. They learn from theatrical works. They learn about plays can tell you a lot. I don't know if anybody here ever took up theater. I did.
Mhm.
And you can learn a lot through
I'm a
that.
computer tech and network administrator by trade. Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, if you understand that, then
Yeah, yeah.
it helps you understand the human psyche, like
Mhm.
those type of stories and
Well,
stuff like that. So they learned a lot of through Western media, like not media of today, but you know what I'm saying.
yeah, no,
The
I know
past
exactly what
movies
you're
and stuff, classic movies and stuff like that, and plays and stuff.
saying. Sega Forever can tell you the whole existence of JRPG came from D&D, pen and paper D&D. That's where it came
Oh,
from.
that's
You see what I'm
everything.
saying?
D&D
A lot of
influenced
people think
almost
it's
everything.
a lot of people think it's backwards. They think it was us that we stole Japanese,
No, no,
and
no.
and that's not how it works. It was
Yeah.
from the paper, pen and paper D&D where it stemmed from. That's number one. Another big influence of such a, prolific. I forget how to say the word, pronounce it, but like Kojima.
Mhm.
All his influence for Metal Gear came from Snake Plissken from John Carpenter,
Yes, yeah.
Escape from New York.
Because that's what his game always reminded me of whenever I saw it was that movie.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it did.
Like the
Yeah,
horror and sci-fi element, he got it from Escape from New York, Escape from
yeah,
LA, because he's a
yeah.
very big John Carpenter fan. And people don't realize it. They're like, "Oh no, Kojima, this is mine. It's just out there. He's completely no." He said it many times because he actually went to school to become a movie director
Yes, yes.
before becoming a game creator. And so it just so happened that he became a game creator on some kind of like hokey dokey stuff, like by luck. And that's why if you play his games, they feel more like movies as opposed to games
Yeah, yeah.
because it's by his trait. The way he's used to creating is thinking and looking at things in a more cinematic storytelling way, like a movie.
Mhm.
Because
Right.
that's what he went to school for. You see
That's
what I'm
what he
saying?
learned. Right. Yeah. Right.
Right. And that's what he went to school for. And that's what people don't understand why his games are the way they are. And they try to say, oh, no, it's just this mind. It works this certain way. Like it's like this other abstract human or some shit. And I'm like, no, 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 not at all. He got influenced by Western stuff and Western movies and Western, IPs. As
Hmm.
a matter of fact, I tell people all the time, Metal Gear Solid 1 was everybody remembered it from the NES days when it came out. But it actually first was premiered on Microsoft's MSX in the early 80s.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that's where his game first came out on a
Oh,
Microsoft console,
wow. So with
right?
him working with Microsoft again, it's the
It's
same
nothing
thing.
new.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people are like, no, sir, it was all Sony, 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 Sony. You get what I'm trying to say?
Right. Yeah.
And that's why I get so mad. I want to laugh in their face. I'm like, yo, bro, like, be quiet. I'm in forward, please. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's all public record. You can look it up.
Right. Right.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Okay. No problem.
Hey, just real quick, I want to read something because Hiba, we transitioned to the whole Kotaku article where Phil Spencer basically said that AAA games don't pay the bills. Let me simplify it for a lot of people. At least that's what I got when I read it. And the reason
Was Phil talking about the Xbox when he was talking about that, or was he talking about the gaming industry as a whole? Like
As
I'm
a
trying
whole.
to. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get the context of what he was trying to say there.
Well, so because one of the problems is that everybody was dogging Microsoft to get AAA exclusives, right?
Oh,
And then
okay.
I think we kind of, and I'm not, I love when we talk about stuff we love, right?
Mhm.
But like that's what you were alluding to before with the, with the content and everything like that, right? So
Right.
the thing for like, I'm glad he bought his back. I know he's doing something right now.
Yeah, he's
His
busy.
thoughts on it. Because this is something we both understood early on, right? I mean, like I told you the reason I came into the Xbox the way I am now is because of the Xbox One and
Okay.
the game lineup to this day I think is still one of the best. Dreamcast I'll put over them.
Yeah, Dreamcast was fantastic. Yeah.
But when I got my Xbox One and then people were complaining about it, but then I started playing the games.
Mhm.
It blew me away because at one point I thought, oh man, maybe it's me, because there was such, like you said, there was such a push against it.
It was, yeah.
And I was like, dude, I'm old. I actually looked at it and said, maybe I should give up gaming. I'm old. Maybe I don't know.
That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah.
And then I was like, but after a while, then you begin to realize these people are just full of it, right?
Yep.
And because I look, I know what I know, and I like what I like, and these games are awesome. Okay,
Right.
so full circle, right? because of what happened with Titanfall, because of what happened with Rise Son of Rome. I talked about this earlier in the podcast. These should have been franchises for us, but because of the hate and
Yeah,
misinformation and
yeah,
wrong narratives,
yeah,
we never got that as Xbox fans.
yeah.
That's what made me become Xbox only. And
Okay, yeah,
there's a multitude, right? Like I'm sure, like you, like a lot of us are like this too. There's just more than one reason. I'll say that is the main reason, but of course,
hmm
cost, right? It's like I can support Xbox more if I'm not a multi console owner,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
and
And
because I'm
plus, Xbox will be around longer if they have people that support them rather than leave because they was hemorrhaging people too at one point.
yeah,
So
that's why I always say I kind of do this as a tongue in cheek thing and kind of as a joke, but it is true. I always say this: thank God Microsoft is rich, because
yes,
I saw
yes,
Sega go through this, and
yeah,
Sega didn't have those resources, and they got taken down. And then when I see Sony trying to pull the same thing, especially now, you've seen everything come to light in these last.
yes, yes,
They
yeah.
went back to that old tactic, but they forgot that they ain't dealing with Sega and the Dreamcast now. They're dealing with Microsoft, and Microsoft is not Sega.
And also Microsoft saw what happened to Sega. They were involved with that. Remember, they was involved with the Dreamcast.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they understood what Sony did. I think they've always known who Sony was from the very beginning.
And credit to Microsoft. I mean, but when you're that big, it's like one of my favorite scenes in the Avengers when Loki tells Nick Fury, does an ant have a problem with a boot? You know what I mean? It's that one thing he puts out there, and that's basically what Microsoft is.
Right.
Right? They're really that big. But just to get back to that, I love realists. Um, the Game Pass allows them to take these risks, though. That's why I'm pro subscription. Yes, this
Oh,
is what
where
it
do you
all
say
boils
that
down
at?
to.
Oh,
Um,
right there. Okay. So yeah, it says allows them to take these risks, though. That's why I'm pro subscription. Okay, I see what he's saying. Okay, because he
yeah,
understands what that means for Xbox to have that reoccurring income,
yes.
income coming in, so they can actually invest back into games and stuff like that.
See,
I
yeah,
get it.
realist stole my thunder. This is what I wanted to get to earlier in the podcast.
Really,
And-
is too smart for his own good, you know.
yeah. But the thing is with that is this is why, and I want people to know this. This is the only reason why you're getting the AAA games is because they have Game Pass.
That's true.
I've
That's
done
absolutely true.
videos on my channel. See, ever since last year, in fact, me and Heba did a video where we talked about it. I called it like the road to win 100 million. Right, is the name of the video. And so,
Right.
basically, I was just talking about that once Microsoft, because of Game Pass, right? Because I look at the Netflix model and I like Netflix. And I use Netflix, especially now with all the Korean stuff coming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I was looking at that, I was like, dude, you need content, right? So one thing I love that Microsoft and Phil did is that they stuck by their guns. Because at some point in time, remember how they were trying to please everybody?
Yes, I do, and that's not good. You
Well,
can't do that.
and I think they were doing it out of a pro business type of realistic approach, like how
Mhm.
we just talked about Unlimited, how he kind of does things on that level,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I know that that was the driving force. It's like, okay, we need more power because they said they want more power. Oh wait,
Mhm.
they said we need these type of Japanese games. Okay, we'll make those the Japanese games. Oh, they want a better controller. We make them a controller. Oh, they
Yeah,
want
make
this.
them better control. Yeah, they try to answer your concerns, but they can't do everything. And then when they do, they're not appreciated for it. They
Well,
get
and I
it,
think
it gets
that's
torn down. You know.
that's the kicker though, right? Because that's I think that was the kicker. At some point, they sat there and it was like, and I could see Microsoft doing it this way. I'm not trying to make light of this, but I'm just like, guys, I don't think they really mean what they say.
Right, they don't. What he learned is that these are narratives. Now,
Yes.
some are good criticism. Some people say, well, they need to improve their HDR or something like that. That those are good. And these are people who are pro Xbox, so they just giving stuff. Hey, please fix this, or whatever. That's fair. But when these people are keep hopping from one thing to the next, then that tells you that's a narrative. That's how you know a narrative. Okay.
But we
First thing,
benefited from it. Like I like to tell ponies that I've been telling these guys for years. The ponies I've been telling them, I was like, you built this. That's what I would tell them.
you
Actually,
built this.
you guys built this.
That
Thank
ought
you.
to be our logo.
Yeah, I did that in like 2015, 2014. I was in this forum and it was going rabid, and I just said, "Thank you, PlayStation, because you built this." That's what I told them.
They did.
I
And
did.
you know what? For all this whining and hissy fitting and having convulsions and all this stuff out here right now because the AVK deal is about to close,
Yeah.
for all of that, and now that Jim Ryan has been put out, they are the reasons for this.
Yes,
They
are.
are. Because they said they want Microsoft to do better. They said they need to spend their money. Well, you know what? They are.
We want
got-
competition.
Microsoft listens to what you say and they
Yeah.
implement it. This is a pattern they have always done and they still do. So do not tell them something or they might just do it. And they are doing exactly what you said. And you're
Well, this-
getting what you asked for. And these
That's
people,
That's how dense ponies are, and the Sony side. They're that dense because they're the ones that because they can't think outside the box. They are brand. I call them brand gamers. And the
Mhm,
reason I call them brand gamers is because they only want the brand.
that's
and
it.
that brand, and like the brand, I'm saying like how somebody wears like something like they might not even own a Gucci thing, but maybe they like Gucci, right?
Oh
But they
yeah.
like that's what they are because they don't even look at Final Fantasy was awesome, just for the simple fact that these guys tout that game and look how little it showed. It was so bad that they had to replace Square Enix, replace their president because that dude was too old school, like our boy Fireboss always says, right? That Japanese mentality, right?
Mhm.
That business art. They got rid of that dude, and this new dude is kind of like, hey, look, guys, we just want to bring out our special guest. And Phil Spencer walks up to that stage, dude, and you know the ponies were salty, dude. There was,
I tell everybody, look at that. Look at when Square Enix brought him out there. They didn't just bring him out there as if they was proud people. They were down there on their hands and knees to Phil. I've never seen anything like that. I watched that whole. I
Mhm,
went
me
and
too.
actively looked at that. They were ecstatic that Phil was even giving them the time of day. You can read it in the room.
but Dea, you know what I love about Phil? Because this is straight up. This is humbleness.
Okay,
He doesn't like that really.
I know
And
he
he
don't.
looks so uncomfortable.
He
with
did look uncomfortable. He
it.
did.
But he knows he has to do it. This is why I think he's like when people tell me, "Oh, he's just saying that." I'm like, no, bro, he's like that.
No, he is like that. Yeah,
He is like
yeah.
that. He doesn't like that. But the great thing about it is he has to do it, and he does it. And then they were doing that, but you look at his face, and he's kind of like
He all uncomfortable. Yeah, they parading him out there. And, they up there got the people forcing them to clap for him and all.
yeah, they waited, right? You saw that, right? They were like,
they
they
was
want that
making
bonus.
stop everything. It was like clap for Phil Spencer. I was like rolling. I was like, oh my god! You could tell Square Enix was in a bad way. I tell every Xbox person, please go watch that. Go out there and watch that on YouTube because it was very educational. Nothing. I put this. That told me everything. That whole thing that they have going on with Sony is over. It's over. Okay. There's no way you can look at that and think anything else.
Well, and I think that's another reason why Jim Ryan's gone. I mean,
I agree.
I know Hebot talked about it earlier, and I'm not saying I disagree with him. I think they can be both. Ideas can work in conglomerate. Hey,
I think he did both too. I think he's out of there because he sees the trajectory that Sony's PlayStation is headed. It's not good, people. You're not getting your AAA games. It's like you used to anyway. You better enjoy Spider-Man while you can because they're in the place that Xbox was in, and they're going to have to come out of that. And I don't. Look, do I think Sony is just gone? No, I don't. I don't think they're gone. They're going to fight hard to make sure PlayStation stays, and they should. Microsoft would do it. I'm going to tell you that now. Microsoft wants them to be there. They don't want to be the only entity out there because they need to have that competition because they've been there when they were a monopoly, and you don't want to be the target of governments when you're a monopoly. They understand that. So if they have to write a check to keep Sony going, they'll do it. But they're not going to be first place. That much is gone. If it's not already gone, looking at the profit and revenue difference between the companies, but they're not going to stay on top. That's the thing that people need to prepare for. They're not going to disappear into thin, like into smoke, like a wisp of smoke or nothing like that. They're not going to go like that.
I'll be honest with you. I think they're done.
You don't think they can come back from this?
And it's not just the gaming; it's just Sony in general. Just look.
You think the whole company is gone?
Yeah, they're in big trouble. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was a Sony fanboy when it came to electronics. Everything I owned back in the day, I'm a product of the '90s, Sony generation. My Walkman, all my stuff, everything electronic, TVs. You couldn't tell me. Like if you tried to come with a TV, I'd be like, nah, dude, I'm Sony. I stick with Sony. So when the PlayStation came around, that experience you had was probably at Circuit City, because that's what Circuit City tried to do. Not Circuit City, Circuit City, who's out of business, ironically.
Right. Yeah.
That guy was trying to push the PlayStation on me, but because I was a gamer, I'm like, no, dude, I don't rock. Because it was nothing against the PlayStation. I played platformers, I played action adventure games, and I played fighting games and sports games. Right, that's the gaming. And I spent most of my time in the arcade. So
Okay. Yes.
yeah, so that's a different like time and stuff. But yeah, I don't see them recovering from this because people don't understand that they used to be the Apple of the 90s. They dominated in movies. They owned like 13 movie studios. There was nobody bigger on the Sony scene as far as music,
Mm-hmm.
right? They were the ones where they ran that thing where send in $12 and we'll give you 24 cassette tapes. Like that was
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah, wow. I had forgot all about that. That's been a long time ago, but yeah, I remember that.
that's Sony's pedigree. And if you look
Yeah,
now,
yeah. Wow, you brought
South
up an
Korea.
old memory.
Well, Vizio was the one that put them on blast back in the day. Because what happened was they did the mistake of copying us, of outsourcing their stuff, and the quality of their product and the fact that they made it in Japan was a selling point. So they
Right.
outsourced like the U.S. was doing.
And that was a bad thing to copy off of us because we used to make incredible
Mhm.
products. I remember America made incredible products, and we also have high standards here because of regulations and stuff.
Yeah,
But
this is
that
why.
dropped. Like, no offense,
Yeah,
but all these Chinese products do not hold. Like, if you tried to do that here in America, you wouldn't be able to make it here in America because it
yeah.
falls below our quality standards here.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, and it's kind of a running joke in Asia, right? It's like I was watching this interview, and it was called Asian Beat or Asian Street. And anyway, so they were talking to Koreans about China, and one of the Korean guys said, it's kind of funny, as big as China is, or as big as they purport to be. Like
Mhm.
he goes, Koreans are the only ones that look down on them, and these guys are Koreans. Like they won't buy the products in Korea. In fact, a lot of people,
Really?
yeah, because of the quality, right? Like even
Wow.
Chinese don't buy their own product. They'll go to South Korea and they'll go to Japan and buy
I've
product.
heard, I've actually heard that Chinese will buy American products and they pay top dollar for it. Probably that's the same with other products that come from other places too.
Well, the
They
problem,
know their own products are bad.
the problem China's having is that this was going on since the 90s. So they had a workforce that had a certain income level, right? And now that they've actually made, they've come up, in status, like any other country would be. You see that happening in Africa. This is why
Yeah,
Africa,
Africa.
this is why
Yeah.
Africa hates us right now so much because we're trying to impose things on Africa, and Africa's looking at us like, how come
And
you?
we should not. And the stuff we're trying to impose on there, I just want to say I stand by Africa on this. We should not be imposing cultural things over there. We have no business doing that. That's not our business.
And
How
before that, we were imposing like some business stuff on them, right? And then
Oh,
Africa,
business stuff too. I've
well,
seen the
money.
cultural things, like
Yeah.
whether people agree with that or not. It's this one. I forget what country this is. I forget. I'm sorry.
We have
Um,
enough. We have enough in our own country that keeps us busy.
yeah, I mean, but it was something about there. These people value traditional relationships, man, woman, children. They promote that. Okay, so therefore they don't promote homosexuality the way the Western countries do.
Yes.
That's how they look at things because to them the next generation is that important to them. Okay, we
Yeah.
don't have to agree with that in our countries and stuff, but that's how they think. They have every right to run their country the way it is. The world is big enough to where they can exist thinking the way they think and promoting families if that's what they want to do. And we
Well,
up there telling them, well, we won't do business with you because
yeah.
you won't promote homosexuality, and they see that as a threat to the traditional family. That we don't have no place there. It doesn't matter what our government thinks of it or whatever. We don't have a place to be telling them how to govern their country when it comes to culture, because you don't know how far back that culture goes. It may go back centuries that they think this way. We don't have a place there. You don't do that, and then you don't change minds like that. You change minds through debate. That's the way you do it. You don't do it by threat, under threat, and stuff like that. So that's why I side with Africa and any other country. It doesn't matter, even if it disagrees with my own personal beliefs. Like for instance, I don't agree with a lot of Arabian beliefs, right? With I think they're under theocracies and stuff,
Mhm.
but they have every right to live the way they want to live. And if we want to change minds, we do it through debate. We do it through friendly, respectful debate. That's how you do it. And I just never like that about how America has been trying to enforce that. And they what they have to understand too, and I hate these like hate American people too.
Yeah.
Not all Americans think like that. What our government does doesn't mean it's a reflection of what we think and what we do. Like I
Yeah.
don't understand. They don't separate that, but that is not all of us don't think like that. So some like these wars, I hate these wars, but that just because we might be engaged in a war doesn't mean I'm loving it like I'm living on the high life because we at war. I hate wars, So I just wanted to put that out there because that frustrates me to no end. I just had to rant, but that's how I feel about that. And yeah, we don't have any place doing that stuff, and I hate that aspect about what we're doing.
You saw with the FTC stuff. I saw some of the British guys, the gamers there. Just some like online. They're like, oh, why do you guys hate on their CMA? They took it personal as an English thing, and then guys
Oh, they
like,
did they?
yeah, well, I mean, I could see what they were saying, but then I came back and I was like, yeah, I hate the FTC even more. So it's not a British thing. It's a regular.
That's true. It's a regulator, right? I don't like the CMA or the FTC is actually worse than CMA to me. Lena Klein isn't. I'm on the. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, she's so educated. Lena Klein is insane. People, you can mark me down. You can etch that in stone. She is agenda driven. And this woman has lost all sense of anything because what she's there for is supposed to be to protect the people. She is not doing that. She do not care. If she cared, she would have been looking at Activision and Blizzard, seeing what happened to people who were working under Bobby Kotick and understanding that these people need rescuing or that company is going to fall apart because they had lawsuit after lawsuit coming after them. You think Activision Blizzard King was going to be alive for much longer if you got governments now coming after them to sue them for the things that they did in that company? That wasn't going to last. Their stock was dropping. The only reason their stock is up now because people believe Microsoft is going to get them. Mm-hmm. That is the fact. Okay. If Microsoft walked away tomorrow, watch those stocks tank. Nobody has any confidence in Bobby Kotick. And so that's the thing. Lena Khan is, I don't know what's wrong with her even wasting our money even further. Even after the Congress and stuff, they already reduced the amount of money she can even use in total for all the stuff that she's going to do in each year. And she's using and wasting all of that on Microsoft. That woman needs to be removed. And yes, I hold Biden responsible for putting that woman in there. He should have known better than to put that woman in there. He needs a leader needs to know how to put the right people in a job. If they can't do that, they don't need to be a leader. That's my opinion.
It goes with their thing. They want to regulate big tech because big tech is probably the only thing that can go up against big government.
Yes, big tech and any big business, by the way, is always a threat to government. That's education number one. Okay. They are a threat because they have more money than the government has. They can be a country unto themselves.
Well, I found that ironic because of everything that happened, right? That's been going on, especially with look, they have a stranglehold on a lot of stuff because of the way our technology is nowadays. True, mm-hmm. But I like to. I said earlier in the podcast, I say like the lesser of two evils because it's like if Red Skull fought Dr. Doom, that's what you have.
Right? Yeah. Right. Look, I ain't here to protect no big companies. I don't trust them. I don't trust big pharma. I don't trust big agro. It's a lot of them I don't trust. Okay. But it's a balance that has to be there for all things. And I don't want the government to have so much power that they get to pick and choose who can exist and who can't. I don't want that either. I think that's a threat. So,
Hey, Dale, can we address the chat real quick?
Sure. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
No, so that's what this is, guys. This is why this is an all-in cast because that's why I didn't do the Wrecking Crew. Because Wrecking Crew, we want to focus on the Xbox in general or gaming in general. Right. But this one, we talk about a lot of different stuff, and I see that I saw one with Wilkin.
Wilkin, okay.
Wilkin and Radiance. Welcome, guys. Thanks for being here.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it was Radiance, I guess.
It was Radiance, okay.
Yeah, Radiance. Hey, what's up, Radiance? See, Radiance, I'll be careful with, man, because I don't want to be an unlimited and pull data. Because I love it.
Oh, yeah.
I just assume you're a dude, bro. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Throw me under the bus, dude. But I love this picture.
That's a cool picture. Yeah, I like it.
I want to say that's Michonne, but I don't know.
No, I don't think. Well,
no, right?
Yeah. No, that's not her.
Radiance, hit us up, man. Let us know. So Radiance says China makes some good products. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, they have that capability. The problem with China though is that their government subsidized, right? And they're
it's not no, man. I mean, look, I ain't trying to be politically correct. Now, I'm not okay. You guys want to learn about me? I am not politically correct. I will call things as I see it. I'm not always right. I'm not like proud either. I'm like, oh, I'm just always right. It's just my opinions based on my observation. My observation of China's goods are bad. They had dog food that killed a lot of dogs. They had tainted baby milk powder, and I mean, I can go down a long list of stuff. You guys can look this up for yourself. When it gets to the point where even their food products are bad, and I'll give you an example of a personal experience of ours. I was going to look for some meat products and everything, and then I was like, that this is like I'm just like I like to buy things in bulk, but this meat, it was like I think I was buying some fish or something. I can't remember what I was buying. It might have been that.
Was it the tilapia thing?
Yeah, I didn't know it was that. I just saw, wow, it's a lot of fish there. I'm like, wow, that's because I don't know why. I live in Michigan. You think what fish would be easy to come by here because we have a lot of lake fish here, but for some reason it's just always higher here. I don't know why. So a lot of people in Michigan do their own fishing when they want fish. But anyway, get off that point. But yeah, so I'm looking at all this fish and I said, wow, I can just buy that and have a ton of fish at one time, put it in my freezer and stuff, package it up. And I said, well, what fish is this? And then the lady just casually said, she said that was tilapia. And then she said, but a lot of people won't buy it because they know it's from China and stuff. She said, but I tell people it's perfectly good. And I looked at her and stuff like that. I said, okay, thank you for your time. But apparently they could not unload it because nobody wanted any products from China because they had a reputation of that happened in America where a bunch of dogs died from the dog food they was getting. It turns out was made in China and stuff, and they had a baby milk crisis where baby milk powder was it had poisons and stuff in it, and it harmed a lot of babies and stuff. Might even kill babies and stuff. That wasn't here though. That was in China. And what happened was that sent that economy they started buying all like baby powder milk and stuff from America and some other place. Might have been Japan or something. I can't remember. But
South Korea. Yeah, South Korea.
Maybe South Korea. I know it's 2 countries. America was one of them because we make a lot of it here apparently, So they actually emptied out a lot of our stock by buying it up here because it's a lot of Chinese. So when they buy a lot of something, we tend to lose a lot of stock in our country when they do that, So they bought a lot of it. And the prices of it was beyond anything I've ever seen. It was crazy. And really the rich and like the well-to-do was able to buy the American powder milk and stuff to the point where you had people, they was impersonating Chinese baby powder milk as American. They would take the labels off and then put the American labels on there. And stuff. This is real. You guys can look it up. But the quality control is not good in China. It's just not. And it's not that they can't do it. They got the capability. I mean, China got the money, the capability, the infrastructure. That it's just that the quality control is not there. So I had to stand, I don't trust their products. I don't, I don't think it's to the level it should be. And that's just based on experience and things that I've seen and saw in real articles and stories that was reported about their products going out there and harming people and lead and stuff and all that. Like I said, you guys can look that stuff up. It's easy to find articles. It's a lot of products. I can't list everything, but these are ones that stand out to me with the baby powder milk and the dog food, because a lot of Americans lost dogs. That happened in America. A lot of dogs started dying and they traced it to the dog food and it came from China. It was contaminated, so.
I'll never trust a country. Look, I just say it's Cultural Revolution. Just go research that stuff.
Okay.
It's they have China has a different way of that's why I bring up the government thing.
Right. It's never about the people, it's the governments.
It's the
people don't have power over there. So I don't even, whenever I think of China, I don't think of the actual people, because a lot of them are persecuted and stuff. Like one thing that this is going to get a little dark. So if you guys got some young people out there, just just be prepared. But like one thing that's a thing that's near and dear to me because, I'm a Christian and stuff. So I keep up with a lot of international Christian affairs. And one thing that really bothers me greatly is there's an underground church there because, they're not allowed to have Christianity over there. And they
have a facade of Christianity. Yes.
They do, but the underground Christians don't have anything to do with that. They have to practice in private. And a lot of times they hide out in caves and stuff. And it's in the rural areas where they exist mainly. And what I've heard, some of the things that I heard over there, and it turns out later I learned it to be true, was that like if you got caught over there, you get in prison, you're not getting out in those Chinese prisons, and they use those prisoners as a source for organ harvesting, and that's a big business over there. So yeah, they will harvest your organs. No permission, no nothing. They'll take good care of you, and then people need organs and stuff all over the world. They ship them all over the world, and they just take people's organs.
Big business. Big business. Yeah.
And that's sanctioned by the government. So I don't hold that against the actual people. It's the government.
Well, like I said, so there are. Look, America has its own problems.
Yes, we do.
That's true. But
I can go down the dark rabbit hole with that too, but we won't go ahead. Everything, yeah.
People need to realize that they're communists, right? First and foremost, it's the party. It's the party, right? It's the Communist Party of China, right?
Right.
I know a lot of people, when they think about communism, they associate it with Russia, which is true. But China has its own level of communism. This is a lot of the stuff that if you guys with Disney, right, that ticked off a lot of guys like me with their stuff, is because you have to kowtow to what the Chinese Communist Party, and look, it's fair play and everything, right? But
right.
I mean, when you're like censoring stuff in your movies because it offends the sensibility of their and not so much the people, but the government. It offends the sensibilities of the government.
Of the government, right? Not necessarily the people.
Yeah. So the people, like I know I don't really have a problem with like if being Hawaiian and stuff like that. I'm a darker shade of brown. On days,
right. Yeah, you're not.
Much, right?
You're not pale white, like crisp white. You are of color, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do we call now? People of color. Right? So
right.
Like I wouldn't expect myself to be on the cover of their perfume.
No.
Like if I'm trying to sell something to their people.
Right.
Unless I'm in a grass skirt, like holding a pineapple in my hand, maybe.
They wouldn't have you on there because they do not like people of color. They don't.
It's just a code. Like I'll say this much. Like to me, as I look at it, it's like my friend, like he white guy, kind of on the Nordic side, right? Big dude, and his daughter has the look and feel of some like he's something you see in a Viking. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
She has the golden hair,
right? Yeah, pale skin, light eyes, right?
Eyes,
yeah,
light features, and when they were on the thing,
Unlimited said send him a link.
Okay. But when the dad was there, like people would touch her hair. It's like he was kind of like, ooh, but like what it was is they weren't used to seeing that. Because if you guys didn't know this, like most countries, people are one race. So you guys are blessed of living in America, right?
That is true, and I'm used to all cultures, and
yeah,
and I love all cultures, quite honestly, and I am happy that we are diverse because I think I've seen beautiful people from every race, and I just love them all, and who's that?
Oh, that's just Hiba.
Okay. I'm seeing a big like tile there. Okay, that's Hiba.
Just real quick, guys, if you can address the chat, because I think I just want to at least because these guys are posting and stuff. I'm gonna try and get Unlimited in. Unlimited, I'll send you a link. I just gotta step away, so I know you and Hiba can handle the stuff.
Hiba, if you're making noise, we can't hear you there. Okay.
I'm gonna mute my mic. So.
Okay, let me see what we got here. Let's see what's the latest ones. Wilkin ratings. Look at what's going on. Okay, I got to see what you guys was talking about. You had a good conversation here, Wilkin and Radiance. Let's see. I'm going back a little bit. Let's see what Google Poll says here. I think a lot of good Japanese devs are just like in the West. They know what clicks, from software. I'm sorry. And there's a lot of JRPG Western games now that they are very good. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can't say it is. I don't mind them stretching out their wings a little bit. I just, I think they're stronger in their own with what they know. But yeah, they can stretch out. I love to see Americans try a Japanese style game. Who knows? You never know.
A lot of people don't even realize that. I don't know why they categorize them as like From Software, for example.
From Software.
When they've done so many things from survival horror with Echo, I forget the name was called Echo something on the PS2. And things like Ninja Blade and Otage 1 and 2, which is straight up hack and slash Ninja Gaiden style.
Oh, okay.
Like they're not really just RPG.
Right.
Like enthusiasts. And I don't know, but you know, again, it's an example of a lot of people not knowing these developers for so many years. From Software's been around since the PlayStation 1, right?
Oh dang, that's an old company. Uh-oh, your sound kicked off, Hebot. Your sound kicked off. Hebot, your sound kicked off.
Yeah, I can't really hear you, brother.
Nope, I can't hear you.
No, I can't hear you. It's like muffled really bad.
Nope, your sound is completely gone now.
You look good though, bro.
Yeah. Oh man, he's got to restart. Okay.
Yeah, he's probably got a bounce. Unlimited, just real quick. Unlimited, I sent it to you on Twitter messages. That's where we follow.
He was probably in Instagram.
Who, Unlimited?
Mhm.
I don't know if I have him on Instagram. I'll go look.
You don't have Unlimited on Instagram?
I don't think so. You know, I don't like Instagram on my computer because I like it on my phone.
Oh, okay.
But let me. I mean, I can go there. I'll go check. Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, I'll do this while you're doing that. And so, yeah. So you know, as far as with the gaming stuff, just to kind of swing back there, this is lighten up the mood a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm telling you guys, man, this past week, I don't even know. I'm still processing everything. I was like being swung from left to right and right to left. I'm like, what is going on in this weekend? Before our eyes, we have seen the collapse of Sony, because I really think they're not coming out of this pretty at all. I've been racking my brain thinking like a lot of people are making it seem like, oh, they can get this in order. Oh, it's going to be good because they're getting somebody else in there. And I know how hard it was for Phil. And I don't think that it's going to be that easy. They're so behind, and with other players coming into the industry and stuff, you got Nintendo about to come out with their next Switch. I don't know how they're going to do this. I don't know what's going to happen with Sony. I think it's going to be rough sailing from here. And it's the same place where Microsoft found themselves in the Xbox One, when everybody was abandoning them. You had publishers leaving them. I'm starting to see that happen with Sony. They're not leaving them yet, but they're starting to make alliances with Xbox. And I think that's the beginning of how it starts.
They're realizing that withholding, let's say 30 million console players, right? Mm-hmm. And plus all the people on the ecosystem on PC is a stupid move.
It was dumb.
Not only that, last generation was super ridiculous because a lot of them cut out 70 million Xbox One owners for no reason other than I don't know, a bad quote unquote bad 2013. Which I'm one of those people who will always defend 2013. You know, because literally everything that they were going to do happened anyway. Right,
okay.
so
and they had great games. So they
and they had great games and everything. So it's hard for me to. And by the way, even at the time, I was pro Xbox One, you know. But the point is, man, a lot of them lost a lot of money by backing just one horse when they didn't have contracts with Sony, they didn't have any type of deals, they weren't making extra money because one of the benefits of, say, time exclusivity or third-party exclusive is that you are being paid to make that game. But they weren't getting paid or nothing. They literally got no benefit other than backing a console brand that they thought was going to be the most successful because it was the number one in terms of yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because they were the leading platform. But anybody that would know and that was paying attention, the Wii proved that the leading platform didn't mean anything.
Yep.
Because the Wii sold 127 million units, and they barely sold any software, and that's the reason why they lost so much money.
Exactly.
And then the Wii U was worse.
Yeah, and then not only that, what the PS4 ended up being the Wii U in terms of the casual market, and the casuals buy like 1 or 2 games a year.
Yeah, the ratio is 1-to-1.
Yeah, exactly.
On the 360. On the 360, real quick, I'm sorry about that. Unlimited. On the 360 was different because the ratio for 360 was 1-to-8.
Yeah.
One console they bought 8 games.
Yep,
and
exactly.
that was the data. That wasn't data. They got the data to prove
Exactly. And this is why I like Phil Spencer. He saw that data and he said, well, okay, what's the point of a gamer buying our console and all they buy is Madden and FIFA, and those are the only two games they buy per year. How do we get the people on Xbox to keep using our product? And that's the beauty of Game Pass. That's why. Listen, Sarah Bond has been saying it for at least 5 years now. Game Pass subscribers buy and play more games. The metrics show that if you got Game Pass, which by the way, 75% of Xbox Series S and X owners got Game Pass, that they're putting way more time into their Xbox console, time and money into their Xbox consoles than non-users, and this is part of why they're so profitable, right? Because they learned they were looking at the numbers last generation. They saw that they're as we saw this year with the FTC's trial, there are Xbox owners who only play Call of Duty and nothing else. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And you know what those Call of Duty people are? They're never. That's an audience there. And they said it was significant, well over 1 million people, right? That's a number of people who are never going to buy Spider-Man, never going to buy God of War.
That's true.
And they're almost a lost audience, right? So
that's why it's good Microsoft bought them, because Microsoft's going to reap the benefits of, because they have their own ecosystem.
Yep.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Exactly, Sega Forever. And so Phil and Xbox saw this. They came up with the most brilliant plan to keep people on Xbox and using Xbox, and it's paying off in dividends. We saw recently that Xbox is more profitable than Sony, despite Sony having a more revenue, right? And stuff like that is important, But this week, go ahead.
Unlimited. I was going to add to what you said. To be fair, I'm pretty sure when Microsoft came up with the idea of doing a streaming service with the games, they were probably in doubt too. Let's say, doing it in a off the cuff, like, let's see if this will bring in people to play more games. And they probably weren't sure of it themselves, even though they did the numbers probably. Yeah, and it worked in their favor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well. You know what? These companies have a lot of market research. And so before they put something like Game Pass on the market, they've tested with a lot of people. Okay, what's a potential likely scenario? So you're right. There's always a risk to Game Pass, because who knows if the dang streaming service would have taken off, right? But I think when they start to put their games day one, their exclusive day one, that's when it really went from this is just something that you just use once in a while. Some people might have to a must-have aspect to the Xbox community, and again paying off dividends, because I saw an image that just showed pretty much every Xbox game has millions and millions of players now, 10+ million for damn near every game on the service that's released. I mean, seriously, would Grounded have the 12 million players it had if it wasn't on Game Pass? I don't know. Grounded's a fantastic game, but probably not.
Right.
Well, I'll say this much. I mean, to your point, Unlimited, nobody was more surprised than Microsoft. And this is why I knew Game Pass was going to make it, because when you heard Sarah, she talked about Game Pass, they were just as shocked as those figures too, that people that they have Game Pass and then they buy the games. Kind of use that as a marketing thing. But I knew it was going to be successful because they themselves saw the success in it. Right. And that's what I was trying to make the point up earlier. It's just like, this is why we're going to get these AAA games. Like, it's happened in almost like in phases. Yeah, there we go. This is Xbox Phase 1. And I even hate to use that because I hate Marvel so much. We're in Xbox Phase 2, right? Hopefully they don't turn into Marvel, but you see that with the purchasing of these big third-party companies, right? I think it's and I love it. I love it because it's one of the things, like, you talk about it, Hebot talks about it a lot, was the narrative, right? Just changing the narratives when it comes to the Xbox, and it's changing. And that's why, like I was telling you earlier, that whole thing, like when I'm looking at the game, looking at Game Pass, dude, all we have to do, if we could just get to 50 million. I know the economy is bad right now. I know stuff is going on, but if we can get to 50 million, then a lot of these people can't ignore Xbox anymore. Like a lot
Yeah.
of these who hedge their bets, right? When Phil Spencer walking onto Square Enix stages, you'll have that at just about every conference.
Mm-hmm.
Because that'll be the draw of, because you have a built-in money system, right? People are paying.
Mhm.
This is what drives me nuts about people on our side. Even they're like, "Oh, it's free games." I'm like, no, it's not, dude. We pay.
Yeah.
We pay. Because the reason why I don't like that is because this is where they get the welfare pass and all this kind of stuff. It's like, no, did you pay? You're paying for these games.
Not only are we paying, they're paying these developers, as we saw,
Mhm.
a lot of money. You know,
Some of them, dude, they were feeling themselves though, right? It's like, oh yeah, 50 million, 300 million. I was like, okay, like that's like, I could see Phil sitting there like, I'm waiting for that email to come out where Phil was like, these dudes just crazy. You just gonna buy it.
That's the whole development cost of a AAA game.
Yeah.
with
Oh,
some
yeah.
of them. Like, shit.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like what they call you. I don't want to swear, but it's the FU money kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Like they don't really
not,
want
not only development costs, but look what they said they would have to pay for a game like Star Wars. I think it was something in the realm of like 300 million.
Yep.
That's more than what Sony paid for Insomniac for the acquisition.
Yeah. Well, that was the Star Wars Survivor game, right?
Yeah. It's just like when they bought Rare. They bought Rare for like 375,
Mm-hmm.
and that was what, 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Insomniac got what, 235?
Yeah. That Star Wars license must have inflated that price. But
Yeah.
but
The
there's
Star
EA
Wars license.
EA Play is tied to Game Pass, so you know. So I wonder how they would. I wonder how they're gonna. Well, I see why it's not their day one. It'll be there, you know, whenever they put on EA Play. Then, and then when that happens, it's going to get a big boost. People on Game Pass are going to buy it, and then we're going to see articles about how that game had a second life, the way Guardians of the Galaxy and Marvel's Avengers, and Overwatch and all these other games when they hit Game Pass had a second breath of life. And when they had a second breath of life, like these games, like this, how I knew it was successful. Those games have a second breath of life, and the developer will literally come out and say, "Thank you, Game Pass."
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Game Pass.
It wasn't one of those. It wasn't one of those media releases either, like from their communications or marketing thing. It was basically them like, "Oh yeah, thank you."
Yeah,
Organic.
A game would come to Game Pass, man. Them days be like in less than a week. Hey, thank you, Game Pass. We just had our best week ever.
Yes.
I'm like, man, that
You
that
want
game.
to hear something cool, man? Humble Games actually responded to me.
Uh-huh.
Because what I did was I bought. You guys played what is it? Heart of oh my gosh, Heart of the Wild. I saw the trailer for that game and I knew I was gonna like it, so it came in Game Pass to download. I played, so I just ended up buying it. You know, like how I just buy certain games just because I liked it so much.
Yeah.
And so I had put up something about Humble Games, and I bought their little. They had a funding for their little figure, like one of the characters. This thing called Twig or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it just looked really cool, so I bought it for my daughter. And so I put it on there and showed up there, and they actually wrote me and said thank you.
Oh shit, that was cool though.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, because that's what I like about gaming now. All this console war stuff, all of that on the side. The great thing about gaming right now, it just reminds me. Me and Dale was just talking about the '90s.
Mm-hmm.
It just reminds me of that time when we were growing up, where you actually followed the developers and actually knew who the people were that worked on your games, that followed the companies, and that was hard back then because we didn't have internet.
Yeah,
Like,
you had to like magazines, and you had to read a lot.
Just waiting for that copy at the newsstand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
them gaming magazines. Oh man, were they excellent?
well, because back then those guys like playing games. Those were gamers. It's the opposite now. Back then it was like gamers who got into it so that they could get it.
They took pride, Sega Forever. They took pride in what they were doing because they enjoyed it.
Well, they're fans too. They're like us. It's like if we got into journalism, right? So they got into journalism not to be journalists. They got into journalism so they could get into the games, right?
And
Because
play what they want and do what they love to do, right?
and know what was going on. But now it's not like that now. You have journalists coming into games.
Yeah, who don't care about games at all. Some of them just like it's pretty obvious the ones who don't like it.
Yeah,
where it's clearly a job to them, and you watch their stuff, and you just see it on their face that sign, the sign of somebody who working a job they don't care about. Like, all right, let's get this over with. You know, and
what they like now is stature, status quo. Like, oh look, we're able to work at IGN. We're able to play all these games. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They're not doing it because they actually have pride in what they're doing or enjoy what they're doing. No, it's more about, oh, we have a status quo. You know what I mean?
Or
Yeah.
they're waiting for that job to open up at like one of the bigger news organizations where they really want to be, which why they
Yeah.
went to college for. Right? It is not to work, not like an IGN or in a tech place, right? They really want to be that person, like on the CNN or the Washington Post or something like that. What happens is why they get some credentials is because gaming's popular now. Like me and Dale was talking about that with Japanese culture and Japanese gaming. Like I personally would like it if Japanese actually receded in the gaming market. Like going back to what made them great.
Mhm.
One of the bad things that's happening with anime is that you have a lot of it's expanding, so you have a lot of the Western side trying to censor the anime, both
Right.
the mangas and the animations, right? And
Right.
I argue with these people all the time because I'm a person, I'm like this, dude. Because as me and Dad talked about a little bit Christianity and stuff in the beginning. Like I like if I see something that's fan service of utmost degree, right? I won't watch it, right? But
Yeah,
that's why I tell people,
that's the obvious solution, but for
right?
some reason we're in an era of people just love telling others what to do, and
Yes,
it's the most annoying thing ever.
right. Because
And y'all talking about communism early. I don't know. It seems a little funny to me that the ones who do it seem to be pretty proud to be communists. Which, if you're a communist, you're a dumbass. Because, yeah, good. Show me one successful communist society, and I'll show you a society that killed millions upon millions
That's
of their own
right.
citizens.
Now, history books tell you that. This is, I
Yeah.
don't understand how we're making these same mistakes and people are hatching these same old ideas that have been hatched decades ago. They've already tested it. It doesn't work.
Yeah, good. See, this is what these dumbass commies think. They think that they're going to have the lives we have now, where they could sit at home and the means of production is done by somebody else. No, communists. Your
yeah.
ass would be in the field working 12 hours days,
Yep.
feeding the guys working in the industry
Yep.
while you don't get nothing. So
we're getting we're getting a
what's
taste
that?
of that right now. We're getting a taste right now with the with just our system of a so-called capitalist system, right? Where like I live in Hawaii, right?
Uh-huh.
So one of the complaints, we have a lot of people coming here, but what they're having problem is like people are going like to places like in Waikiki and to eat and stuff like that, and then it's like the hours are shorter, right? Or the service is slow, and these people that you might have money and stuff like that, where this what can affect you, right? You're like, okay, well, why is the service so bad? I'm like, well, you don't have enough employees.
Yeah.
Or if you want to order, go. You see that kiosk all the way over there? Now you type in humu humu nuku nuku wapwa. Like, right? And that's what I'm talking about. It's just like to your point, Unlimited, as you were saying, because everybody they don't think they'll be in that situation, and you see that slowly happening right now. It's just like a lot of times now. I'm like, well, I can't get what I need, so I got to either grow it myself.
Exactly.
Or
Exactly.
So yeah, to your point, absolutely 100% true. This is one of the faults of people who think in those terms, because they have the tagline now. You see this with a lot of the younger generation. They're like, well, because we didn't try it the right way.
Oh,
I'm like, dude, there is no.
every single one has been a failure. The right way means millions upon millions of deaths, famine, and the eventual dictator. Listen,
Yeah.
guys, my communist people out there, if you're watching this, you guys, human beings do not value everything equally. So this whole if we only came together and we shared bullshit does not work, because let's say that money didn't exist, and I'm trading my cattle with Sega Forever. He might value one cattle as 2 chickens. I might value it as 5 chickens.
Yes.
That's true. Yeah.
The reason why money exists is because it was the most common way for people to trade and have a system that's like, hey, we could agree that this is this much, and then it became a universal standard, if you where everywhere you go, almost everywhere, the price of milk is going to be roughly the same, and there's going to be variations in price due to some of them
Some
it's more
taxes
expensive.
and stuff. Yeah. Like
Taxes. Some
taxes,
of them
yeah.
are getting milk to Hawaii might be more expensive than getting in
You want to
Texas.
know how much a gallon of milk is?
Yeah, it's like $5.
No. It's like the Price is Right.
Oh,
Try again.
The price is right.
You know, like when they write down. So you have 5 more tries unlimited.
Okay. Well,
You got
if,
five
if it's
tries.
if it's the price of rice, then $5.01.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's if you go to buy milk, the average around here is anywhere from $8 to $9 a gallon.
Yeah,
Wow.
and that's because transporting it out there is a lot more difficult. It's the same in Alaska as well, where transporting goods and services out there is a lot more difficult than the continental U.S. So stuff like that is going to change the price. But the point is, for the most part, you could go almost anywhere, and the price is going to be roughly in the same range, right? That communist stuff, man, it's just a joke when I see it getting popular. It's really popular online. The average person, they don't listen. The average person does not wake up wanting to get the means of production, the proletariat on that Karl Marx nonsense.
Right, exactly.
They just want to make a good living and enjoy
You notice
life.
though, communism is always popular among the elite.
No,
The average working man, it doesn't work on them because,
and the lazy bums.
right? Because I'm gonna tell you, my father, he was a farmer,
Mhm.
and he always worked several jobs. He was just used to that. And
Yeah.
when you are a person who produces your own, you know you have that knowledge.
Yep.
You don't need to like latch on to communism. None of that means anything to you because you have the skill to produce on your own.
Yeah.
You don't need them, you know.
Yeah.
So why I'm saying that is because like he grew up in the South of America. I'm not going to name where, but he grew up in the South, and then
They are saying that like naming a state means you're going to go to prison.
no,
or
I just
something.
don't want to put too much out there.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just,
I'm just messing with you.
She means
But,
Alabama.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I gotta be careful because But anyway, yeah, he grew up in the South with in a state where at the time that he grew up in, you didn't do anything in a bubble. Everybody was part of a community. So yes, you were independent, but you also were part of a community. So that is the key. If you really want independence, you can't do anything in a bubble on your own. You can't go somewhere in the mountains and only be on your own. You're not going to be able to produce all your food on your own, and you're not going to be able to do everything on your own. You're not going to raise sheep so you can weave up some yarn and all that stuff and make your clothes and stuff. You need a community, okay? And that is the key. But the elites who already have all of their stuff that they get from the people who actually work for it, they always seem to latch on to communism and all this other stuff. They've also in the past latched on to with this whole thing about wasting resources. This is why what is that when they want to kill old people and stuff because they like not useful anymore and all that stuff.
Right.
What do they call that again? Is it
Euthanasia.
Euthanasia. Thank you. I don't know why that slipped my mind. Yeah, euthanasia. That is why this isn't conspiracy, Google Poe. You can look this up. This stuff has been taught. This is in history books. All of this is what we're seeing is in history books. I'm just telling you what I already learned years ago. If you got to know why things happen the way they do, otherwise you can't prevent them from happening again.
Yeah. I see the chat saying conspiracy time. It's not really conspiracies, man. It's just when you know history and know how things go.
Zobi.
You could put two and two together sometimes.
Yeah.
This is why Zobi's my boy.
Yeah.
When I'm
He
sorry.
said he loved conspiracy time. He's so
I've been
crazy.
following Zobi me and Heba have been following Zobi for the longest time.
Mhm.
And it was funny because Zobi was he bought your mic. Zobi was
I said conspiracy time.
yeah. I was watching this video and I thought he was talking about Dragon Ball Z and how JRPGs suck now and stuff like that. And then he just went right, like how this podcast is going. He just went right, took this right turn and went down this rabbit hole. And I'm sitting there at the end of this thing. I was kind of like, dang, what happened? Yeah.
Oh,
so-
okay. Google Poe understood.
Because
Okay, I thought he
people-
didn't know. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, definitely look up.
The people don't understand about. See, Zobi's the type of person, right?
Oh yeah, Gogo knows. Gogo.
Everything he does is to troll, but to troll to catch people in their own ignorance. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Well,
that's
we're
what he
all
likes to
ignorant
do.
in
He
something,
doesn't
right?
do it.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it to like he doesn't do
Not
it
to
just
hurt people,
piss
yeah.
off.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
does it because he wants to show and prove that a lot of people are just stupid. And if you go on their side, you see how they jump on your side real quick. Like if you say, "Yeah, I love PlayStation," everybody was sucking his nutsacks, And the minute that he started saying he didn't like what PlayStation was doing and the direction he was going, and he was going to stick with Nintendo for now and maybe even Xbox. And then everybody changed on him. Everybody, they
Wait a minute, Zombie said that?
traitor. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Zombie said that?
Yeah, but that's what they did to him. That's why he likes to do
Oh.
that. He likes to set people
Oh.
up to show how they are.
Okay.
You know what Zobi does though? You know what Zobi does? You know what really pisses people off?
Hmm.
When Zobi does it, he does it so well. Like
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
he's got a style. It's the same thing with E-Rock. E-Rock has a style that and yes, I am
E-Rock does it very well too.
yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
I can't do that. When I talk like this and
Yeah, you so laid back. You know, I could just listen to you all day. You be so laid back. So I remember one time that when I first started listening to your channel, I was listening to it lulled me right to sleep. You know,
yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I watched Zobi one time. I was so enthralled by Zobi, and all he did was go to GameStop, pick up some games, and did an unboxing in his car.
And then sat in his car. Then he
Yeah,
sat on his car and said this whole elaborate story of the game or how GameStop do shit or back in the day.
Yeah, that was in there. I was like, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. You know what? It's just like how like people hate me because I'll say this. I think Friday, you know the movie Friday,
Mm-hmm.
is one of the greatest movies ever made because it basically takes place on a porch.
Right.
Right, I sat there to watch that movie. I remember watching it in the theater. This was in Oakland, though. This was in Oakland, so you know how that went. Right, it was very animated. Let's just put it that way. In that theater.
Yeah.
And so we was watching it. I'm watching this movie, but the whole time I'm sitting there going like, man, they really didn't leave that porch.
yeah.
Right, and that just tells me that's just the quality of the people in the movie, right? To keep
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the Carrie movie while you sitting on the porch, that's pretty impressive.
and that's a
That's-
movie
that's
that crossed
good.
all economic, social, cultural divides. right?
Social
That's how
topics. Yeah. Well, it's like when Zobi goes to he'll buy, like he said, he'll go to a release of a game and he'll be like, oh, even if it was a midnight release and you see him by himself and everybody, he's like, oh, I can't wait. It's going to get lit. This is that. He did that to prove that was all these people talk about how they buy so many games, but yet only real gamers used to do things like this. Right?
No, the ones that really get me are the ones who be like, man, I miss midnight releases. Well, when was the last time you
And
did
that's
one?
what and then he does it, and people get mad because he's trying to be stupid when he's not. He's basically proving a point by trolling the situation that he knows that a lot of them are just all talk. They're not really
right.
about it, right? But they fall for it every time because it's the way he presents it, right?
Mhm.
That's why I think it's so funny. That's why when I see him all the time, he'll even talk shit about Xbox, and I'm like, man, you being a bad boy. Like, I know what he's doing. You know what I mean? Because I know him personally, right? And he's a really nice dude. So
Mhm.
I don't take what he says personal. I was like, yo, behave. And he just said, yo, put like a laugh emoji. He knows what he's doing, you know?
Yeah, but
And
the
he
thing,
comes from
but
and
for
it
me,
comes
like
from
Zobi has that credibility too, bro.
right.
Like,
But
he
it
just
comes from
doesn't do it. He does it like across the board. Yeah.
right. Well, he's doing it because it comes from the heart, like because he cares about games. Right? He's an old school gamer. But he makes it
we
seem
need
like
more
he doesn't really
Zobies
care.
and Googles and Radiances. We need more people like this who actually do care about the gaming industry because I love the industry. I
Mhm.
just don't, my greatest fear, and I've always said this from the beginning, Unlimited knows this, is when you guys, I started first talking to you guys, is that I was scared for the industry going into a really
Yep.
bad direction. And that was what I was afraid of the most, But maybe this self-correction that's happening now might save it a little bit. We still got some areas that need correct. I'm happy that the media has been exposed. This
Mhm.
Starfield thing is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
I'm
Starfield's
just grateful.
You know, I played it for 5 hours and I just couldn't find my way. I'm like, bro, I haven't even jumped on the main story, dude, and I've been playing it for like 2 days.
They lying. You just know.
Yeah, yo, these PlayStation fanboys are killing me. They be like, I've been playing for 50 hours. This game sucks. You are not playing a game for 50 hours you hate, man. Nah.
Listen, if you play 50 hours, it didn't suck because you
Yeah.
wouldn't have stayed playing 50 hours. That's the whole point.
Dude, when I see something like that, I look at them. I'm like, dude, I want to see your basement. You got something going on. You one of those
seeing
dudes.
videos out there of people talking about.
They got their secret Xbox in that basement. That's what they got down there.
I'm hearing videos, watching videos of people saying They done gave it the real try. They done played for 50, 60 hours, and it's just not a good game. How does it take you 50, 60 hours to know if a game is good or bad?
Right.
What is bad about? See, you can't just say something is bad. What's bad about it? You know, you need to be able to be descriptive about it, because it could be something that might get fixed or something that might be added to by Bethesda that might correct that issue. What is it that you're having a problem with? And that's when you start realizing they haven't played anything. They might have had the game on there, and you know that game, unless you pause it or something, like it just keeps going. It's counting that time, and so they could just have the character just standing out there in the middle of some space rock or something like that, you know, doing nothing, or on some spaceship somewhere, you know. So we don't know what they're actually doing in there, if they're even actually playing it or what, you know. And I know that game is like, it constantly is going. One time I was just, you know, I was doing a lot of stuff, and I was getting up and sitting down, getting up from my computer, because I have it on computer. I have it on both, on the console and but I was on computer, and so I was getting up and down. And I looked, and then by the time I sat down, I actually was looking, and I said, oh, I'm seeing a sunset. It was active. So it was dynamic. It means it was occurring. Now, understand this. I hadn't touched the character in a while, because I just kept up and stuff. But I just watched and saw the sun dissipating over the horizon. It was constant. I never even moved the character. It was constantly moving on. Like the you know, when they said that the stars, the planets and stuff orbit, it's true. It does orbit. You can observe it.
So can I ask you guys something then? Sorry, Dave.
Go ahead.
So are we? It's connected, right? It's online.
What's online?
Is the game online when we're playing it?
No.
No, Starfield single player.
Yeah. You can play.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah. It plays offline. It don't have a constant connection and none of that stuff.
Nope. Yeah.
That's
built into the game, so the dynamic elements of it is built into the game itself.
Because the problems I've had, like the main problem, the one major problem I had is I did no spoilers, but anyway, I got the ship, and the ship had an armory had. So I liked it because what you can do is you can put your guns, and I had all these really good guns that I found. Awesome. And then you can display it, right? And then when I'm gonna get off on board, you know, going up to explore, I was gonna just pick which one I wanted to use, what armor, or whatever. So when I went back on my ship the next day, when I started the game again, I went back on my ship, all my stuff was gone.
That's definitely a bug, because I'm gonna tell you why that's a bug. I'm not gonna just tell you it's a bug. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm flying the ship now that I hijacked from a couple of Eclipse guys. They were tough, but I got the ship from them. And their bodies are still on my ship, and I've been playing this game for I don't know how many hours and stuff. Their bodies are still there.
Yes.
They don't go away. In Starfield, nothing goes away. I'm going back to places that I left and came back to, and the items that I placed and where they fit, they're in the exact location. They never go away.
So can I pick you back on? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was just letting you know that is why that's a bug, because all the items, and Todd has said himself, everything there will stay there unless you move it or take it or whatever. It stays there. So that the fact that your guns are disappearing, that is a bug, and that is why.
Well, I know one time I was on and I didn't mean to get on the base because I'm playing a Pilgrim, right? So but I got to this firefight with the guys, and I was gonna take them out because they was messing with me. So I went to their ship, and then I took those guys out, but then the thing took off.
That happened to me too. Yeah. And
I was like, oh crap! I thought I took it, but anyway, so we're floating in space. So I'm like, okay, well, all I'm gonna do, I just went to the map, and I just went back down to my ship, right? Fast traveled back down, and then I spent like a couple hours doing stuff. I went and left the planet, and so when I went up there, the ship was still there, like what? You know, like the ship was still floating in space, abandoned. So I could have reboarded it. I could have reboarded it if I wanted to, because I looked at it and I'm like that. Because the other thing that happened to me the day before was I killed some guys. The ship took off, and because what I do is I do a lot of exploring. So when I go on a planet, this is what's bad about the game for me, because time is an issue, right? Because I end up exploring and I lose track of time. Right. Like you see the sun, you get distracted. So then one time I went up, and then the ship took off away from me, and the guys were up there. They were waiting for me, and I'm talking this like 4 hours later. I went up into space and I got attacked by them.
So they remembered you.
Yeah,
that is something that you just reminded me of something. One time I was on what's that, New Atlantis, the first city you come to. I had observed these people that was talking. They were arguing about something. I really wasn't paying attention to them, but I kind of was, like half listening. And so I tried to intervene in their conversation, and it was like, do you mind, we're busy and stuff like this, but I was trying to defend this little kid who said his parents were still alive. I don't know if I'm spoiling. This is just like some random thing. It's not even no quest. So I just decided I'm not going to get any further in that. And so I just left. I tried to side with the kid. Okay. I said, well, don't do that. Don't tell him his parents is dead. I didn't like that, so I was like, his parents are still alive. I didn't like that they were doing that, but they was trying to get him to realize his parents had died. So I left and I forgot about that conversation. I'm telling you, I really forgot about that. I went out and did stuff for a long time. And then I finally said, I'm going to go back to New Atlantis. I had did all this. I've been on planets. I did I floated around. I did everything I wanted to do. So I came back. And all of a sudden, I see these people walking in. They was like, thank you so much. And, and I'm like, who is these people? I didn't even recognize them. I'm like, who are they? They said, our son told us about what you did and everything. Yeah. I was like, the game remember some random conversation I said with some kid. It was no mission. I just defended the kid because, I just thought they were kind of bullying him a little bit. And I just said, hey, this is a kid. And they just said, get off. And so I left. I didn't even do anything further than that. The game remembered that random encounter and addressed it. Not, I come back after how many hours of gameplay, and then I run into this family, and the kid was thanking me, and I did not even know some random little encounter would have an effect on some NPCs that long ago while I was in the game. And it played further because whatever happened, he had his parents. I don't even know how he got his parents because I hadn't come back to New Atlantis in I don't know how long. But when I came back, he had his parents. So whatever happened, it happened already. Dude, and I was blown away by that.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like that's the kind of stuff that reinforces my belief that the machines will kill us one day. Because like I had
some incredible programming though. That's some incredible programming.
That's
incredible.
What I say. But like Vasco, like I don't know what's going on with that robot. Like last night or the other night, I think it was Thursday night. I was walking off the ship and he told me something that was like super cryptic.
Mm-hmm. Did he?
Yeah, he said something like, "Oh, I'm glad to see you that you didn't die in that last," but it was like one of those weird, like like Silence of the Lambs. It wasn't like just passing conversation. I stopped. I actually stopped and looked at him. My character.
Like, what is he talking about? Yeah,
this is why I can't take you anywhere because I used to take you with me on the planets, and I'm a pilgrim and I'm just collecting resources, avoiding everything, and you just open fire. Like if it's a predator, I understand, but like one time there was a bunch of herd people just moving around, and I moved around, and he just opened fire on him.
What?
Yeah, he just opened fire on him, and I was like, "What's going on?" So we had to kill all of them because some of them were weary. They have that weary tag, so they'll attack.
Right.
Like one of them was a bull kind of character, so it's going to do some damage. This is early on in the game, and then I got to the point where I'm with this stuff, and I'm like with them. I'm like, "Bro, man, is this like something in the story where like your programming was messed up because he comes from the war, right?"
Yeah, I think he was like, I think so. Back when they used to have, because there's not that many robots now. They still they use those old Vasco robots because a lot of them have been reprogrammed and stuff like that. From so they're kind of leftovers from the war.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I used Vasco for 5 minutes. The moment I got to New Atlantis, I started using my human companions.
Yeah,
I got no interest.
Yeah.
It's like Legion for Mass Effect. I don't mess with Legion. I don't care about no damn.
Yeah, some people love Legion.
Give me the sentient beings, man. Not these damn robots with fake AI personality.
But it might be some story.
I remember
tied to Vasco.
Yeah,
I think
there is. I remember Mass Effect. There's one mission where you could choose to save the Geth AI or some shit. I let them die, and then me who played the Paragon had like all these 50 renegade points. I'm like, really? Mm-hmm. I'm a bad guy for killing off machine AI. You go kick rocks, Mass Effect. I'll do the same to Vasco. If there's a mission it's like you got to sacrifice Vasco or save Andreja or Sarah, buy Vasco. I had a good run. Hell, I wish he died instead of a certain teammate on that mission.
Oh yeah, the choices that you have are.
Man,
I was just saying that because I was like, because there's some stuff that he was doing, and I'm like, dude, is this like part of the story? Like, something would be revealed because as you get more into the lore,
that's when the story really starts to. I just started scraping the story a little bit. I went through a very sad period. I got depressed and stuff. I turned the game off. I was like, oh man, this is what I was looking forward to Earth. And when I got there, that broke my heart. I ain't got, for people who haven't got there yet, that broke my heart to see what happened there. I got to find out everything that happened, but Sarah told me a little bit of what happened. It's pretty sad. So,
dude, the stuff that Iraq was saying, I was blown away. I was like, dude, I should have gone there. But I'm trying to still think
that's my least, the part I'm least interested in is what happened to Earth, man. I'm all about that space adventure with.
Are you?
Yeah, like Earth died. Well, it had a good run. Come on, let's go explore the universe, guys.
You know what it was, right? You know what destroyed the Earth? Communism. Communism destroyed the Earth. Oh, I'm gonna get canceled for that one.
Oh yeah, they're coming after you now.
The subscriber count is dropping as we talk.
It was capitalism. It was like, all right, but the reason why we could live like this right now is thanks to capitalism.
It is. Yeah. You can own your own business. If you wanted to sell socks, and you say, I'm making a sock business, you can go out there and do it and sell socks and make a living off of it if you can do well by it. So that's the whole point.
The thing that makes me laugh about that is that when I hear people complain about it, that's the people that aren't good at it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
capitalism is horrible. It's like, capitalism is horrible, or you're not good at capitalism.
They're the ones who think the government should give you a weekly income and all that nonsense. Like, okay, if you want to live off the government, man, good luck with that.
I don't trust anything enough.
Yeah, because if you're gonna live under the government, gonna be like your parents. If you're gonna live by their rules, they're gonna be the ones making the rules. So good luck. Good luck thinking the government's gonna give you money and they're not gonna put roadblocks in your way, if you will.
Yeah.
The FTC, guys, the FTC says
yes. Imagine Alina Khan being over your money or something like that. Oh gosh.
Well, just real quick, guys. It's Zobi. I'm on Oahu. If you're still there, brother. I'm on Oahu, the main island where the capital is. Honolulu. Yeah, so I wasn't in the Maui thing. But because our families are so big, like everybody knows somebody that was affected.
Yeah, that was affected. Yeah.
Like it's people are concerned about me. Yeah, I'm on the island that's overpopulated.
That's how you describe it. That's overpopulated.
We have so many people, to the point of China. There's so many people from Southeast Asia and Asia moving here because they have the money. They have the money to afford the. So the whole thing with the pricing, and I know it's in the U.S. as well, continental. Mm-hmm. But that's what Hawaii is really bad. Like there's more native Hawaiians living on the mainland now than there are in Hawaii because the cost of living is so high.
Yeah,
people can't afford houses.
That's not good because that's where a lot of natives have always been. They should be able to live in their own island. I don't like that. I mean, if they choose to, you know what I'm saying. That it shouldn't be that you getting priced out. That's just bad.
And it's happening to all because you have a lot of these states. Sorry, not
a lot of them. It's not just Hawaii though. Like look at California and New York. They got some high stuff too there.
Yeah, and then so Zobi, that's where I'm at, bro. But thanks. And just
Michigan is not really. I'm hearing about these high prices. I don't see that really that much here in Michigan though. It's kind of like staying. It goes up a little bit, but it's not. It's staying steady. Which I'm happy for because it means that people can still buy homes here, but. It does cost more than when we did it.
Yeah, it's going up in tech. Like that whole. There's a time where that whole Californians and come to Texas thing. I was like, it's not a thing. Nah, it's a thing, man. Now everywhere I go, California license plate.
Oh wow,
Jesus, man.
Because they can't. Yeah, it's like Hawaii gets the double whammy because it's like Unlimited said was 100% true. Hawaii is expensive to live outside of all the extreme circumstances, but now we're getting hit with the extreme circumstances. What it is it's just the cost of living on top of it already being expensive to live here.
Right.
There's not those jobs that pay in dividends, right? A lot of it is, that's why the majority of the people that live on Hawaii now are federal. They were federal. Mm-hmm. But what happens is it's cyclical, right? What people fail to realize with this kind of stuff, especially in economy, this is what was driving me nuts when I was listening to people talk about these live service games and how these people are getting laid off. It upsets me because, to me, they don't realize that gaming in and of itself is not a necessity, right? Like you won't die if your Xbox dies and there's no more games, you won't die, right? You still live. It'll suck, right? If you're a huge Xbox fan, like we love playing Starfield.
You're talking about gamers, Sega forever. You'll see people convulsing and stuff like that. They can't play a game. We talking about hardcore gamers, yes, you're gonna see the difference if they can't play a game.
But so like these big channels, especially, I'm like, no, they be honest about it. Just tell people it's the economy. You know, when you have
Yes, the
Epic laying
economy, yeah,
people off,
yeah,
like
yeah.
even Microsoft has laid people off, and Microsoft has
Mhm.
done a good job of navigating, even through the coronavirus, right? You know, with Teams, we were using Teams. I was working from home.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
And LinkedIn, and they this is why like that article from Phil with the AAA was so good, because that's Microsoft in a nutshell, not just Xbox, but Microsoft in general. So they've been able to navigate. They've been hit with layoffs, but not on the side that these other companies have been hit with.
It looks like the companies that doing pretty good right now is Microsoft and Nintendo. You haven't heard anything about Nintendo laying anybody off, and
Well, to your
Microsoft
point, what you
have, but they also bringing in a lot of new people. When you look at ABK, how many people coming in there? I think it's like 10, 11,000 or something I don't know. I know
what,
it's a lot of people that work at the whole of ABK.
but to your point, Dave, what you were saying about Nintendo earlier, this is kind of why we don't want them running the industry though,
Uh-huh.
because they are smaller. Like they because of where they are, and I
Well,
think
they do things. Nintendo.
It'll be the 1980s all over again. Good luck. Good luck, third party.
Nintendo's always in a safe place because they do things within their realm, within their
yes,
mean. They stay
yes,
there. In other words, they stay their lane.
yes.
They know what they can do and what they can't or shouldn't do because they don't want to be in a hole again. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the way that Sony does business, that they do shit just on a whim, thinking, oh, it's gonna work just because it's cool, and it'll splatter right in their face,
Or following trends.
right, or follow a trend, like doing a fucking Wii pad when all they did was talk shit about the Nintendo Wii U pad, and they did a Wii pad for the PS5. You see what I'm saying?
And you know what? To turn that lens back on Microsoft, although Microsoft can't afford the larger purchase, they are still not doing things that are bankrupting them. They're also purchasing things within their means.
Yeah.
Right, well,
Because
it makes sense for them. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
when
well,
you look at
only-
them as a whole, I don't even
Yeah.
think ABK even scratched anything for them, really. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Unlimited.
Oh no.
I didn't mean to
No,
cut
I
you
was just gonna say, I mean, their games don't really use unnecessary resources. For example, Hellblade's the only game on the Xbox lineup that really uses motion capture like
Motion
that,
capture,
which we
yeah.
know is notoriously expensive. You know,
Yes.
they aren't out here trying to hire A-list Hollywood actors to do voiceovers when current voice actors are great enough. I mean, just to the voice acting in games like Starfield and stuff. They're already fine.
Yes, good.
Well,
Right.
I mean, remember, Hellblade, Ninja Theory did the entire first game of Hellblade, right? And they basically said when you look at the featurette, they went to Home Depot, bought the best cameras they could, set them up in a small little office in their where they were at, and that's where they did all their mocap. They literally did that shit like MacGyver style. You know what I mean?
I
look
like
how
that, MacGyver.
good-
Yeah.
Right. And look how well the game came out, right? As
Yeah.
far as performance, the capture, the emotion, that just tells you that if you're talented enough, you can do things even without the big money. Now, when you start
Right.
involving hundreds of people that are well-known actors, well-known voice actors, and you want to mocap the fuck out of all of them, obviously, like imagine if Bethesda hired nothing but well-known actors in the voice industry and in the movie industry and made them all part of Starfield's characters, like the regular NPCs. The game would have been like, it would have been like $2 billion. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
There's no way. That's not a realistic execution in game development. You know what I mean? So
I don't think they would do that either, because they would take away from the actual Bethesda-ness of the game.
yeah, that's what. And Sony learned that the hard way because they want to make sure that they put all these actors, high-profile voice actors, because they want to be the Mr. Cool, the cool kid in town. Like, look, we got Matthew Broderick in our game. We got Charlize Theron in our game. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
That makes any sense? And that's one of the reasons why they fail with making the money back, because they're spending way too much and taking a risk on something that may not bring them the return that they need,
Right.
So just really quickly, for the chat. Where are we? Oh man, we're at 4. This actually turned into a marathon.
Come on, Sega Fair.
This
Don't do
is
that.
nothing
Don't
for you.
don't pretend you're surprised that the show's 4 hours long.
You know
He
what
out
I
here
was
like
gonna do?
he out here like he haven't been putting us to work in shifts for a while now.
Ships.
I was just waiting for Unlimited to show. Unlimited.
Listen,
Unlimited. You know what I wanted to do, but
this
I
is
don't
like
have the
a
skills.
No,
This
what
is
was
like
that?
a nocturnal broadcast. It starts off with the first shift, then the second shift come in,
Yeah.
and then third shift come in.
But Unlimited, I wanted to. If I was talented enough, I would have took that up. You know, you guys seen the mugshot of Trump?
Yeah.
I wanted to take that mugshot and put it as a thumbnail, and then right into my thing is like the face Unlimited makes when Wrecking Crew podcast comes out in 3 hours. I wanted to do that so bad.
Yeah, that's the exact. Yeah, Google Poll. We do only got 4 hours to go.
He
Yeah,
said 4
shit.
hours to go.
Yo, Poe, man, I'm about to take a lunch break on him, man.
Hey, Sega Forever, you pay for the lunch break? Like, if you pay, that's cool.
No, nah, man, we ain't got it like that. I'm in Hawaii.
yeah.
That overhead is killing
Not
me.
according to these jokers. They think we make that money, boy. You know how that is.
Man, I wish Microsoft paid us. Dude. I would not.
Well, hey,
I'd be proud of it.
good point, Hebot. Good, yo, Sega Forever got us working free labor like communists out here.
Yeah, there we go.
That is true. We like slaves at this point. When we get that link, we
I
better
told you
jump
he
to
was.
it.
I told you he had an evil side. You just can't see it. I told you.
Okay, well, we'll talk about. I'll have to discuss this with other Zinc.
Yeah. Has Zeke been on the show yet?
No, he's just been in the chat. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, he was in
yeah.
the chat. I didn't even see him.
No, not even on now. Like, because this is kind of impromptu too. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think it's like Zinc will be in because he can't sleep. Like I remember he's telling us.
Oh,
that.
yeah.
He's like, nah, I'm just up. It's like real. Let's realize another one.
Yeah. Well, that's because his ass play Halo all day.
Dude, when you busted him on the Halo, I was like,
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. No, but yeah, I guess we can. So, do you guys have any closing thoughts on the whole?
Oh yeah, man, definitely. First of all, what a fantastic week it's been for us Xbox fans.
Yep.
You know what a terrible week it has been for Sony and their fanboys. You know, they get hacked. Jim Ryan's quitting. You know, just a wonderful time. You know, and what makes stuff like this so great. And if you don't mind, let me indulge myself for a second.
Oh, no,
when I host podcasts, I don't get a chance to speak like that, right? You know, trying to manage the show and all.
Yeah, go ahead.
But man, let me say this. My goodness, Jim Ryan. I can't really say you put up a good fight because you didn't. You lied more than a politician during election cycle. And your legacy is going to be one of getting your ass smacked down by Phil Spencer like The Rock in the WWF. So pretty much, you know, at the end of the day, you're just another guy who came and went at Sony. As Phil stood tall, he gonna keep Xbox looking great. He gonna keep giving us the best games, the most games, the best hardware, the best service, and everything in between. As Sony continues to play catch up, right? And the beauty of all this, guys, is just to watch the gaming world look in anger as they watch, because they can't do nothing to stop this freight train that's called Xbox. They put out negative reviews of Starfield out of spite. 10 million players in less than a month, right? They try to hate Xbox as every chance they get. I mean, for love of everything in the world, man. How many times on Twitter have IGN posted we gave Starfield a 7? They posted it like 6,000 times, right? Sorry, my bad, guys. Got big distracted for a second. You know, GameSpot, the same thing, and it's these gaming media. Their negativity is not working and is killing them because they thought, and I'll die on this hill here. They thought that this generation was going to be a repeat of last generation.
Yep.
You know, they thought that the PlayStation 4 momentum was going to continue now, and Sony was going to steamroll Xbox, even though, you know, as I said years ago, the new generation is hitting a reset button basically for your brand. You know, they thought that things were going to be easy peasy. They thought that the publishers and developers, they're going to continue putting games on PlayStation first, and they could use their list wars against Xbox. Hey guys, you'll never get Yakuza, y'all never get Ni no Kuni, because that's what they literally were saying for years. Xbox would never get, and they said it so emphatically and enthusiastically, I mean, and with such bravado, right, and with such confidence of how Xbox will never get games like Yakuza, Ni no Kuni, and what else is coming to Xbox soon?
Persona.
Yeah, Persona. Thank you.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
Persona was that main one that I heard.
And to watch them and to just watch Phil, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond, and everybody in between work their magic and just continue just to prove them. Not only prove them wrong, but embarrass them time after time again has been wonderful, and it's so wonderful that it leads that we reached a crescendo point where even the CEO is retiring, even though apparently he's younger than Phil Spencer, which still blows my mind.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, that apparently he's younger than Phil Spencer.
These guys also, no, I was gonna say Unlimited. These guys also forgot that money talks and bullshit walks. I hate that Microsoft had to pay in order to convince these Japanese developers, especially, to be part of Xbox. But because they did, they kind of opened their eyes, right?
Yes,
So,
they fostered a new relationship that they didn't think was possible, right? And then Phil's winning over a country that he bought and Sega Forever and E-Rock has said for like 8 years now is normally nationalistic, right? And he's winning these guys over to the point he bought Daya and Sega Forever that you have CEOs of companies like Square Enix saying, "Hey, there's no point," and I'm pretty much paraphrasing what he said recently. There's no point in continue just working with only Sony and ignoring the Xbox brand, and that's why I brought him along. You know, the CEO of Square literally said the other day, Final Fantasy 16 isn't as successful because it wasn't on Xbox. Basically, you know that just having these exclusivities with Sony and Sony only is not working. It's not the path to success.
he did it indirectly, and you're paraphrasing, but that's exactly what he was trying to say.
Yeah, exactly, Hebot. And so when I see the gaming media keep throwing their hissy fits, and that's all it is, a hissy fit towards Xbox because they quote unquote feel Xbox stole a game from them, which is nonsense. Because if Xbox owns the company, they didn't steal nothing. Yeah. All right, it's their product. They could do it.
They're paying Unlimited, not to cut you off. I'm adding to what you're saying. If they were fucking cutting people off, they wouldn't have had to pay in order to convince them that they're missing out on the ecosystem.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
willing to take that risk to pay them so that they see, listen, it's good over here too, believe it or not. You know what I mean?
And then what happened? Yakuza goes to Xbox. Hey, this is the most success we've ever had. Sega
ever that the whole series ever had when they had 11 games on PS3 and 2, I think.
Yep, my favorite JRPG, Scarlet Nexus. The developer and the publishers literally came out and said, "Thank you, Xbox and Game Pass," and it pissed off that truth that thanks to the game being on Xbox, it was success. Pissed off the Sony fans that they're now pretending to boycott the second one if it ever comes out, which I hope it does. I love that game, but the point is, what we've seen this generation so far has been. This has been the longest victory lap in a company I can remember.
Right.
You know, maybe Apple in the early 2000s with the iPhone, right? That might be the only thing that was a larger victory lap when people were saying stuff like, "Why would I type?" You know, like why would I type on the screen when I got a keyboard and all that nonsense? And then within a few years, smartphones took over. But
that's what Sony has right now.
Yeah. Oh, excellent point there, Seg. That is them. Hey, why would I use rent games when I'll gladly pay $70? No, you're not, because the numbers are showing that you're not. The numbers are showing that although we quote unquote rent games, we're buying more games than y'all are.
Exactly. And you know who else is noticing that? The developers.
Yep.
Sony's
noticing it. Sorry to cut you off, Dave, but even Sony's noticing it.
Okay, good. good.
That's why Sony's strategy in the near future are a bunch of game as a service games because because even though I was told for years that Sony dominated Xbox since day one in 20 years, Sony is still looking for their version of Halo, their Halo killer, if you will.
Right,
That they had like 6 of them and every single one failed. In games like Hive, what's that game that Helldivers is gonna fail for Sony.
Well,
next
now
year
people
too.
are saying now they don't even use Halo anymore. They saying they need their COD killer now.
Yeah, well, that's really not going to happen because the game's literally on PlayStation, and they're going to be feeding that money into Xbox. So
Yeah.
what are they killing?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you guys. The only people that can kill Halo is Halo.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
And even
that thing
and
ain't
even
going
then,
nowhere.
listen, I got a phrase that I've been saying to my brother Zink for a while now. Halo's the most successful failure of all time because all I've been hearing since at least Halo 4 is out. The latest Halo sucks. Halo's dead, and yet the game has made $10 billion in its lifetime.
Yeah.
And Halo Infinite was its biggest release when it released back in 2021. Right. So just a fantastic. Listen,
Well,
if that's failure, then yeah. What's up?
Unlimited, if you notice, remember that did you see that banner they showed with all the Xbox games that have all the players?
Yep.
If you notice, Halo was number 2 highest player count, right? Or was it number 1?
Yeah, it was either 1 or 2.
Right. So if it was doing so bad, it wouldn't have the high count of people playing the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was, especially when it first started off, man. It was everybody was playing that game.
What, Halo?
Oh yeah.
Halo.
Yeah, listen, the Halo was so popular that they released cat ears. It made a killing off.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
But I told you guys, man, when I was playing the game, that kind of I'm old school, right? So that irritated me, right? And then what would happen was when I was in these games, man, we'd hunt the cat ear guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then little by little, man, there's a lot of these people are a bunch of wusses, man, because they had some undercover cat ear people. Because they went into anime, right? Because it was something. It's like anime, right? When you first get into anime, it's like ooh, whatever. Then you find out why you like it. That's what was happening. And so these dudes, what was happening is like there was undercover cat ear people, and once it became kind of more and more people did it, then you saw a shift. So then I'll be in lobbies where people just had cat ears, and I'm like, what?
Oh wow.
Right? Because I know, the most hardcore people play this game, and then I was like, to the point. Okay, so this is so here's the end story. I'm playing it. My daughter sees this because my daughter's in Bethesda Land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she and Overwatch too. So then she comes, she goes, "Oh, Dad, those are cute cat ears." I'm like, "Get away from me, child!" Right? And then she wanted to play Halo, and guess what? I ended up doing.
You bought some cat ears, didn't you?
I was like, "Screw you, Microsoft." But what ended up happening was you could tell these guys were real players because you couldn't. The cat ear people that first came in, you can tell that they were just coming on board. So they're cannon fodder.
Right.
But I'm going against guys who are sniping me across the screen with their cat ears. There's dudes like rocket launchers, and I'm like, no, you guys are some punks, man.
Yeah, excellent stuff. But hey, to quote my friend Sega, man, I'm gonna land my plane, right? I'm gonna land my plane. But I just want to sum everything up basically on just how great, just this insane success with Xbox this generation has been. It's been wonderful, and that's why your boy Unlimited is the pro gamer guy. It's the positive gamer guy. It's the one who loves gaming, and the one who tells you how great things are now. Because you look at the games. There's a IGN of all places released an article this week about how Xbox is having its best year since 2007 or something like that. 2007, a year that's known for just being a GOAT tier level year for gaming, right? Up there with the likes of 2004, 1998, right?
Right.
And 2011 of just a year where there's just incredible game after incredible game. And for 2020 Xbox in 2023 to be lauded in that level of success, it just shows how great it is on Xbox. And it's why for the life of me, I don't understand negative Xbox fans in particular. That's why they're such a baffling group of so-called gamers to me, because you're just not going to convince me in the year of Starfield and Hi-Fi Rush and Redfall and Hogwarts Legacy and all these other amazing games we've had. Ravenlock was fantastic.
Yeah.
I might just buy it. Yeah, I already bought it.
You bought it,
You're just not going to convince me that in a year like this that gaming's somehow dead and I should be worried. My worries of gaming is the rights is going to be stuff that's kind of bigger than gaming, like how the rights of ownership work now in the digital age and stuff like that. That's the stuff that I worry about. But the actual quality of the game, no, especially on Xbox. And I've been saying since 2020, and I think this is the first year that people are really noticing it. We're in the new Xbox golden age.
Yes,
if
we
you thought the
are.
360 was the golden age, we're in for a real treat, especially people like me, the RPG fans.
Mhm.
We're Avowed this next year.
Yep.
Clockwork Revolution. I'm still
Yep.
predicting this late 2024.
Towerborn. I'm still looking forward to that.
Yep. Hellblade we know is coming out next year.
Yep.
So this golden age, a stretch of Xbox, we should be celebrating it. This should be an endless celebration for us. And to wrap it all up, and I didn't mean to go on, but again, when you host a show, you can't
say it, yeah.
You can't really speak to this length because you're managing everything. But to wrap it all up, Sega Forever and Daya, that's why you'll never see me that angry, that upset, that negative, because at the end of the day, when we're off the show and we're back to our real lives and I'm back on Starfield, I'm having a great time.
Right.
Assassin's Creed Mirage releases next week. I'll be having a great time.
Oh, yeah.
The Phantom Liberties expansion of Cyberpunk dropped.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. And I'll be having a great time with that if I could figure out how to rebuild my character, because they reset everything.
Oh,
so I got to
did?
figure out. Yeah, so I got to Cyberpunk 2077 is one of my favorite games ever in my life. But this is the second time. But dang it, CD Projekt Red, stop resetting my character every time we release a news. You do a big update, because this is the second time they reset my character, and now things are even more different than the first time. And so now I'm trying to figure out how to rebuild my character.
I might just start my game over then.
Yeah, I got too many hours in Cyberpunk to restart.
Oh, okay. You say you ain't giving that up.
Listen, I'm not. I rarely do unless a game has a creative new game plus like Starfield. If for these long big open world games, I rarely do a new game. I just because these games, they have so much, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla and Origins. They're my most played games on Xbox, and I still haven't done everything in those games, right? And Cyberpunk kind of in that vein, where there's just so much to do. I'm
curious though. Are you planning on doing the new game plus for Starfield? Because I heard that opens up the story even more.
Yeah, because now as I open up the story, I think I know where it's going, and so I think the new game plus is going to be extremely creative based off what our discussions with the Constellation and how I think is going to work. Yeah, that's going to be a game that I'm going to do New Age Plus. New Age.
Wow.
New Game Plus.
I haven't figured that out yet, but I heard it's the most unique way they've seen a game use New Game Plus. So I'm curious to find that out myself. I'm not far enough in it yet, because you know how big Starfield is. I'm still doing stuff, and still people haven't even done the things I'm doing. So I'm just like, I don't even know where I'm at in the story yet. So
right.
Yeah.
I still get diamonds on my unlock, so I'm like, wow, I figured people would have crossed it by now, but I guess.
Yeah. I noticed that too. But again, Bethesda games, they're not ones that you beat. See,
they're meant for years play.
This is what drives me crazy about reviewers. I saw one guy posted on Twitter how a reviewer said he somehow beat the main story in 20 hours. I don't see how that's possible.
I don't either. I don't know how
even if you did the main story alone, I don't see how that's possible, because there's just way too much to this game to rush that. Like you have to have been skipping the dialogue. You have to just push A, and just to get you have not. There's no way possible you're paying attention to anything in the game.
Yeah, as we know, the internet is full of liars.
Yeah.
No, but was that all Unlimited? That was a good.
Yeah, man. I'm done. I before I joined in, I took out some meat to make tacos. So I'm be cooking in a few minutes.
Okay. I'll go next then, since he dropped out.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, and this is going to be shorter, but I just want to say I'm in mourning, and I'm in mourning. I've suffered a deep loss. We all have. I'm going to miss Jim Ryan. He was the best thing that Xbox ever had. He was the best gift.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to make a new avatar. It's gonna be blacked out and everything, and I'm gonna have that while I'm in my time of mourning. And I guess it's going to remain like that until he actually leaves. So I'm going to be changing my avatar. I'm announcing that, so don't be confused when that happens. And I want to say that I'm going to miss that darn man, because without him, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Yeah.
You know. So I want to just toast. I'm going to get my glass. I'm going to toast Jim Ryan for all the hard work he has done
For Xbox.
for Xbox.
Yeah, he might be the most entertaining CEO we had, because
We're never going to get another Jim Ryan. He was the perfect meme and everything, you know.
We're not going to get another We Believe in Generations. And a
Nope.
week later, Spider-Man's coming to PlayStation 4. I'm going to miss stuff like that.
Oh man, that
You know, that's like something like you forgot to check his email that day. Like
Yeah.
moments, you know, it's like, oh.
yeah.
Well, when
I'm
you
gonna
look at
miss
that,
it.
oh sorry, but when you look at that new Sony guy, man, that dude just looks mad. Like, where's my money?
Does he?
Hey, Sony fans better get ready to play their games on phones, because
Yes. Yeah.
apparently he's a mobile first guy.
Yeah, he is. In fact, he doesn't even like the console, from what I hear. He doesn't even care for it. He
Uh-oh.
thinks
No,
it's
no.
outdated.
The PlayStation 6 is going to be a app. App
Yep.
that-
Yes. I don't
can't-
know, King. I don't know. You think
listen.
David might have been-
If that came out with Xbox Day, that's what they be saying. It's the
That's
next
true.
Xbox app. Even though Phil, not only did we get a link of, not only did we get a link that the next Xbox is most likely coming 2028.
Mhm.
They've been saying for years that they're working on the next Xbox, and that still haven't stopped them.
Right.
Dude, that is so funny. You know, and there's no fan base that deserves it more, because like we were saying earlier, I was saying there that they shifted to the West.
Yeah,
so I'm
that's
pretty
right.
sure a
Yeah.
lot
Oh,
of
good point.
on Japan, they're not happy about that. In the Sony, so when I saw that guy's face and I read that, I'm like, yeah, I can believe it, because and this is what's so great about them becoming more. Look, and this is not hate, guys. If a pony ever hears this, I mean, I don't like you guys, but this is not. I'm not hating. What I am going to say though is that I enjoy Japan the most when they're Japanese centric.
Yeah.
That makes
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
And all the stuff that I participate in, even back in the day when Japanese set the trends in gaming, they set the trends in gaming because they focused on what made them great.
Right.
Because
Right.
And if we can go back to that, you know, just like with the anime, like we talked about anime earlier, they have a lot of Western people trying to tell them what to do, and Japan's just like, oh yeah.
They do not appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, they're like, I love Japanese. Japanese are like this. I
Yeah,
deal with
yeah.
it a lot. They're like this, like, okay, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And then what they did, they just go ahead and do it.
They do it anyway. Yeah.
They do it anyway.
Like,
Because,
let me humor these Americans.
Yeah, and just people like, because there's a lot of sensitivity and stuff going on out there. But yeah, to your point, there, I think it's to their, it's in all of us as gamers, it's in our best interest if they do that.
Yes.
I do think the ship has sailed, unfortunately, for the Japanese thing and Sony. But I'll say this: after playing Gravity Rush 1 and 2 on the PS5, even I'm upset that they shut down their Sony of Japan studios, because those are genuinely those are their most creative and fun first party games. And a sea of games like The Last of Us, Horizon Forbidden Entertainment, and God of War, which are just all such a dread to play. I mean, I'm so glad Microsoft don't have the Sony philosophy of trying to make movies as games, because it's just miserable playing those damn games, man. To me, in my opinion, at least, when you do one thing, long cutscene, QTE long cutscene, melodrama, like soap operas aren't as dramatic as these Sony games, man, and it just drives me crazy, because for me, as my listen, I've been saying it forever. At the end of the day, I play games that have fun. That's why your boy Unlimited likes quote unquote bad games. It's because I don't care about a lot of the stuff people be complaining about. Oh, but the game is 1447p. I can't notice that stuff.
Right.
It's not that big of a deal to me. The way I grade a game is simple. Did I have fun? If yes, it's a good game.
It's a good game. Yeah.
If no, then the game sucked. Everything else is just speak. It's just there because Digital Foundry tricked the generation of gamers into thinking
they did.
Yeah, and thinking that they could tell the difference between 55 frames and 60. No, you can't.
Your eyes.
right? You know, so that's why I'm not hard on games. That's why I like so many games that quote unquote don't review well, and that's why it drives me crazy. And I this happens on my show quite often, especially when a PlayStation fan comes in and they say,
I know.
"Oh, Starfield didn't get 99." Like, dude, you do know you don't read review scores. I know that because y'all go to the number and base your opinion off it. I really don't read them, so don't tell me about something like that I don't read. You know,
Yeah,
I
we
don't
don't
even
care.
read. Listen, I don't even read good reviews of Xbox games. That's how little I care. You
I
know what I'm
don't
saying?
either. And you know what? I don't even know what Redfall score is, and I done beat the game and started the
Yeah,
second one.
exactly.
So you know, so
Exactly.
it didn't matter to me. I just play while I like to play. You know.
Yeah, and so if Sony made fun games, then maybe I'd be a little nicer to maybe a little because their company they run a trash company. Let's not mince words here.
Yeah.
They run a trash company, and nobody who's been in this long term has sympathy for them. But if they had fun games, at least you could say that. At least I could say, well, they have more gravity rushes than The Last of Us, but it's the opposite with that boring ass company. You
Yeah,
know,
they haven't done a fun game since, dude, like Parappa the Rapper and Klonoa.
Oh man, I remember that game.
Crash
Yeah,
Bandicoot, which is now in their
yeah.
which
I
is now
love Parappa the
Xbox
Rapper.
first party game.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But their business back then was still trashed. That was when they were paying for all them games off other platforms. And
Oh yeah. I used to get man, that's why me and Heba would talk about this all the time. Dude, it's just the level of, because you know I'm coming from that Sega side, dude, and I knew what they were doing. You know, like one of the best people that supported Sega was Treasure. This company called Treasure. They would make their games.
yeah,
And then all of a sudden that relationship with Cold, and I knew why. Everybody knew why, and we didn't have media, we didn't have internet back then.
Mhm.
You know, you play games long enough, right? You know why they was getting a cold shoulder, and that's what Sony did. All this
Mhm.
stuff that these Sony ponies are accusing Microsoft, Sony built their empire on this stuff.
Yep.
And we're not just talking about video games. I mean, across the board, like I was telling Dale earlier, dude, I partook of the evil empire, so to speak, right, with their music and movies and stuff like that, because that's what they consider business. They don't see anything wrong with it. They really have a moral compass, right? It's just about what makes them the money, what's good for their business. So, if anybody's an evil empire, it's always been Sony.
Yep.
And we know Microsoft is good, you know, 7 times of the year, right? Myself as an
Yes,
example.
Microsoft had their periods too, though. They
Yeah,
did.
like, you know, like I like
But Bill Gates is not a nice man. I'm gonna tell you that now. You know, I know Zink gonna get on because he idolized that man, but that man was
Yeah.
something else. He was cutthroat, you know.
That's why Zink liked him, because he was cutthroat.
But he wasn't the easy person getting along. They had to slow him down a bit. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, you know, any company that's been around a long time is gonna have its past. That's the reality. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
who, and if they're big, you know. And Sony was
Mhm.
big, so they, you know, you don't get up there without stepping on some toes.
Yeah. I mean, look at Nintendo. Third parties used to hate Nintendo
They
before
did.
Sega blew up in the
They
console
did.
space.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that. Like Nintendo used to really push a lot of third party developers out.
They
with that,
did.
you know,
Yeah.
with this, you know, they're still in a Nintendo. Now, historically, they pretend that was a bigger deal than it was. You know, especially after the video game crash and all. But no, man, there's a reason why third party was happy that they had a new console in the works with the likes of Sega Master System and Genesis and all that. By the time the 90s came around, because they finally had a company that they could work with that wasn't a pain in the ass, wasn't pushing them away and forcing all this nonsense.
I like to say that Sony in the 90s introduced free agency to video games.
Yeah,
that's where a lot of that stuff came into it. But it's interesting, like how a lot of those places closed because of the economy of gaming and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's taken all this time to like 2023, well, to the 2014 up, where you know, the economy is going to have to change, and that's why I don't like Sony, because Sony won't change it. You know, it'll take somebody like Microsoft to change it, which is what they're doing. I agree with you, Unlimited. We need to get on to bigger discussions to be had. That's why I would love to get past all of this stuff, and I would like Sony to die so that we can move beyond this, because we have real issues like the digital rights stuff.
Yeah.
There's really big issues within gaming that gamers need to talk about, but we're stuck on stupid because, let's just honest, there's a portion of the gaming industry, and by portion I mean 75%, right? that really need to wake up and understand that gaming is going in a different direction. And and this is where the commonality that we could find across the board is just like, if you're a person, like the fact that Sony got no heat for backwards compatibility just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a time where that was a big issue, especially for parents buying stuff. Because you buy a new system, you buy all new games, and parents and even people that love games were like, why do I have to? You just did it, right? It was just the norm. And then if it wasn't for like, so say if Sony came out with backwards compatibility, I'll be honest, it would probably been better for the industry instead of Microsoft.
Yeah.
Because as soon as
they
Microsoft,
would have followed suit faster.
the industry wouldn't have hated as much as this is the thing that Dale was talking about earlier with all the hate that Microsoft was getting, and it put us back. We sat stagnant, we sat still, and it put us back. And thank God Microsoft didn't even look at all that stuff and just pushed on, because now we are going into that next generation, right? And we need to, man, or this stuff's going to get stale and it's going to die, right? And this is why I like people attack me like Marvel guys or supposed Marvel guys. I'll throw, all I have to do is throw up like a comic book cover, and they're lost. When I debate these dudes, right? I'll throw up a Unlimited to really irk them. I'll throw up a DC.
Yeah. No. You know what? I think my favorite is when you throw up the say the classic Miss Marvel and my favorite costume, the black and yellow with
That's
that,
mine too.
instead of the modern one.
Yeah, I like that.
And people like, who's that? Like, oh my goodness,
Wow.
you have no clue. I can't talk to you if you don't know who that is.
Oh, yeah.
Or the classic Luke Cage attire, and they don't know who that is. Like, oh man, you guys are killing me here.
Yeah, I love that Netflix series, man. They even did a shout out to that costume in one of the
That
episodes.
Netflix series was fantastic.
Yeah,
It was so good.
that's something. As somebody who tends to prefer the more mature stuff in comics, that the Netflix series were really up my alley.
Really good. Yeah.
Like my least favorite stuff is the popular stuff, the corny jokes, the Saturday morning cartoon plots, the terrible villains, right? But when you get the more grimy stuff, oh yeah, you win me over.
The way Luke Cage was able to reinvent, what was that, Bushmaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, the way they made him, I think they gave him I think he was like Jamaican or something, right?
Yeah.
It's the way they made it. They had no bones about it, dude. Because they would borrow stuff from the 70s, but they wouldn't get mired in it.
They wouldn't drown in it. They just they do it. That's the actual right way to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the right way to do it.
But you can tell that there's people with pedigree that worked on that show.
Yes, yes.
But they did just certain things in that show that was just it was just great character development and great writing. And yeah, it had a tinge of adult stuff in it and stuff like that. But what overlooked all of there was nothing campy, right? Everything was 100% organic, 100% real. Like you watched the show, you felt like it was evolution. Because I grew up reading the 70s stuff,
right?
So it was an evolution of the character.
Shang-Chi should have been a Netflix show instead of a movie, and I think it would have resonated way better.
I agree with that.
Tone better.
I agree with that.
Listen, even as somebody who doesn't know Shang-Chi hardcore like that, and as a general knowledge of him, that movie I don't even know how that's considered the same character from the comic book version. I
can tell you why, just really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if you read, I collected Shang-Chi, Moon Knight, Shang-Chi, Rom, Space Knight, Micronauts, Cage, and then it became Luke Cage, Power Man, and then it became Iron Fist and Power Man.
Iron Fist and
and then that during that time period, it was just because it was so fantastic. Doctor Strange, especially, that was so fantastical to me when I read those comic books, right? But at its level, what Master of Kung Fu was supposed to be because Bruce Lee was popular at the time, right? It was popular at this time. So when the guy comes out and says we've seen the old comic books and we're not going to do nothing like that. We're going to reinvent the character. As soon as he said that, I'm like, this.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's a sign that is dead.
It's over. It's done. Yeah. Because if you can't look past some of the stuff, that I understand what he's saying, but not being able to take it in context that it was a product of his time and not being able to look past that, you're going to miss all the good mythology that was in that comic, right? But some of it was campy, corny, doesn't make sense. It won't translate well now. Right, but one good thing that Marvel did for the most part, especially in Phase 1, was they were able to transition it to make it. But Stanley himself said, he's like, some of the stuff they created, they just made up, and that science isn't as advanced back then as it is now. So even he said like it would be hard for him to do the Hulk because he can't do gamma rays because
Right.
there's actual people that study gamma rays. So if you tried to come up with he got bombarded with gamma rays. It was something cool back then, right? And it
Mhm.
sounded cool, and people didn't know about gamma rays. So it's like something that could happen, but now you know that's not going to happen. Right.
Right.
So he said you'd have to change it. But with Master, and then the other thing was I love Simu Liu because I watched that show on Netflix. Like he was on this show, Kim's Convenience. It's a great show if you want to watch a good comedy. And then when he started talking about representing the community, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's like Jason Momoa, dude. Jason Momoa. You know what's great about Jason Momoa is that he had to struggle in the beginning and that he did these roles that made him cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But now you see him kind of like doing the Hawaiian stuff a little bit, right? But at his core, the reason why people love Jason Momoa is because he's a dude, bro. He looks like a dude that you would have fun having a beer with.
Yep.
And then you'll be drinking beer, and then he goes, "Hey, let's go throw some axes, man." You know, it's like that dude. So when he played Aquaman, right, the best thing that he did when he played Aquaman, which I'm sorry, Unlimited, I'm kind of the only thing I hate about Aquaman is they ripped off Namor. I'm just gonna be 100%,
No.
right?
Well,
wait,
That is true because
people know who
Namor was
Aquaman
first,
is,
right?
so DC wins. Yeah, Namor came before.
I thought Namor was old. That comes from an old
Yeah,
comic book.
Namor is like really super golden age
Yeah,
guy.
super-
Like he's one of like the top maybe 2 or 3 first Marvel characters to ever exist.
yeah, he's top 3.
Yeah.
So the thing about that show where Momoa was able to get into that character because they talk about somebody like who's an athlete, basically, which is I know is an Aquaman thing too, right? But Namor, that's his main. Namor is always his big thing. This is why he plays both sides. So it was kind of cool that Jason Momoa.
and then Marvel doesn't even get Namor right in that second
They
Black Panther
did.
movie.
No.
They did.
Well, they're all hooked up on the culture thing. Right?
Yeah,
They're
yeah. So, and the thing is, the guy that got to play it, he actually looks good in the part. But the problem is, the writers don't know what the writers. If the writers could just take their head out their butt and just embrace the comic book part of it, it will work so much better than this whole reinvent stuff. Because people want to see Namor, not some dude who, not this guy. Like who is this Jack? Like that's the general sense of like who is this jackass, right? And this is a guy who actually I thought he looked good in the part. I don't know much about his acting.
He got criticized for his body, which was done on purpose.
Yeah. Well,
they're saying he had a dad body.
Oh well, leave the dude alone, man. Because. But the point is, if they would have just embraced the Namor-ness, the comic book Namor, and then throw a bit of his personality into it, that would work way better than this reinvention stuff they keep trying to do. Because these reinventions are not, they don't work because that's not who people read.
Well,
If you read the Shang-Chi stuff and saw the movie, you came out like, who is this guy? You know, and what the original Marvel movies did well is that that was still Iron Man. You know, you could still see the Iron Man you read on screen through Robert Downey Jr. You do not get that sense with Shang-Chi and Namor. Actually, they even pronounced Namor different, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Well, they wanted to give it a South American twist on it because the person who was working on it, it's funny. It's just like and it's like almost a reverse cultural appropriation to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when I went to Florida and then my neighbors took me to this restaurant. They're like, "Hey, they have Hawaiian chicken here," and I was like, "Hawaiian chicken." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then the guy brought out the chicken. It's just a grilled chicken with some teriyaki sauce, a pineapple, and a cherry. Now, did I get offended? No, I ate it. It was delicious. But they were asking me how was it, and I'm like, "There's no such thing." So to take the Namor character and trying to carve it to your own culture. Because that becomes the focus, right? And it takes away from the actual story. The thing I can't bring myself to watch Black Panther because I love the first one so much. Mm-hmm. Because the first Black Panther was more than what the character was, and it touched on things and stories that were current, but it didn't overtake this stuff. So, like for me, what I wanted from Black Panther 2 is I really wanted, because it's very sad that Chadwick Boseman passed away. He's a great actor. I remember seeing him in there's a football game that he was on drafted. That's the very first movie I watched him in. And I loved him as that character. And he had like a side character part, but he stood out so much.
I know he was such a good actor, and it was hard. The last time I saw him, he withered away. He had lost so much weight. He couldn't even play that part even if he wanted to. It was like I think he was in a wheelchair and stuff too. It was bad off though. He went quick.
Yeah. He was such a good fit for the character of T'Challa.
He was, yeah. But they said he wanted to work until the end, and he hid that from everybody. So until he couldn't hide it anymore. So, but wow.
But the thing that got me about that was just like, I'm like, dude, if he gets, if you know, the real world stuff aside, guys, we just talk about the movie and the character of Black Panther. If he leaves, if something happens to Black Panther and he leaves, there's gonna be a power gap. If you guys remember from the one thing I love the opening of Black Panther, right? Because it explained really quickly, and the way they explained it, right, with the dioramas and stuff like they used to explain why Wakanda is the way it is, right? Like the different, like it's not all peaches and cream. You know, it's kind of like Africa. You have different, they're different nations, not different
Right,
states.
right.
They're their own nations, and so you had this culture before they got before Wakanda came into formation, and the reasons why Wakanda. But there's so much political intrigue, and there was so much drama that could have been yielded from that.
Yes, yes. Like I would have loved this scene Wakanda kind of battling within itself in order to
That's what I
settle
want.
that power source, because any power gap, I don't care what country you live in, that's going to be people fighting for it, you know. So that would have been more intriguing into, because it would have just given us more of a look inside Wakanda as a nation and its people, you know. And this is not something new that they've had to do this other, because it's a kingdom at the end of the day with a monarchy. So we would get to see what it's like for that power struggle. I think that would have been a great movie.
Well, that's what I wanted to see, because the first movie, there was rifts. There were real rifts, even amongst the allies. So if T'Challa is gone and then Shuri, and this is not like that she's weak or like some people no, it's going to be any person that's going to come into
anyone,
anybody who steps in. So and then because I wanted to see more of oh boy, what's his name? Is it Vincent Duke? He played the I can't think of the name right now. But there was just like so many characters and so many stuff that could have happened internally, and then you bring the outside stuff, right? Because you know, because
they always have that outside threat that wants their resources, right?
Yeah. Right. And so you do that, then that to me that would have been a better story than what they did, right? And this is what happened when you want inclusion. This is what happened when you want representation.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole centric theme of Wakanda, especially the first movie, and what made it so popular, right? Especially amongst minorities. Right, was the representation, and to me, like in the second movie, they just took that you know, this is like Marvel, Disney, right? This is corporate, right? They just took that just throw it up in the trash, right? And when you try, and then when you question people on it, dude, that's just what blows my mind. Then I have white people online calling me a Nazi. You know, I'm like, no,
I've been called a Nazi. I've been, you know, it doesn't matter if somebody don't like your opinion or your thoughts or something. You know, they'll call you anything. It doesn't. That don't even have no meaning anymore.
And I'm sitting there going, like, excuse me, there, Johnny. I'm just trying to explain myself here, and given the history of Black Panther, which I actually read. And,
I liked it too. I didn't see the second one because I saw where it was going, and I don't know. For me, you know, without Chadwick, I say I gotta check out. You know, I'm sorry, but that's how I felt about it. To me, he was Black Panther. So
so you had that challenge going with you, and then to come with a subpar storyline, and it's sad because Angela Bassett is like one of my favorites.
Fantastic actress. For me, she should have always been Storm. I always wanted her to be Storm.
Oh boy, the producer or director, I forgot his name right now, but he's a comic book nut. He knows. So when in the first movie, when you see her with that white hair,
that's an homage. Because it wasn't like she would try to be that, or people wanted her to be Storm. I forgot, but she just would have fit the role so much better than Halle Berry. Halle Berry does certain things fine, but she did not make a good Storm. Anybody who read about Storm, she just wasn't a good Storm. Okay.
That was back in the day when the studios made those calls and they were
going just by popularity or looks or wherever they went by. But Angela Bassett was a better choice.
You know, the knock on Angela Bassett, and I hate to say this, but it's just the way Hollywood is. Actually, I wish Hollywood would get back to this instead of the crap they're doing, because I can understand it better. The knock on Angela Bassett was her age at the time. And that blew my mind, because I'm like, dude, she's incredible. She looks
real good.
I'm in love with this. So I used to read comic book scene. And so when there was rumblings that they was going to make a X-Men movie, they had it all lined up. They had all the characters and all the actors to play, and one of them was Patrick Stewart, who ended up being Professor X.
Right.
And then Storm was Angela Bassett. Everybody was like, because she was she did not the Line Between Love and Hate. No, that's the one. But she was just coming off of what's that movie that she burns the car?
What?
Empire in Brooklyn with Eddie Murphy. and then she did this the one with the movie with all the girls, and then she burns that dude's car because the husband's car was a cheater on or something.
Oh, what's love got to do with it? Is it that one?
Oh, that's when she was Tina Turner.
Tina Turner, yeah.
But she did that other movie with Whitney.
It was
Houston.
another movie, yeah. I can't think of it. I don't know. I have to look it up.
I know.
How Stella got a groove back, I think.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was about to look it up.
So she was like Academy Award level then.
She was, yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, she was awesome. I love watching her.
I
love
still
being
don't know why they chose Halle Berry over her. I don't understand it.
Halle Berry was
Well, yeah. Halle Berry was super popular at that time, like extremely popular. So
she wasn't bad to look at either.
Yeah.
She had all that.
And that was during the time where people didn't pretend looking attractive women weren't something people like looking at.
Right, yeah.
Boy, funny how that backfired on them, right? Because I can understand trying to get a balance, but man, they went far to the other end of the spectrum where everybody I'm just honest with people, man. Because the people like they would tell me like, well, wouldn't you want to make the character that looks like you in the game? I'm like,
Nope.
I see myself every day in the
Nope.
mirror. I don't want to look at myself.
Listen, I've never once played a video game and created myself and put myself
Me
in that
either.
world.
Not even in Starfield. I didn't make myself in that game. I made some other character.
Yeah, like my character in Starfield is dark skin and dreads. I'm a
Mine
light-skinned
too.
boy.
Mine is a black woman, but she don't look anything like me.
Yeah.
Well, I made my first Hawaiian character. I made my
cool.
guy. No, he's
I might put my character's avatar. I might make an avatar. I'm in mornings anyway, so I'm going to be putting my character. I'm gonna change my avatar until Jim Ryan retires. That's my morning. That's my period of mourning. But I got to figure out what to put there though. But yeah, I'm serious. I'm in mourning, man, because that was the best years we ever had as Xbox gamers, having that man in charge of Sony. You know,
my favorite Jim Ryan quote is always going to be, "Who wants to play old games?"
Oh man, that came back to bite him.
Yeah, that's my number one. More than anything he ever said. Who buys a console to play old games?
Make that quote unlimited. With
that's a non-gamer comment there.
With the picture of him having the controller upside down.
Yeah.
that was
Yeah, he's never topped that quote for me because he said that at the height of when like people were asking PlayStation to do backwards compatibility at the time.
Right.
And he said, "Why would people buy a console to play those games?"
That's
how
like,
it's a wrap. Microsoft won that narrative, and there ain't no coming back from that.
That's how I knew those guys were about the brand. That just solidified my belief in that, because PlayStation had some of the best old school games, right? And then remember the PlayStation guys started complaining, but they were quietly cut off by the media, and then the rabid Sony guys, right, that are like, oh, Microsoft sucks, backwards compatibility sucks. They got crappy games, and I'm like, wow, dude, this tells me that you guys never even played. That you're the new generation of PlayStation guys. That you guys have never played some of the games like Vagrant Story, you know, like some of these games that used to be considered like, when they did the remake of what's that game with the. Dang, dude, you know what? I'm gonna stop because I'm dating myself. Right? I mean, I'm not just in my thoughts.
You're trying to reach too far back, huh?
I'm trying to reach. Yeah, my kids make fun of me all the time. But you know they gotta come back to me when they want that Amazon though. Don't get too carried away. I know you'll be back with that Amazon. But I'm sorry, Dale. Did you want to say anything else?
No, dude, that was an hour ago.
That was an hour ago. I'm in. All you need to know is I'm in mourning, and the next time you see me, my avatar will be changed until Jim Ryan retires. So that's it.
I guess we could wrap it up before I start bullying Sega Man to close. Sega Forever to close the show.
The Jerry Lewis Marathon must come to an end.
Well, so thank you everybody for your donations.
I don't know though. I don't think you can ever top what I did to you.
You made me quit my own show.
Oh man!
Unlimited plays it too. I know he hasn't played it, but I put another skill point into persuasion.
Yeah.
That skill tree is evil, man. That skill tree is
But by the way, man, people who don't play RPGs just annoy me because they're like, what? I mean, Bethesda, why you got everything locked behind skills? It's a RPG.
You're supposed to earn it.
You're supposed to work your way up to being good at stuff. Like,
That blows my mind. Dude. That just tells you how much it is. Like you were saying earlier, dude. As soon as somebody starts coming with like frames per second and all this kind of stuff, I just tune them out. I'm like,
Yeah.
Or if I'm being honest, man, we don't have anything in common because I would want to talk to you about the scope and breadth of the industry, the direction it's going, the type of games we have, how it's going back, how it's a new paradigm as Iraq likes to use, but then we're pulling from the old, coming into the new, which I'm really enjoying. That's why I love Game Pass so much because I'm playing all these games that are like I played this game Moonscars. I didn't get a chance to play it, so they're taking it off of Game Pass, and I wanted to because I remember seeing the trailer and liking it. And that game is hard, man. It's ridiculously hard. Or I'm old. It's probably both, right? But I was struggling with the game, but I was like, dang, bro, this game is awesome, right? So I just bought it. I'm like, it's leaving Game Pass. I want to have it in my library because I want to go back and play it, and I bought it. So that's the kind of people I want to associate with, dude. I mean, I'm tired of all these fake wannabe influencers and all these fake gamers, right? That can't even tell you the history of their own company, let alone trying to tell me the history of mine. Right?
That's why I don't follow big YouTubers because that's all they are.
That's all they are.
They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing about anything. I mean, seriously, when that rumored Brooklyn console was released, and these channels with 1 million subscribers saying Xbox of Microsoft of all companies don't care about backwards compatibility, I'm like, okay, nah. This is why I hate these guys. This is why I can't. I don't subscribe. I don't watch. I don't give them attention because you're not going to sit here and tell me the only console that gives us 4 generations backwards compatibility are the ones who hates it, and not once mention Sony or Nintendo. Like Nintendo literally closes stores down for games you own and you can't take it with you going forward. But Microsoft are the ones that hate backwards compatibility. Nah, come on.
That's why, man. One of the reasons I'm doing this podcast today, I felt guilty, and the fact that I'm sick, I can't do it. I had to cancel all my appointments. But I'm doing Unlimited, man, because I heard your plea. I felt bad for you.
Oh
but
yeah.
I felt bad because I'm like, dude, but you all I have. You all I have. I can't listen to nobody else. Who am I gonna listen to? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because you and Sega Man hasn't been doing nothing. So I'm the one hosting everything, and
that's true. Unlimited has been picking up the mantle for you guys.
Yeah, E-Rock is retired, and he has no interest.
Yeah, we can't even bribe him back. He just like said no. He's tired.
The other day when we did the Jim Ryan podcast, E-Rock hit me up after the show, like, "Oh man, you guys are doing." I'm like, E-Rock, I sent you the link 3 hours ago. Don't tell me you now seeing it, man.
Oh, you know what we should do? And let me know how you're gonna get E-Rock back. You gotta change your icon to like a Marvel character.
Oh shit!
It's like Shang-Chi, and then E-Rock said we have an emergency.
I should hit him up. Be like, hey man, we talking about Disney. He'll go on 3 hours.
Yeah, he'll pop up on there. Shoot, he'll teleport there. He'll be like,
he hates Disney. He hates Disney almost as much as he hates Sony.
Yeah,
he hates Disney with a passion.
Yeah,
but I like it because like I remember one time we was talking. He goes, I gotta be real. Let's take a friend. I was like, that's okay. I hate him too. So tell me, you just go on, brother, preach.
Yeah, I mean we're long days away from their animation renaissance, the early days of MCU. You know what modern Disney reminds me of their live action movies in the 90s where they're releasing crap like Richie Rich.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and all them terrible movies.
I will challenge you on that. Unlimited because that was still greedy Disney, which I want back. Because they knew they had that. They didn't know they had that home video market. They had that, the VCR tapes. They had that home. That's all they did. Dude, they would throw it out there.
That is true. Yeah.
Because I have a bunch of those tapes, right? When you start getting older and then you have little cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of the Disney stuff I watched, the animated stuff I watched because I used to watch my little niece. Mm-hmm. And that's how I knew about Recess. I was like, hey man, this is cartoon.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Their animated stuff used to be fantastic.
Fantastic.
It was their live action stuff in the 90s that was like Disney, man. What are you doing here?
It was just hoeing, dude. That's when Michael Eisner. Not Michael Eisner, right? Was the
I think Eisner was at that time. I gotta.
Yeah, he was pimping that brand.
Yeah,
I know,
he was.
Yeah.
I think it was Eisner back then. Yeah.
like he did a lot for Disney, but that's why, like in Florida where I grew up, 'cause I grew up in Kissimmee, Florida,
Okay.
so right outside of Orlando. So I was born in Hawaii, but I moved there. I grew up there, and then I came back. But dude, man, that we used to call Disney the evil empire back then. This was back,
Yeah.
like we literally called them that. The mousetrap was another. Because what they, in fact, one year they wanted to build a monorail. They had that monorail, which is awesome. But they were like trying to float the idea. You know, if you had the monorail that went to the airport, dude, you man, the state of Florida, man. You think what's going on with the state of Florida then? That was nothing compared to back then. But and they had literary rednecks back then, so people had pitchfork and everything. That was ready to roll. It was like, no, we ain't doing that, bro, because we knew what they wanted to do. That's the. But I miss that Disney because this new Disney, not only are they incompetent, but they can't make money either.
No,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
going
yeah,
broke, yeah.
Yeah.
But the money would
That's
always
true.
draw them back. They would always bring them back to reality. Was the money, but not even that is affecting them. They're
Yeah.
done, bro. They're like, so I'm seeing who's gonna fall first. I'm gonna have a party. Either Disney gonna fail first, or Sony.
Yeah, they both
Yeah.
tanking, you know. So yeah, I don't
Di-
know.
I mean, Disney been talking about selling properties for a couple years now, so
Telling you,
I don't even think Sony's reached that point yet.
No, they not that point. I think
Yeah.
Disney is actually worse than Sony. So
Yeah, they like, man, we ready to sell ABC.
yeah, I
ESPN.
heard. Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
oh, they started saying ESPN and
ESPN is on, might be sold.
Yeah.
I know ABC.
Fired up.
Yeah, I've been hearing it. Yeah.
You saw you saw Kevin Feige come out. Kevin Feige was talking reboot. I'm like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, when they start going reboot, yeah, it's done.
The MCU? Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, he's talking about rebooting it, and he's going to
Whoa.
use what is that? What's that thing we're doing now? Where the Secret Wars?
Oh,
Yeah, they was going to use Secret Wars to reboot it. The whole
Man, it's not
thing.
even the good Secret Wars. I don't care.
Wow.
People try to push that on me. I was like, bro, I had the comic books. They were okay.
yeah.
No, you don't understand. I said, I understand you.
We understand.
Hold on.
that this stuff was in the
Not
comics.
only that, there's been like 3 different Secret Wars.
It has, yeah.
Yeah, there's the one in 2004, the one from the 80s. I think that they even had another one in the modern age, man. For some reason, Marvel, at least when Disney does, at least when DC does a Crisis, they give it a different title, like Crisis of Infinite Earths and Final Crisis and stuff. Marvel, if you're gonna use Secret Wars, at least call one of them Secret Wars of Earth or something, or Secret Wars of the Scrolls. I don't know, man, but
You know why DCs are better? Because that's in DC's wheelhouse. It's one of the things I
Yeah.
hate about DC, if I'm being honest with you. There was a joke we had as Marvel guys back then. 'Cause we were second tier, right? So anything when you're on the second place looking, we were like Starscream, right? And you guys were like Megatron, right? So anything I could like needle that my DC friends with. And then my joke with them was like, oh, so are you guys gonna have a Crisis on Infinite Earths? What do you mean by that? I was like, I don't know. You know, your canon goes out of whack, and he's like, oh, we'll just do another Crisis.
yeah,
We'll just respect the entire universe.
yeah. Hey,
That's the joke
listen,
there.
just give DC 30 years, they'll reboot it again.
that's
they
the-
love
that's the-
rebooting their
But that's the
universe.
point. That's their wheelhouse, right? And then Marvel is trying to do it, and Marvel's
trying to
always
do it
at the
now,
first when they
yeah.
try to
Yeah.
copy DC because Marvel can't do that. Because Marvel actually has always kept to the canon. That was kind
They
of
have. They in the past they did. Yeah, they always kept the canon.
This is
Yeah.
why the Spider-Man people are going to cry because you can't take Spider-Man out of New York. They've tried.
Yeah.
There's been some great stories with it, but if you take him out of New York, dude, it's Katie bar the door. You're stuck there. So enjoy your same, same.
Yep.
Oh, dude,
Yeah, that's a
this is
great
funny.
point.
This is funny because okay, I think my neighbor's
Yeah.
about to kick off.
And the thing is, that's why I like DC is that they're not afraid to do that, and they usually do a good job at knowing what to keep and knowing what to get rid of. Because Superman, like my favorite iteration of Superman was the one after Infinite Crisis, where instead of Lex just being a scientist, he's now an evil businessman, and then now modern Lex Luthor, Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
is an amalgamation. He's an amalgamation of the evil businessman and the smart evil scientist, and so now he's almost like who would be a decent real world comparison? Maybe it's a combination of Jeff Bezos and Albert Einstein, right? Where he's extremely smart, but he's a ruthless businessman who don't mind screwing over Metropolis and stuff, you know. And so DC has always did good at that. And DC is also terrible when they try to copy Marvel because Marvel has had more of the market share than DC for a few decades now, and DC's also at their worst whenever they what is Marvel doing? And then you get them stupid Marvel ripoff characters that everybody just end up despising.
Right.
Like I'll always give Marvel their props in the cinematic universe because I was one of these guys. Because I'm old school. Look, dude, this is the problem with being old. This is why I kind of don't. I try and check myself, right? Because I'm looking at some of the stuff that they were doing. Look, they were going to do Iron Man. I love Iron Man. But I was like, nah, that thing's gonna fail, dude. Nobody knows who Iron Man is.
They did.
Yeah.
Iron Man was like a B tier, you know. I don't even know that C tier.
He was a C
maybe.
tier.
Yeah,
He was
he
C
was
tier.
low on it.
I'll
I
say
knew
that
who
too.
Iron Man was, but I was like, that movie ain't gonna do that well.
Yeah.
But if you grew up like me and Dia grew up, and you ate ho-hos and Twinkies and fries, maybe you might know some of the Marvel cast, right? But if it wasn't the Hulk or Spider-Man,
or if you're like me and a big comic book fan, even at young, you knew it.
Yes,
You knew him,
see,
right?
Olivia
Like,
was educated because he was.
Yeah, I mean, because listen, you're talking to somebody who, as a teen, like when I was in high school, manga was really kind of blowing up in the U.S. for the first time, right? And so me and my high school friends, we used to just have these. We used to trade. I'll trade my comics with his manga, so that's how I got introduced to stuff like Death Note, which was
okay. Oh,
popular
Death
at the
Note
time.
is so good.
Yeah. And so we trade comics and manga, and then we come back the next day like, oh snap, yeah, man. So you tell me this dude N is really that smart, and he come back, oh shit. So you telling me Iron Man, you know, he got his issue with alcoholism and stuff, and so that was, and while I never really fell into the anime side that heavily. You know, I still, you know, don't think your boy Unlimited is ignorant to the Eastern comic book
Right,
stuff,
you're into the manga, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the manga can be better than the anime. It can.
Yeah.
You know.
And so I was reading stuff about Iron Man way before the movies
Right.
came out.
Same. I knew about
so
Iron Man.
so I was familiar
Yeah.
with his sister, and even like my thing has always been, I've always told Sega forever this. Although I'm a DC fan, I still respect Marvel.
Right.
And-
you know, my favorite comic book character is Superman.
Yeah.
So, but I always liked I like both. I could always go. There was just I picked and choose what I liked in both of them.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Hulk is one of them. I like Superman. I like I like Batman. I also like X-Men a lot. I like it from the Marvel side. You know, so I pick and choose.
X-Men. Yeah, X-Men is the reason why I like comic books. Was that cartoon?
Yes,
was my first
that's
favorite
what got me
cartoon.
started with X-Men. Yep,
Yeah.
I checked them out and I was like, oh,
I think you know that the comic almost got canceled.
Oh, yeah, but I'll say this, man, that Chris Claremont run of X-Men is probably the greatest run in comics ever, because that was like 20 years of just iconic story after iconic story.
That's what saved the brand, because before that they were doing reruns of the issues, and then it was Byrne and Claremont that came in and they revitalized that whole thing.
Yeah.
It came out of the necessity of money, right?
Right.
They wanted to appeal. So this is another thing where people are sitting here saying we want diversity. They were diverse in the cast of characters, but it was also to appeal to a broader audience because they wanted to sell more comic books.
Right.
There's always a capitalistic component to that stuff now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'll say this about the diversity stuff. That what they did a great job with, especially then, is first of all, it was the first time some people saw some like nobody was doing a positive German character in the 70s.
That's true.
Before Nightcrawler came around.
Yeah,
right?
Nightcrawler is a fantastic.
And the thing about the U.S., I don't think people realize that there's a huge German heritage in this country. Huge. It is
actually very big, yeah.
And so people finding out about Nightcrawler, and he's not a Nazi post World War II,
right?
Nazi or
nothing. He's actually a Christian.
Yeah, and he's one of the coolest superheroes.
Yeah,
resonated with people. A Russian in Colossus.
Yeah.
You really never saw that in the 70s. That was the damn Cold War.
Yeah,
and now you got Colossus, a Canadian, and Wolverine, who was so popular. Yeah. He was so popular, people didn't even know he was Canadian, man. Because Wolverine just blew up, you know. So they were able to, but here's why here's why, and why it wouldn't work nowadays is because they would have written Colossus like this. He would have all his dialogue would have been "You American scum,
Yep, he would have
communism,
been
American
hating.
scum."
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that would have just been its whole arc, right? And that would be every line, right? Or Nightcrawler wouldn't be a Christian. He'll just be apologetic for the fucking World War II.
Yeah,
Nazis
for the
whole
past
time.
of
Yeah,
his home country.
and so it wouldn't work
something like
because he
that,
would have
yeah.
they would have never been characters, likable characters. Because in the comics, Colossus is a damn sweetheart. Basically, he's
that
like
was the juxtapose of the character, right?
yeah.
Like because when you look at him, the size and the strength and all that kind of stuff, farmer, rustic, but then he was also an artist. That's one of the things.
That's awesome,
Yep.
man. See, that's the kind of stuff I like when you make characters. Is make them interesting, having different interests and backgrounds and stuff that really forms them into a person. That's what I like.
And that's why you won't get that now, right? Because they can't be flawed. That's the problem with a lot of the writing. It's like with Wonder Woman. Me and my daughter was talking about this because we were discussing this about women in power and stuff. Because she's doing digital art and all this kind of stuff, right? She's gonna get into that industry. And I was like, the reason Wonder Woman resonates with a lot of people, both men and women, is because you see a side of Wonder. You see different shades of Wonder Woman.
That's
like
true.
One of my favorite scenes with Wonder Woman is the first time she sees a baby.
Yeah.
Right. And I love that scene because it speaks back to the mythology of the character, right? And it also speaks to the motherhood of what she is. And that also informs her character doing what she does. Like with Steve Rogers in Captain America, my favorite line in Captain America was, I said this before, I'll say it again, but when the German scientist, because he's German, right? And then he asks, "Oh, you're German," and he goes, "Is that the problem?" Right? And he goes, "So you want to kill Nazis?" And then Captain America says, "I don't want to kill anybody. I just don't like bullies." And by that line, that informs the person of the character. So when the scientist dies, right, and the scientist didn't like all the other people because he knew that Steve Rogers ultimately was a good guy.
A good guy, he wasn't looking at people as a name or a title or a list or something. He was looking at, I don't like the bad guys. That's it. It got nothing to do with the German people. I just don't like bad guys.
And this is why when people tell me why I'm so down on the Marvel Cinematic Universe as it is because they'll never get back to that. This is because they made a whole movie for Steve Rogers to inform everybody who he is and the character is. They built a whole movie around that so that when he comes into modern times and he's in the Avengers, there's a reason he becomes that moral compass because he comes from a different time and a different ideology.
Right, and he brings that into the modern day.
Yeah, and so that's why he becomes the focal point.
Right.
But you think Marvel will do this now?
No, absolutely not. No.
Another thing we'll never see is would be what's the homie's name? Who did the Green Lantern, Green Arrow? They'll never do that again. They'll never do a balanced perspective like that because Hal Jordan would have just been a crazy right wing.
Right,
and he would I would not want to see modern day version of Green Arrow, Green Lantern, where Hal Jordan is out here saying, "Man, them blacks are criminals." And Green Arrow gives a speech on to not be racist. But instead, the one that was done in the 70s was extremely nuanced, where sometimes Hal was wrong, sometimes Green Arrow was wrong. And they were constantly learning about each other despite their vastly, because they were at the time would have been the equivalent of that conservative liberal divide you see now.
Right.
Yet they were best freaking friends and they were helping each other. And then that was also the era that Speedy, Red Arrow, had the drug addiction issues and stuff like that. And then you see the relationship between Hal and Green and Oliver when they were trying to save him. Stuff like that is what made comics brilliant. But
fantastic.
But that nuance is kind of dead now, so it wouldn't work to the extent that it did back then.
It won't, because you know why? The people who wrote that stuff are gone, retired or passed on, and the people that have come up behind them have been taught not to write like that. So I think that talent, that gift is gone, and we missed out on it because those same people who did that, because the culture has changed. The people coming up now don't know how to write that way. They don't know how to depict people that way,
and they only know how to write from their perspective.
Yes.
That's what I was telling my daughter. Right, with a lot of the stuff that we talk about when we watch them the shows, I'm like, they don't. And I know I've said this 100 times. I'll say it. I'll just keep on saying because it matters. These guys don't have stories. Like that's why I feel sorry for my kids in a way, right? Because they grew up better than I did.
Mhm.
But they'll never have a story of like when I pissed my mom off, she beat the crap out of me. Or like the other day, my son's sick. I got sick from him. I made him his medicine, and I'm drinking the medicine. I'm like, dude, this thing tastes great. I gave it to my son. My son makes a face at me, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, dude? This stuff is. You guys got candy.
Candy.
Yeah.
Joe Coy does this great thing, and it's really funny, especially for Pacific Islanders, Asians, and stuff like that, because we grew up on Vicks, right?
Yeah.
Vicks, that's what we used, right? Like the whole thing he has a skit about Vicks and what his mom did. My grandmother, it would wrap you up, dude. You would. It was like being it was like having a vision quest, man. You'd be sweating the next day, you have all kind of weird dreams, but it worked. You woke up the next day, and then your fever was gone, but you almost died. Right? But my kids don't like I tell my kids this story, they laugh and stuff like that, and I feel bad sometimes because I'm like, you want your kids to have a better life, but at the same time, they never know the thing of like getting kicked out of the house, getting lickings or getting cracked for being in the house. You know, their parents kick you out, and then when you come back, getting cracks because you didn't make it home in time. Right? they don't have that kind of stuff. And to your point about the comic books, you know, these guys wrote from what they knew. Like another thing that blew me away was when I read Doctor Strange. I was like, I was very naive when I was younger. I was very naive when I was younger. So when I read Doctor Strange, I was like, this is the most amazing stories I've ever read. Then when I got older and they interviewed some of these guys from the 70s, like, oh yeah, we're all hopped up on
yeah, they was on high. Yeah, that's where the stories came from. They came from a high. That's what you was reading.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought, man,
Yes.
this is amazing. Like you look at some of those old Doctor Stranges, I'm like, this is the most amazing things I've ever read.
Yes, that's where that stuff was inspired for. That's why people can't write like that today unless they did that stuff.
And that was kind of our fault, right? I mean, in the 80s, we was like trying to kill drugs.
You know, even Stephen
like,
King, some of his best writings came from no, not his best, but some of the weirdest stories he ever came was when he was high. You know, like he don't even know what he wrote until after it was done. You know, like he was gone.
What do kids have nowadays? Their big concern is Red Bull.
Oh,
yeah,
is it?
Yeah.
that sugar, nothing but sugar and
like
give you
it's
a
like
heart
an
attack.
electric drink or something to keep you up or caffeinated. I don't know what that is. I don't even drink that stuff, but
that'll just kill you. You don't have that.
You might as well just pour sugar down your kid's throat.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then kids know about that stuff. They're like, I'm not taking that. That's that. Like I explained to my kids, like we watch a movie and this kid's sniffing a Sharpie, and then my kids are like, what in the world are they doing?
Okay.
Why are they doing that?
Oh,
Dad, what is that? I'm like, oh my gosh, just
Sniffing Sharpies, yeah. What the heck?
watch the show.
That was a thing. That was a thing when I was a kid. They were
Really?
sniffing sharp. Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
You like sniffing glue, sniffing paint.
I heard about sniffing glue before.
Yeah,
Never
we used to make fun of the sniffing glue kids.
Yeah. No, that used to keep. You know what? We need that because that used to keep the herd small, right?
Yeah.
Right back then. Like, that's why all this geek stuff sucks now because everybody can be a geek. You know, you never got caught in the bathroom. Comic book, you know, somebody's like, "Hey, look at this guy." It's like, you know, get slapped around because you're reading a comic book, stuff like that. Oh, wait, just real quick, guys. Google rebooting MCU. Yeah, so the X-Men and the Fantastic Four movies will be spearheading that reboot. But make no bones about it. It's all gonna suck. So they can. But their problem is their writing.
It's the writing. Yeah, that's where the problem is at.
It's like some people get mad at me. They're like, "Why do you hate woke stuff so much?" I was like, "Because you make it easy to hate it.
Yeah.
You guys don't even try. It's
like have you seen the dialogue and some of the woke stuff? It's no human. They write from their
ideologies. Yeah.
And so, I'll never forget when I saw this show HBO used to have Insecure, and these two black characters saying something like, they were saying something about white people, but the way they were saying it was like, nah, black people do not talk like this. Okay. Black people do not sit around saying, the white oppressors. Like, we do not talk like that. Yeah, I've never been at a cookout in my life. I never had a family gather in my life where we come together. Like, when the white oppressors at work sure got on my nerves today. Like that, nobody talk. Black people do not talk like that. And that scene, I saw that scene. Okay, I'm never watching this again. Yeah, because I already knew what the show was about when you word stuff like that. You know,
that was some white dudes right now. So.
Huh?
You know, it's funny because we have a lot of memorials here. So somebody vandalized the memorial. one of the memorials here. I think it was the Memorial of the Pacific or the other one for the Korean War.
Mhm.
And they had scribbled all kind of stuff, broke some monuments, scribbled stuff on there, and then there was like saying that a Hawaiian group did it. So I was watching the news. It is exactly like you said, Unlimited. I watched that and I'm like, dude, no Hawaiian talks like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Or using
Exactly.
like proper English, complete sentences. One of the stuff was
You said proper English.
there's proper punctuation on one of the things. Like
Oh
proper
my-
punctuation, and like instead of using the period, they used the exclamation point correctly. That's how- and I'm like, unless it was me, and I'm too lazy to go out there and analyze anything. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, dude, you know what? Just everybody stay in their lane, you know. But yeah, just to answer Google's thing, yeah, Google, the MCU is they're in trouble because unless they've that's why everybody's waiting for Star Wars to turn around, and it'll never happen because a lot of the people within Star Wars that are making the shows, it's deep. These guys are entrenched with people that
Yes,
don't
they
know,
are.
Yeah.
and they write their ideology.
Yeah, Disney's definitely the worst of that. Because I think Paramount and WB and these other media companies, I think that they'll be able to get their way back to quality Star Trek,
Mhm.
DC, or Harry Potter
Mhm.
content eventually.
I agree. Yeah.
Disney though, when they said that 50% of their characters, something like that, would be a minority or something like that. Yeah, I was like, okay, Disney's cooked because this whole making Snow White, which is based off, I think, a German German fairy tale
Yeah.
as a black character just doesn't work because it was never made. Like, if you're gonna do black fairy tales, then do literal black fairy tales.
There are many African
Yeah,
tales that
it's
they
like-
can turn into a story like
Yeah,
that.
That's
we don't need the opposite of whitewashing. That they're what are pretty much just European folklore.
Right.
You know why you won't get that, right? Because somebody will scream it's appropriation, and it'll be a white person screaming.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. The white liberals might be the most annoying people. on the
That's
planet.
the group I have the most problems with because
Yeah.
they're the worst ones. I'm like,
Yeah.
why are you doing this? Please stop. We're
They
asking you to
got
stop.
that savory mentality is so annoying because it's like they treat all minorities as, man, you poor black person. If I wasn't here to save you, what would you be able to do
that's
without
what I
me? I'm
hate.
like, enjoying life.
I've had to tell people. I said, look, I like you, but no, with all due respect, I don't need you to save me. I'm fine. I'm doing
Yeah.
great. I don't
it's
need you to
that-
be
it's
my
that, like,
savior.
It's that backhanded comment thing, like Dea did to me earlier, where she
Mhm.
said my podcast put to the sleep, but she meant it in a nice way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we're 5.5 hours in. The sun's going down.
Yeah.
It's probably straight up nighttime for Dea right now.
Oh
So if
man,
I-
I had the
if I-
best sleep I ever had off that podcast. That first night, I said, I gotta come back here. I gotta watch him again. I'm joking. I didn't say it. No. I did like it.
Hey man, when Sega Forever goes solo, those are Asmar podcasts.
This
Oh man.
is why, man. I was like, oh, dude, I need help. Help on this.
Hey, I don't blame you. So every once in a while, I do a show alone. I'm like, shit, it's hard.
It is hard to talk by
Yeah.
yourself. It is. It's a lot of
Yeah.
talking, you know.
Yeah, because I like to shift the thing off, man. Is that, I've
Yeah,
shifted
you've been shifting that stuff, man. You're like, oh, you just had a minute of a break. Here it's time again.
You guys throw me off though, because like I go I have to go put my cup away, put it, and then like Ebot will throw it back to me. I'm like, oh, dude.
Yeah. I'm shot. He usually can go for a good while there, you know.
Yeah, dude, Ebot will bring that pain. That's why when I was talking to him earlier, dude, I'll just let him go. I was like,
Yeah, he's good at it. He's real good at that. But he's good at doing solo.
Mhm.
Like, you know, he's very
Yeah,
good
that's
at that.
why.
Yeah, I miss him driving around making them 30-minute videos.
Yeah.
I hope he can come back to it because like that'll take the load off of Unlimited as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I gotta go too. So
I
gotta
miss
go.
E-Rock's rants, bro. I mean, I'm like, where is E-Rock? Dude, I miss his rants.
Yeah, E-Rock, Sega Man, he's not here. Zink is gone out. I don't know where he is. He ain't even in the chat. What the heck is he?
Yeah, he usually say made it.
Yeah, he always do that. At
Yeah.
least let you know he's listening because sometimes he's at work and he's listening, but he can't really type and stuff.
Well,
So.
I know he's taking care of his mom. Like he references.
Yeah, he
Oh,
takes
that's
care
right,
of his
that's right.
mom. Yeah.
He
I
does
can
the
relate
same,
'cause-
too.
My dad, I have to I'm doing renovations and everything like that because we're gonna have to move and I'm gonna have to take my dad in. And I can relate to that sacrifice that he makes to take care of his mom. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true right there. But yeah, so yeah, we can wrap it up. Was it 5 hours? Yeah, we good.
All right, man. The hour and a half long outro. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did. Actually, I did.
Yeah, I did.
If I had the technical skills, I'd break it all up for you, so then you'd have 15 shows during the week. I mean, unlimited would have to worry so much. But hey, dude, I appreciate the shows you did, bro, because nobody was talking. And I
That's
couldn't
true.
put
And we needed
hours.
to
Yeah.
hit those topics. They was too big to just leave neglected, you know.
Yeah, and this is our moment, right? But you know, it's
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
because we also live in the moment, right? So it's hard
Right.
to talk about it when you live in it. Like I've
Yeah,
been
and not only that, when you get big news, it's just best to talk about it then instead of waiting.
Right. Right. And by the way, Unlimited, are you going to do anything once ABK closes, like it's finalized? Are you going to do anything for that?
Yeah, we'll see. No, probably not, because I'll be on vacation that week.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So I probably won't.
Okay.
well, you got your phone, don't you?
No,
No, we gotta let the man have a vacation.
Yeah,
He's been working
yeah.
hard.
Vacation, what is that? You on the clock, man? I'm gonna call you.
yeah, go buy the Sega Man if you want to do a show that badly.
Oh, Sega Man's been busy too, though. I know
Yeah, he has been
Yeah.
really busy actually.
we need to, and then we can't. And some of these guys they want to do podcasts, but we can't support you because you are traders.
Yeah, you know.
Man, I'm not
yeah.
talking just one time. You did it multiple times. Some of you-
Mm.
I'm like, no, we're done.
I would
And I
look
can
at
only-
somebody like a new legal. I think he's good. Obviously, 100. You know, because he doesn't do like a show every day or nothing like that. But I think he does it once a week.
No, he does a lot of shows too. He'll do
Does he?
yeah, he'll do more than me sometimes when there's a lot of big news.
Oh, when it's a big yeah. I
Yeah,
usually
yeah.
don't
He'll
see
jump
him
on
do-
stream, talk for an hour,
Oh,
and get
okay,
going.
okay.
Yeah. Now 100, he's one of those guys who make the solo shows look easy.
He does. He's real
Yeah.
good at that. Yeah.
And half of it is just fighting with the chat, which is always hilarious.
Right.
Because he be letting them fanboys run wild in his chat, and he just take them out one by one. It's like John Wick. He go John Wick on the chat, man.
I love his podcast. He do the rope dope because 1 minute he'd be like going in, and then next minute he'd be like, he throw himself back. He'd be like, "Why y'all coming after me for?" Like that. He does the victim thing. The only problem I have with his podcast is a lot of times I've been with my kids running around.
Oh yeah, in the language. Yeah. And
Yeah.
even I have to be careful with that. Yeah. Yeah.
And my kids are like, so look, dude, my kids are kind of, I'm not saying they're sheltered, but I raised them a certain way.
Yeah.
So my kids are like, Dad, what does that mean? I said, just let me tell you.
Yes, you gotta. Yeah, that's why I don't watch it 100 is more because sometimes the language can get wild out there.
Yeah.
Like it may not even always be cursing, it might be other talk. You know, so like
In your windows.
it's
and
very
all that
adult.
stuff.
Yeah, it's very adult. So
But man, they funny.
Whenever they drop the SSD, I'm like, oh man.
yeah,
I'm glad. I'm glad this is done on YouTube, and not public television. Or else he wouldn't have made it past that sentence. When he goes to the Sony SSD, I'm like, oh, you guys starting already.
And they went in hard on that. They just like it's like jumping off there. You didn't even ease into it.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. All right, I gotta pick up my daughter right now, so I'll listen to you for like 15 minutes. So, yeah. Speaking of, so we're gonna wrap it up because I gotta go.
okay.
Some stuff.
Yeah, but
Go ahead and close out because we've done our outros. I told you all I'm
Yeah.
doing is mourning. I'm mourning.
And
Well,
I'm celebrating.
Yeah. I'm mourning what we losing on the Xbox side. We losing something big, you know.
Yeah.
well, if you guys, if I get taken out, you guys don't know because I've been sitting 8 hours playing Starfield. I had a what you call it? I had a spot in my leg.
Die from lack of sleep.
I got because I'm sitting in the chair one day I was playing so long, I went to get up, and then I was like, I couldn't get up. I was like, dang, my legs are like numbed. I had to like crawl over, like roll
Oh
over.
dang, gee, man.
Hey, the realist said the marathon is real. Yeah,
It's
realist.
real.
Go ahead and replace me, man. I think I'm done for the day.
Oh, Realist is ready.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and clock in. You know, make sure you report your time to Sega Forever, man.
We should if Realist come in, then me, Dan, Realist will go another 5 hours about K.
I gotta
Yeah.
go. Really
Yeah,
have to say, I gotta go. I can't stay that long.
You'll be
devoted
back
some
there.
hours though. I did my part. I said no. I gotta come here. I
I'll
haven't
bring
seen
Realist in there and just
Sega
start talking about
so long.
anime, and they like 3 hours later they'll be like, but
Yeah, we hit a lot of topics. Yeah.
All right, so we'll wrap it up, guys. Thanks for joining the podcast. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Hebot, the world's most powerful gamer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is my brother from another mother. Glad you could come in Unlimited, man. I know you said about joining the podcast. This is normally when you do it, I'm working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured we're like 5 hours apart. When I do the show, you're still usually in peak working hours.
And the way my job is, usually if you see me commenting on it,
Mhm.
I'm usually waiting on somebody to give me something they promised me at 7 in the morning
Ah,
when I came in, and it's like 1 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, guys, where is this stuff? So I'm just, that's kind of how my job is. I put my stuff out, and I gotta wait on other people.
yeah.
Which is, it is what it is. Yeah, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're doing more podcasts. I really love your perspective.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Especially what you bring to it. I mean, look at what you did. I know, like we set this chat on fire today. We got Google Poll coming out. Google Poll was like 1984. I speaking my language, right? And shout out to the guys. Look, even if we don't agree about, this is not a politics thing, but the way politics is now, it just informs everything. Unfortunately, it's just the reality of it.
Right. You
It
can't.
shouldn't be in gaming. It shouldn't be in entertainment unless it's used as a mechanism to make something better, story, or even the game. Right? There's some games that do it really well, but it's
Mhm.
just on everybody's mind. It's a 24-hour news cycle. It's constantly being
Mhm.
done. This is why you need to play a game like Starfield, because you can pull yourself out of that.
Right. It's supposed to be an escape from things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Escapism is real, guys. This is why I do what I do. And I find it sad that I'm a person as hardcore as a comic book fan and nerd that I am, is that I gotta tell you, a lot of you newbies, right, that this stuff's not real. It like blows my mind.
What?
Guys.
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
It just blows my mind that these guys can't separate. I'm like, dude, I am the most hardcore of hardcore people. I grew up in this stuff. And the fact that you can't separate fantasy fiction from reality
Right.
is scary to me. Like, dude, this is why this stuff exists, right? You have to produce, you have to go work a job, you have to get paid, you have to take care of your kids, right? So society doesn't take care of your kids. You should be taking care of your kids, right? Not society. This is why you're having so much problems nowadays, right? And then that's the real world. What you do to get away from that, right? You come into these worlds. This is why, again, I don't like a character that looks like me, because it'll break the story for me. I'm playing Starfield as a pilgrim. There's people telling me that play the game that, oh, you should go and take all the, like the credit stuff and things like that. I'm like, well, I don't know, stealing on my thing is really bad. Right? It's just like I do certain things in the game that's good, because when the story's broken and the character's broken for me, then I can't enjoy it. And that's a lot of the things that we're dealing with, both in gaming and in comic books and in, to some extent in movies, right?
Right.
So, but I appreciate that we can have those conversations on here. We're not going to go, look, dude, I don't care what your political background is. I don't care who you like and who you vote for when it comes to this spot. Because it's just like with gaming, guys. If you're a PlayStation guy and you come in here, I seen Unlimited, man. You went off on that, dude. But as a PlayStation guy come in here, I end up pissing PlayStation people off because I really don't care. And I really mean that. I mean, I deal with you guys all the time on Twitter. For you PlayStation guys, if you guys actually cared about your company, you pay attention to your company, and you wouldn't be in the position that you guys are in now.
Yes, true. Yeah.
And then you come over here, it's just like there. I'm a Christian, right? Okay, so I'm a Christian. I don't go to an atheist church.
Atheist church, that's an oxymoron.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
I have conversations with atheists all the time about that kind of stuff. I said, you shouldn't believe in anything. Right? But it is what it is. It's all fair and love and war, and that's the reality we have. But this is why on the PlayStation guys, you guys find the position that you're in. You guys should really pay more attention to your side of the aisle instead of what happens on our side. If you guys did that, then you guys wouldn't be. You guys are hurting, and I believe, like I was telling you earlier, I think Sony, not just PlayStation, I think Sony's done. You guys are done. Because I've seen you guys at your greatness. I participated in that. That's how I can talk about it. You guys just read about this stuff or take the information secondhand from people or Google it. Like guys like us, I know I think me and Diaz about the same age. I'm probably older than you a little bit, Dave. So me and Hebot are the same age. We lived it. Like I was there on 99. I was standing in line with everybody else, with a bunch of nerds, right? I remember those days. So,
Yep.
And that's what this podcast is going to be about. Is like you can have your opinion, even if you disagree with me or not. And I respect everybody's opinion out here, because the reason why the Xbox guys, like you have a lot of guys like Peter Oval and some other guys that are on Twitter. They're talking about this, how they're getting attacked because they're actually PlayStation guys, and they're finding that on the Xbox side it's safer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Xbox guys might have a problem, but it usually tends to do something like with the game, Well, we're always on defense mode when we attack.
Yeah.
We're actually reactionary. That's the difference between us and the
Yeah, and if Xbox attacks, it's for some amount of principle. It's not just attacking the person. You know, like the Sony, if we could go down a rabbit hole with Sony fans, but I'm ready to get it going. So we're gonna talk about that next time.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that next time.
Yeah.
Go ahead and close out.
And guys, by the way, when we're done, I'm gonna get with Sega Forever to teach him how to do an outro.
Yeah, he ain't
Because,
closing this out, so you might have to do it unlimited.
He started closing it out 2 hours ago, and I don't know. The Lord of the Rings didn't have an outro this long.
What are you talking about? This is the podcast with the extended version.
Yeah, yeah. Every podcast would use the extended version of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, dude. But yeah, good. I'll just hit end on the stream now. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys, chat, Radiance, Wilkin, Anthony Chipmunk, Google Poll, Realist was in here. And this is the last time Odea was it. Faded Blaze, thank you. He was in there. Jeremy Brown, thank you for being here. T Reaper even showed. I really appreciate it, brother. If I forget anybody, I am sorry, but we're gonna end this. Okay, and we out.
Bye. Okay, take care.